Hey guys! Here's part 10 of the Sealed Kunai. Enjoy! Chapter 61, Wolf in Sheep's Clothing. The following morning found quite a sight for those stationed at the base that sat just a stone's throw away from the front lines of the Yunokuni/Shimo no Kuni border. A pair of rather disheveled-looking, blood-stained young shinobi walked into camp dragging a captive just before dawn. Now this by itself admittedly was not abnormal at all. They were after all sitting on the front line of the most dangerous battlefield of the ongoing war between the GSA, Grand Shinobi Alliance, of 4 of the 5 major hidden villages and the CNF, Continental Ninja Federation, comprised of every other upstart hidden village in the elemental nations. Every single day people came walking into their camp looking like crap. The people that came slogging into camp looking like crap were never a pair of male and female Jinchuriki from both Konoha and Kumo respectively. Nor did most people walking into camp come walking in carrying a prisoner that looked like a cross between a plant and a human being. Covered in blood that didn't look like it was his, Naruto dropped a heavily bound plant man right in the middle of camp amid the eyes of his late-watch Konoha comrades who much to their credit moved to take the hybrid creature into custody. "You went kind of nuts back there, Yugi-chan," Naruto commented as they both continued to walk through the camp. "I said we needed to take one of them alive." "I left one alive," Yugito said, pointing to the plant man that was being carried off as they spoke. "I had to stop you from killing him by putting my own body in your way," Naruto replied dryly. Apparently the Nibi, or as Yugito said the name of the bijou was Matatabi, wasn't one to let prey get away when Yugito was angry, or when the equivalent of a cold bucket of water was thrown on a potentially hot situation. Naruto had been put off by it too, but it didn't make him all homicidal either. "I don't like getting interrupted either, but seriously." Yugito just stuck her tongue out at Naruto in return before she looked down at herself. "I'm a total mess and we haven't even gotten started working yet. I'm going to find the barracks and clean up." Nodding in consent to the idea, Naruto decided that then was as good a time as any to split off from her for the time being while they prepared for their eventual move to try and get her home. "Go ahead. I'm going to go try and find Uro Kyofu and let him know we're here. I'll catch up in a bit after I do." Yugito took his travel pack for him since they were at the base as she started looking for the temporary showers. He and Yugito went their own separate ways and split up for their own reasons. But all the while as Naruto walked around the camp and looked at the embattled state of the people there, he had to think back to the battle that he had fought the previous night with Yugito. Where did those plant guys come from? They were all naked, so there was no way of identifying the village they were from by uniform. They didn't even seem human for the most part. But they were going to slip into the Konoha camp in their transformation disguises and tear it apart from the inside. So they had to work for one of the enemies of the Alliance, but who? That was why he captured one to begin with. The information was going to be pried out of him and that would be that. Until then he had to find Jiraiya and prepare a plan to slip past the watchful eyes of the enemy on the line. It didn't take him long to find Jiraiya either, as he found his godfather standing on a bluff covered in thickets and trees looking out into the deeper forest with his telescope, probably trying to get a better point of view of the battlefield before the sun came up and it became dangerous to be exposed like that. "How's the eye?" Jiraiya jibed as he felt Naruto's presence come up from behind. "How's the arm?" Naruto shot back in return. For some reason it was good to see Jiraiya in the thick of things again. For someone like him living out the rest of his days doing nothing because he was missing an arm just didn't seem right. The man was supposed to be a lion, and he wasn't meant to live like a mouse. "You look like crap. Don't you sleep?" A sarcastic laugh left Jiraiya as he put down his telescope and allowed it to retract back to portable size. "I can sleep all I want when I'm dead." "You're late, brat," Jiraiya said gruffly as he looked over the darkened forest for any sign of movement. "I brought you a present though," Naruto said as he stood up there next to his teacher in the late night/early morning darkness. "How do you feel about bipedal plant monster guys?" "Indifferent, but that's because I've never seen one." "Are you on drugs or something?" "No. I just asked because there's one in lockup right now that tried to kill me and Yugito a few hours ago." "Ah, so he did manage to bring Yugito with him. That damn mission to get her back to Kumo was still on. Talk about a tough assignment." Jiraiya would only feel comfortable sending himself out to try and sneak past that line that the enemy had set. It was a damn rat's nest in there. Getting in wasn't the real problem though. He had sent people in before. The problem was them getting out or proceeding forward any kind of real distance. Even when he sent sensors in with them to locate potential trouble, there was just something about their enemy, and it couldn't have just been that they knew the terrain. No, there was something even more wrong going on in there and he knew it. The squeeze was somehow being put on them and for the life of him he couldn't deduce what the deal was. And his godson was about to try his luck at getting through. I really don't want to send you in there, Naruto. Jiraiya flat out admitted, I've been arguing back and forth with Tsunade Haim about letting you do this mission since I found out you were going to be assigned to it. She should know full well what I'm reporting back to her on our situation. Well, talk to me about it then. Naruto asked, resting a hand on the older Toad Sage's shoulder. I want to know what I'm getting into when I try to break out and sneak through. I'm surprised that you haven't found a way to do it yet. Don't rub it in, kid, Jiraiya said as they both sat down on the ground and he pulled out a topographical map of the area with locations marked, places like the Konoha camp, the rough estimate of where the no man's land line lay, and hotspots behind that line where it had been reported that their forces had been hit from hard. When it comes to moving just myself, that wouldn't be as big a problem comparatively. I'm moving a whole army here. Naruto looked at the areas on the map that had been marked. Apparently no attacks ever happened in the area where the line had been established. It was only behind the lines on the enemy side where ambushes began to occur and losses began to be incurred. From those that had gone in, it seemed that they hadn't been able to pinpoint the strong points in the defense. How is it possible that we don't even have an idea of where they're mostly stationed yet? We've got sensors. They solely target our sensors first during skirmishes and battles and then retreat when they injure or kill them. That's their goal in combat. So they can sense our sensors? Naruto queried, trying out what he had just said in his mouth. There was probably a joke in there somewhere for later. Yes, Naruto. Sensors can do that, tell which shinobi in a group of them are sensors as well, Jiraiya said as if he were talking to a child. I know that you're only a sensor off of a technicality with Sage Mode just like I am, but keep up. This is why we're here. Oh, shush up. Naruto grumbled as he continued to scrutinize the map. Kumo was able to coordinate messages to Konoha to let them know how far within enemy turf they had managed to get on their side of things, so that at least Naruto would know where to go to take Yugito. I need a soft spot, or I need to find the exact opposite. Both if you've got it. Immediately, Jiraiya pointed out 3 different spots on the map. That'd be here, here, and here. There's the softest place we've been able to find, and you can see why, river crossing. Not the best place to be discreet. So instead of just being heavily defended by enemies staking out for ambushes, it was a natural spot that would make him and Yugito easy to spot. That was why he wanted to know where the difficult areas were. He'd have to come up with a pretty good diversion to get himself and Yugito past the river. From there it was a matter of heading full speed through until they reached Kumo forces. Why can't we get people through there if we know this much? Naruto asked. That's a hell of a start. You're not listening, Jiraiya said, poking Naruto in the head much to his displeasure. Getting in isn't the problem. It never has been. It's once we're in and get past the initial defenses there that the issue comes in. A deer couldn't have survived the crossfire we ran across the first time we sent an attack force in. They don't fight directly. They'll break off and regroup with an attack on 3 sides while backing off and leaving an avenue open for us to fall back. It's intentional. If they force a full-on fight, we'll beat them, and they know it even if they take down a ton of us. That's not what they want. Even multi-pronged attacks don't net us any permanent ground. That didn't sound right. How in the world would they be caught in any kind of 3-sided attack? Konoha squads were not dumb enough for something like that to work more than once. Not a chance. Think like a Rudanbu, damn it. That was something that could be needed. Burn the forest down. Smoke 'em out. Brutal, effective, simple, and he knew Jiraiya could amass a squadron of fire release users to do it. We tried that. Jiraiya burst that bubble fairly quickly though as he pointed at a burnt-out spot from their ridge where the trees were bare and charred. We attacked and put that move into action in the middle of the battle to catch them in it. They retreated like we thought, but the fire wasn't allowed to spread. They stopped the fire from spreading by taking down the trees in the path of the fire before it reached much further. Do you think they have a system of tunnels? Naruto asked Jiraiya, who seemed to be rather thoughtful at the idea. Think about it, it's not like our sensors don't anticipate their counterattack, right? True. Reports from the field showed that the counter-strikes had been anticipated, but no one ever got sight of the enemy until they were right on them. Tunnels that we can't find? But then again, when did they have the chance to actually scour the battlefields for tunnels in the deep forested areas? And that would also explain how on the other side of the country Kumo had driven quite a ways into the territory but couldn't find any actual field bases. Underground facilities. Still, how much weight did a suspicion like that hold? Seeing this in Jiraiya's face, Naruto rolled his eyes. It was very possible. Root had set up tunnels for operatives to hide and rest in all over the place. Even in hostile places like Kaminari no Kuni. Naruto had used one while fighting against Kakuzu and Hidan. They weren't complicated to build in their most rudimentary forms, and they weren't hard to hide either. The rougher the terrain that they were in, the easier it was. And it wasn't like they hadn't had these set up well in advance. Even if they hadn't existed before the war had begun, the time it took to mobilize properly gave the enemy more than enough time to start digging them out. Who knew how many branches there could be by now? "Come on," Naruto said, tapping his fist on the ground. "Do you really think it's that hard to dig a good tunnel system?" He asked. "I can make a pretty good one with my bare hands by myself in 1 minute, and I don't even use earth release." At the time he had also been 12 and only had a kunai to help dig with. The tunnel thing seemed to be more and more likely as they both thought about it. Forget trenches. Eventually Konoha would still overrun them if they fought like that. Avoid direct battle at all costs and keep them back while preventing losses from direct combat. That was a basic way to antagonize a larger attack force. And they couldn't safely dig a quick branch of tunnels past the river, so that explained why that was a soft spot. The moment they did and managed to reach underneath Konoha's camp, they would probably launch the most damnable surprise raid ever seen. If they were really digging tunnels, of course. A grin then crossed Jiraiya's face as he rested his one hand on Naruto's shoulder. "I've got an idea on how to handle these idiots if you're right about this brat." The wily old toad sage said with a grin. "Don't worry about that though, let me handle that. Your mission is just to get through. Kami help those poor bastards." If Jiraiya had an idea on how to defeat their tactics, the next approach will send the whole watch on their side rolling our way to clear it out for you and Yugito. That sounded like a big offensive was in the works. "Are you going to try and break the line?" "Oh brat," Jiraiya said with a laugh, "in order to break the line, a line has to exist to break. In a manner of speaking though, we are. It's time to make this into our kind of fight. Make sure you're ready by tonight to go. You're going to have to go fast because we're not putting this together to buy you time, that's just a side consequence." So if it wasn't his aim to get caught up in the middle of the big battle that Konoha was trying to make out of the situation, he needed to move ahead of it to avoid it. His intended actions for that evening understood, Naruto nodded and stood back up to leave Jiraiya to his devious devices. Pity would have to come to those enemy ninja holding down the fort in the woods, because with the wheels currently turning inside of Jiraiya's head it would prove to be quite something. The cunningly quiet laughter of the man would forebode that much. XXX. Interior of Shimo no Kuni, CNF Base of Operations. Shimogakure, Hoshigakure, Umegakure. These were the villages that were assigned the task of waging their brand of warfare against Konoha, and they had their strengths when it came to doing so. For Umegakure it was the fact that these were their neck of the woods, and what they knew how to do was battle in their neighborhood with various techniques that were perfect for the locale of their village. They jumped the shark though in regards to their singular strength and went into poverty due to attempts to wage constant war against the other smaller villages in the region until recent decades. Hoshigakure were the battlefield powerhouses that were given the directives of who to target whenever the time came to engage Konoha in their intended skirmishes. The powerful chakra granted to them by the radiation of the meteor in their village that also poisoned the surrounding area of their village enhanced their abilities through intense and dangerous chakra control training. Shimogakure happened to be the village with no real discernible traits that set it apart. It was for the most part a no-factor village that had never raised any waves in the past. But out of the three manning the southern border of Shimo no Kuni they were the strongest. Not in battle, but from the fact that they had managed to expand their village's influence the most before the war began. They had never really run aground against any of the major villages nearby, and that let them continue growing. They were also the ones that had come up with the base plan of action for how to deal with avoiding simply running into Konoha and fighting them. The tunnels. It took no time at all for them to create a working network of an underground system with points of exit all around the forest and places to spy on any movement hidden all over. There was a whole mess of completely able-bodied shinobi that would consider what they were digging the equivalent of a D-rank mission. The amount they managed to dig within a matter of 3 days of the alliance being finalized was incredible. From there it was just patrol and response. Konoha never let them down with the tenacity of trying to get through. If only they knew that they had been running over what had been the CNF defensive line the entire time, they wouldn't have seemed so confused when the counterattacks were waged. Still though, Konoha was adaptable and had become accustomed to the tooth and nail fighting, and with Kumo slowly bullying their way through with sheer manpower on the other side, there needed to be some kind of equalizer or this theater of the war was going to get ugly very fast. And like some kind of deity, or demon, a dealer of weaponry came to them with an offer that they simply couldn't refuse. Shimogakure, the quiet village set in a valley of trees, had been untouched by the war since it had begun, And it was also the stage of a business meeting. Another day where the sun rose, another day where Konoha and Kumo were doing their best to storm through the lands and restore order by smacking down every single village that chose to consider them an enemy and side with the man that endeavored to kill and destroy them all. Hence why the village leader was set to meet it outside of the moat and bridges that surrounded the village at the very outskirts of Shimo with everyone in the CNF's favorite new merchant of death. At least in the northeast. "You're a very brave man," the leader of Shimogakure said to his weapon dealer of choice. "You come this close to my village during wartime as if you aren't concerned with any of our villages capturing you and trying to hold you to create your wares for them?" The strange man wore a full head mask that was light purple and white in color with a ripple pattern with 2 eyeholes along with strange dark combat robes, a belt sash, gloves, and a large war fan on his back. Quite strange attire, and mysterious enough to suit someone that sold what he was peddling. "Oh, I'm not too terribly worried about being captured, trust me. Besides, I don't think kidnapping the community goose that lays the golden eggs would work too well in the midst of this alliance. So there's really no time I'll be safer in the presence of this region's villages than during wartime." He had a point. If one village got greedy and tried to snatch him so that he could create weapons only for them or sell to others at heightened prices, it would start bitter infighting. Strictly on the level business then, I want another 250 cent North Tobi-san. A full company to deal with Kumo this time? So many? Tobi or Madara said almost playfully, "All right. I hope you found the last smaller platoon satisfactory." "That we did," the Shimo village leader said. "The chaos slowed them down and actually let us launch a successful raid against their advanced team. Let's spread the love out a bit further this time." 75 million Ryo. Tobi requested for his services, or do you think payment for a perfect stealth unit of troops should come with a discount? It could hardly be considered highballing, especially given how effective they were, so there was no choice other than to pay up. It was worth it with how they disrupted the Kumo war machine in the north. Any directions on how to handle them better this time? The village leader asked as he handed over a scroll containing his payment. "I can't say that I care," Tobi said as he seemed to make the scroll vanish between his hands. "I'm not the one fighting the war here. Do whatever you like with them. Send them screaming off of a cliff for all I care." After all, he had plenty more where those came from. 50 meant nothing when he had several thousand. After all, selling the services of the White Zetsus was nothing more than a field test before he took them for what he really needed them for. A field test where he could make money on the side. "They'll be with you within 2 hours. That was the assurance from Tobi as he turned his back to leave the village leader behind to walk into the forest surrounding the village. "But then again, you know how fast my White Zetsus travel." The Shimogakure leader nodded to himself, knowing full well how reliable they were. Otherwise the alliance wouldn't have pooled money to purchase them. It was because they worked. He had one more question to give to Tobi, but when he turned around the man was gone. Such a strange and dangerous individual. If he had access to such a force, it made sense that at a time like this he would dispatch them to the highest bidder. But Tobi didn't seem like the type that cared about money, nor did he seem to care about the White Zetsus as a mercenary force. It was as if they were expendable to him, as if everything was expendable to him. It was better not to look a gift horse in the mouth like fully expendable soldiers that could complete perfect transformations. There was a war to fight. Whatever it was with Tobi, no one had ever heard of him before in any corner of the ninja world. So really, how dangerous could he have been in the grand scheme of things? XXX. With Naruto, Konoha Northeastern Command Base Camp. Not too long after his meeting with Jiraiya, the man called a meeting of his higher command to inform them of the current idea mulling around in his head. The formation of a new battle plan was coming. Man, Jiraiya got his shit together quickly. He was already calling together the top brass under his watch to come up with a method of approach. Sometimes it was easy to forget just how incredible a ninja Jiraiya was if all that you chose to look at happened to be the borderline insanity and the perversion. But those were just quirks, and everyone had them. There was nothing wrong with that. Some guys wrote shitty rhymes for everything, some guys did human experimentation, some guys liked the ladies to an extreme degree. Whatever got you up in the morning, man. Either way, Naruto had his own marching orders to adhere to. He was to get Yugito Ni past the enemy and to her homeland Kumo comrades by any means necessary. The sun had come up, so until word went out about the plan of attack they would have that much time to rest from their battle with the white plant/man things. Rest sounded so good right then, and it was a good thing he had gotten directions to the barracks. From the looks people gave him they could apparently tell that he needed a shower and a rest because he looked like he had just been in one hell of a fight despite the fact that it had occurred hours ago. Upon walking into the barracks, Naruto rid himself of the bandages that covered the seals on his arms, his gloves, his heirloom sword, and his sandals to get some respite from the battlefield. Right then he had to rid himself of the crud on his body from fighting the strange plant men in the forest. Outside on the sides of the living quarters buildings were temporary showers, and if ever there was a time he needed one it was right then. Luckily it was decently past sunrise and everyone at the base had work to do, thus no one was hanging out around the barracks. It allowed Naruto to take his time and get his things together before going into the showers where he heard one of them going. He could see the shapely female figure in the falling hot waters of the room and walked her way. I thought cats didn't like being wet. Especially fire cats. Her very long hair down and wet, just like the rest of her. Yugito just let out a quiet chuckle at the joke. They don't, but considering the alternative was being covered in blood and grime, this is kind of a no contest. She could feel Naruto standing directly behind her, probably looking at the seal on her back. Or he was probably just looking at her ass. She couldn't tell. Eventually though, he moved directly next to her in an adjacent position to begin washing himself. Even before he started using soap, the substances from last night's battle fell from his hair and body thanks to the hot water. Taking a shower with the pretty Kumo Jinchuriki 6 inches away. How was he going to play this one cool? It was hard not to turn and catch a glimpse of her from the side, and she seemed to be smirking to herself that it seemed to be hard for him to come up with conversation that didn't revolve around sex. Did you forget how to talk? Yugito asked with a rather large grin on her face. I know we've been stopped before, you've seen me naked a few times in the past, but come on now, Naruto-kun. Naruto rolled his eyes at Yugito's attempt to assuage the situation and looked over at her again, not trying to look away this time. Well, the last time it happened was last night when I saw you cut down 15 plant guys, so I was just wondering if you were still upset about that. Author's note, there is a lemon here if you want to read it. Link to the story is in the description. An embarrassed blush spread across Yugito's face. Letting her bodyguard have his way with her in a public shower was fine, but looking vulnerable after having done so was awkward to her. The look on her face almost got Naruto to snicker at her, but instead he just scooped her up in his arms and carried her out of the showers to get dressed prior to heading back into the barracks to rest. Fun time was over and they had an objective to prepare to achieve. After a nap, of course. XXX. Takigakure no Sato. It is done, Sai-sama. One masked Rudanbu said as he and several others bowed to the leader of the cell, who sat on a stump in the deep forest simply drawing idly to pass the time until the arrival of the underlings. The path is clear and we will proceed at your orders. At first Sai said nothing, continuing to draw in his notebook until he was at a place that he found satisfactory to stop. He closed it and placed it with his supplies before standing up and walking toward his group of ninja. Upon patting the first root on the shoulder they all rose to their feet. Very good. Maki-san has sent word that we've been given an opening. Takigakure is very sparse on manpower because of their attempts to reinforce Kusagakure before it falls. There were only Jinan, wounded, and very few battle-ready elites inside of the waterfall village itself now for defense and security. Root had moved a decent strike force within distance of the village in small units until they had amassed 150 to do their duty. The path taken had stuck closely to the route that Naruto and Maki had taken to slip past their lines barely a week prior, only it had split off north to head towards Taki instead of southwest to the Tenchi Bridge. It was not to be a true battle to conqueror. That wasn't what they did. They were meant to sack the village, do as much damage as possible, and leave. That was all. They were to show their enemy just how in over their head they were and punish them for their conspiracy to eliminate Konoha. Sai had his own job to do, and he would do it alone to put a serious wrench in the machine of the enemy's command. By wrench he meant blade, and by machine he meant heart, back, neck, or generally just anywhere he could stab someone to kill them. Kill the leaders inside of the village and throw their leadership out of whack. Deal major damage to the village itself so that when word reached the fighting shinobi out in the wilderness of Kusa lands being steadily driven back to Kusagakure itself, they would give up on that futile campaign and go home. Maybe it would even broker an armistice with Konoha, if not an outright negotiation for terms of surrender. And Tsunade of course didn't need to know anything until after the fact when Takigakure came simpering up to the negotiation table. She had basically given the go-ahead for Root to do whatever they saw necessary with the war situation as long as none of it had anything to do with Konoha. They could do whatever they wanted, anywhere they wanted, they just couldn't directly work with conventional forces. Root didn't work like that anyway, so it was fine. With the loss of the Nanabi, they didn't have a powerhouse to protect the village. While it would be a stretch to say that there weren't any powerful ninja within Taki, they were all out in the field. That wouldn't do much good for them tonight. Rest and prepare until sundown. Send word. Sai ordered, getting affirmative responses from the others before they leapt off to do just that. It was just about time to earn some damn stripes with the Hokage. Root was an effective Black Ops force meant to be used when Anbu couldn't be risked in something so large scale, and they were about to prove it. XXX. Later that afternoon, Shimo no Kuni, deep forest area. Upon Jiraiya's direction, an expedition force was sent out across the lines into the woods once more to follow through on what he had managed to deduce earlier that morning. The only difference was that this time he was with them leading the venture. As expected, when they had entered past the line of no return far enough, the CNF forces began their usual attack from all sides, capitalizing on confusion and lack of vision to take apart the Konoha attackers. Instead of falling back this time, they stood and fought, mostly defensively as the focus of the Konoha fighters was set on simply avoiding weapons, getting cornered by opportunistic enemies, and keeping their comrades alive and as unhurt as possible. "I'm so tired of this crap," Kiba said as he fought close to his teammates. He, Hinata, and Akamaru were handling any enemies foolish enough to get in close while Shino handled distant targets subtly with his insects. Walk in, fight, walk out. Same shit every damn day. We'd better pull it off and move forward this time. I'm tearing those damn villages apart myself for all of this. At least Naruto showing up for a few hours to hang out and shoot the damn breeze the way he did killed the monotony, but then he had to up and leave for his mission when the call went out that they'd be going back in. The upper echelon were confident this time, but Kiba was getting kind of skeptical on that and he'd believe it when he saw it. Either way, he stopped talking long enough to duck a slash of an opponent's kama and chain, creating an opening for Akamaru to snap up the enemy in his jaws and shake him around violently before throwing him away violently. "Good dog. Focus, Kiba-kun," Hinata insisted with her active Byakugan able to see everything as it happened. "We need to pay attention to the eventual order when it's called. What if we miss it?" Jiraiya was a master spy. His cue to spring into action had to be something subtle that the enemy wouldn't expect. Bugs flowed from Shino's sleeves and took down foes in battle elsewhere before they even noticed that chakra was being sucked from them. "I would not be so certain of that, Hinata," he said, as he checked the battlefield for someone else he could assist stealthily. "Why?" "Because my insects are aware of Jiraiya-sama's entrance onto the field." Fighting reigned throughout the area. All the while one man walked through the middle of it seemingly uncaring of it all. "Oh no," Jiraiya said in a false kind of dull monotone before he kicked a fame-seeking enemy ninja away with crushing force. "Another ambush. Damn it, where are they coming from?" He continued to say as he made several single-armed hand seals. "Off the ground now. Doten, Yomi Numa, Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld." The moment Jiraiya barked his order, the ninjas under his command broke off from fighting their battle to just waste time and latched onto the trees closest to them without delay. The reason for this was simple. Because the ground quickly became a dark and muddy swamp that proved to be dangerous and lethal for those caught in it for at least an entire mile. Many enemy shinobi were savvy enough to channel chakra to their feet and stay on top of it like water. Still though, too many of them were unable to, and sank helplessly into the chakra-infused bog that they were ensnared in. In multiple places in the swamp, air bubbles popped up onto the surface and the horrified looks of many of the CNF forces told a lot of the story that their words wouldn't. Just how many reinforcements waiting underground died from suffocation right at that moment? Kiba could smell the shift in the atmosphere and all because of that one man. "Okay, when I'm that old I want to be that cool," he declared from where he and his teammates had attached themselves to trees for safety. "Did you all see that? Damn man." Hinata, fortunately or unfortunately depending on one's point of view, saw everything. Jiraiya's jutsu disrupted the barrier ninjutsu that had been cast on the tunnels for security from sensors and she could see beneath the swamp, particularly at all of the bodies that were stuck inside of it. It was pretty chilling once she thought about it, but did it work? Absolutely. Jiraiya said as he picked up on what effect his maneuver had on the enemy. "Damn Nagato. If I still had both of my arms this swamp would have been twice this size," he said in order to psych out everyone that was left. "I'll just have to do better with the next one." He accentuated with a grin that radiated killing intent. "Fall back," one of the CNF forces said before fleeing back to where there was solid ground once more. "Fall back and regroup." That couldn't be possible. The secret frost line had been broken and it only lasted just over a month in warfare with one of the 5 major villages. Konoha was supposed to be fat and soft, supposed to be unable to adjust and react to tactics of other villages that lay outside of their wheelhouse of direct battle. They had planned different trap points throughout the countryside just in case this occurred. But they never would have expected them to completely annihilate and focus on tunnels that they had no clue about. No Konoha ninja had ever seen them come into or leave from a tunnel. They had taken precautions so that even the mighty Byakugan hadn't spotted them. The tunnels had never been infiltrated, and unless they had leaks in their security there was no way they found anything out. Jiraiya cackled loudly and fought the urge to break out into a pose down. Instead he gestured for one of the Konoha ninjas near him to take a bamboo launcher and shoot a firework into the air to signal the large amount of their comrades lying in wait to proceed and move forward. At this point they weren't going to allow them to form a defensive front again. It was going to be like a rolling wave if they had anything to say about it. A mobile war was Konoha's kind of fight. XXX. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Yugito got moving. The minute Jiraiya had started calling for battalions to prepare for their roles in his battle strategy. By the time the fireworks were shot into the sky, both Blonde and Jinchuriki were over the river and into the territory of the enemy. "Give me some coordinates to your village's closest team and Shimo no Kuni Yugi-chan," Naruto said as he led the way through the woods. He had created several clones to surround them on all sides further away just in case they were attacked so that they could be ready well in advance. "You're the one that should know where your people are." They pushed them back out of Kaminari no Kuni past the border into this country. 100 miles east-northeast. Yugito claimed as she followed behind Naruto closely, "Those were the last coordinates that Mabui sent to Konoha to tell me before we arrived here this morning." She informed him before working down the math in her head, "So that should mean 3 hours at this pace if we don't get stopped?" That sounded about right to Naruto with the pace they were cutting with their bounds through the branches of the trees. "We're not going to get stopped. Uro Kyofu and our guys are going to have that whole army falling over itself. They don't know how fast we can move as a whole army." The rear line was probably already moving forward into the boggy forest that Jiraiya had created as a matter of fact. Yugito was honestly surprised by Konoha's tactics, having never fought them in a warlike scenario herself. Her village fought differently. For large-scale international wars they would pierce directly past an enemy's defenses and then spread and branch out behind the line, separating the enemy into smaller pockets of resistance that they would then periodically crush. That was what they had started to do on the other side of the country, and they were having trouble. Maybe now that the entire defensive tunnel secret had come to light they could change that once Konoha could ferry that info north. Hell, she could do it herself once Naruto got her there. Faster than a hawk that might get pinched on its way. The northeast contingent of the CNF tried to get the jump on them and attacked first. Not a bad plan to try and take down a lumbering giant of a village, but their offensive against Kumo ran out of gas quickly and they were hit in return like it was a lariat from the Raikage himself. Apparently they decimated their foes in the field and snatched up tons of land before running into the situation that they had met up with now. The chain of tunnels thing. Still, Konoha had something of a rope-a-dope kind of way to work. Instead of blazing through the enemy at first touch with a crushing show of offensive force, they would play it more tentatively to avoid playing into the enemy's traps and plans, allowing them to keep their main force settled for when they eventually developed their own methods of dealing with the enemy. Small-scale guerrilla warfare followed by a monster offensive strike when a proverbial chink in the armor was found. "Well, help me get back to my comrades," Yugito told Naruto with a smile, "and we can smash these enemies and wrap things up here, Mr. Hero. Kiri is not needed here." "Enough with the hero thing, Yugi-chan," Naruto said with a groan. If he was a hero then his training with Root failed. Heroes died. Heroes were targets. I'm not a hero. I've got a whole village of people in Ame that would call me a monster, and they're kind of right. More places than that too. If those places or groups that he had a hand in smashing existed any longer, I saved you one time and that's it. I never saved anyone else from anything that wasn't my job." Yugito just rolled her eyes with a sly look on her face. "Whatever helps you keep those eyes so blue, Naruto-kun." The two just kept rolling on through the forest with Naruto muttering at the girl at his back, keeping those cat-like eyes glinting in mirth at him. Yep, because running around the tail end of a battle was just a wonderful time to banter. XXX. Hours later, nightfall, Takigakure no Sato. No one had any idea how it happened. One minute everything was quiet, with everything in the village that surrounded the mightiest tree on the continent being a peaceful opposite to the rest of the world at large. Then the fires were set and the explosions went off. Every able-bodied ninja in the village of Takigakure sprang into action and began hunting down the perpetrators with extreme prejudice, but the majority of the inexperienced or untested Jonin were jumping at shadows. Putting out fires was paramount, but in the panic, the root forces found more things to sabotage, picking out the officers of the group, any ninja past the rank of Jinan, and taking them out. Anyone barking orders to otherwise frantic underlings caught stray weaponry to a vital area if the opportunity was present. Still though, the battle was far from over for Taki. They had their trump hidden deep within the titanic tree that hid their village as well. If it came to that, in order to win the battle, it was something that was merely going to have to be done. With a hard look on his face, a young man with long dark brown hair wearing a Takigakure headband and the wartime uniform for his village led a trusted armed contingent of his fellow Taki Shinobi and kunoichi to an altar surrounded by water that contained nothing more than a simple bottle of water. "This is it," the young man said with a nervous sweat on his brow as he picked it up carefully in his hands, "the hero water." One of the underlings moved forward to try and talk the young man down. "You're not planning on using it in a situation like this, are you, Shibuki-sama?" The young man turned around abruptly with a hard look in his eyes. "I will if I have to," he replied, as he already knew the risks that came with the short-term benefits that the water gave. "The village is burning, and if it's an emergency of that caliber, isn't it better to have it just in case? Just in case I or some others need to take it to fight them off? Don't you remember what happened to Fu? No one fought, we just appeased Kakuzu and let him take her. This isn't a situation like that. There isn't any compromise here." They looked as if they were going to argue against the water's use, but before anyone else could say anything, they were all ensnared by vine-like roots from the ceiling. Some were wrapped around their waists and arms, some by their necks as if they were being hanged. Shibuki moved to cut his leg free, but when his kunai passed through nothing, he placed his hands in the ram seal, Kai. The illusion of the killer roots faded, but the hero water no longer remained in his hands. Instead it was in the hands of a pale-skinned, black-haired young man in strange black attire, accompanied by a petite, dark-haired young woman in a similar garb meant for females. From the look of her hands in a seal, she was the source of the genjutsu that plagued his men. She must have also had cast a genjutsu over the two of them to follow them to that location, because they were both soaked like everyone else. They had swam there to the hidden area. Both of them were wearing plain white masks with a strange insignia on them that meant nothing to him. "Who are you? What village are you with?" Shibuki demanded to know. He needed to find a way to free his ninja, but the hero water was in the hands of the enemy. That was the absolute worst-case nightmare scenario for them. "That's not important," Sai said calmly as he tucked the hero water safely on his person. "Just know that you conspired and made yourself enemies of a village that we are all rather fond of. Unfortunate for you." This was not good for Takigakure. The enemy had their secret weapon, and Shibuki didn't even know who the enemy was. Setting aside the fact that outside of the great tree in the village itself it was in a state of panic. Who knew how many enemies there were? "Maybe your successor will have the intelligence to take your village to negotiations with the GSA while they still have a chance," Sai said in his ever-calm voice as some of the people Maki held in her genjutsu went limp from the sensation of being strangled to death by what they thought were the ends of long, thin willow branches. "You won't be alive to find out though." Suten, Suigetsu, water release, water fang bullet. Several spears of tightly compressed fluid erupted from the surrounding water that hid their section of the great tree from anyone else's view. Shibuki didn't need to hear any more to be spurred into fighting these strange attackers at any cost. The aim was intended for both Maki and Sai, but both were able to evade the technique that pulverized some of the roots of the tough and massive tree that formed a floor for them to battle on. Water was a weakness of Sai's ink techniques unless he created very particular creatures, and that sort of left his hands tied. Still though, it wasn't like between the two of them they were unable to defeat one man. Both of them split apart and divided Shibuki's attention between the two of them. Sai had the hero water, thus he was deemed the more vital threat, only sparing glances at Maki to make sure she wasn't trying anything funny until he could deal with Sai first. He hadn't noticed, due to a second field cast genjutsu from Maki, that his force of shinobi and kunoichi that had been with him at first were now dead. Even those with the aptitude for genjutsu to hold out eventually ran out of time and were killed by the progressively creeping branches of Maki's jutsu, eventually robbing them of their air. And he also made a mistake in sparing Maki nothing more than passing glances. Even though he had two people to worry about, it was simply a battle he couldn't win. The moment his eyes drifted towards Maki to gauge her distance and current threat level, her hands flashed to a hand seal that he got full sight of, Jur Yoku Satsujin, Gravity Killer. She timed him to make sure that he was in range and aim of the hand seal so that she could link the illusion to his chakra supply. Due to her technique, Shibuki's body felt twice as heavy as he had ever been in his life, and it disrupted his movements. Sai nodded to himself, and with a wave of his hand several large leeches comprised of ink launched from the water and latched onto the man before he could try and break the genjutsu. With the weight of his arms and the leeches that weighed him down further, Shibuki struggled greatly but could not move. Wait. My village. We don't care about destroying your village, Maki spat distastefully at the village leader, as treacherous as the Akatsuki is and has been, you still aligned with their leader. The same group that came and stole your Jinchuriki from you. At this point you might as well wear black with red clouds. It was to bring down the 5 great villages to secure our own livelihoods, Shibuki shouted back. We've been stuck between 2 of them for years. Taki was at its closest relationship a buffer for Konoha against Iwa. Sai just shook his head in turn. Remember that Konoha is the only reason that Takigakure wound up with the Nanabi in its possession to begin with, as a show of goodwill after the failed attack on our Hokage by Kakuzu that we knew was orchestrated by you. Otherwise Konoha would have wound up with 2 Jinchuriki instead of 1, much like Kumo. I believe it's time to get our return back for that goodwill, he said as he held up the bottle. Shibuki's eyes widened at that and he thrashed hearted, but with the leeches on him and with Maki's genjutsu weighing him down he could do nothing. You're from Konoha? Sai-senpai. Maki started to say until Sai nodded and silenced her. At best it will be a bargaining chip to broker your village's surrender, at worst it will be something that we can study and try to turn into a more productive weapon for our own ninja force, Sai said in regards to the hero water before making a hand seal. I've said too much, but it's not like you're going to be around to tell anyone else. With that done, both he and Maki dropped back into the water and departed the way they had come. A sound akin to a fuse burning down alerted Shibuki's attention to explosive tags attached to Sai's ink leeches, burning down to his demise alone in the depths of the tree. XXX. Shimo no Kuni, with Naruto and Yugito. A rather familiar scene, as both Naruto and Yugito were together in the night running through the trees. Only this time there was no breaking for camp due to others or anything like that. It was to be a straight shot to wherever Yugito's comrades were. An open clearing attracted their attention and they began to move toward it, only for Yugito to speed up when she realized that it was the kind of layout that was taught to be used by Kumo when in the field. Whether it was excitement or not that sped her up, Naruto couldn't tell, but he had to keep ahead of her. And it was a good thing that he did, because upon arriving in the Kumo camp it looked terrible. Dozens of dead littered the ground, blood stained the sides of existing tents. There were remnants of fires all over, kunai, swords, and other weapons sticking out of the ground, blade first, and other signs of battle all over. What the hell? Yugito trailed off upon seeing it as she began to walk through the place. What happened? She asked rhetorically. It wasn't as if anyone could answer her. Did they camp in a bad position and get destroyed by the enemy? No, it wasn't like that. Because there were no signs of battle in the woods surrounding the camp, it was all contained mostly within. Even if it had been an ambush, for the CNF to get a good amount and they would have still had to deal with Kumo after their surprise attack had been launched. Even a perfect storm of an attack would have done so. There was no sign of the enemy either to boot. Everyone on the ground dead happened to be a Kumo ninja. That was what was really unbelievable, that not a single enemy had been felled in the course of their attack. Absurd. Yugi-chan, Naruto said as they started scrutinizing the wounds that defeated their comrades, do you see that? Both of them got good looks at more than a few of the dead. A large amount of those that had been killed had been wounded from directly behind with fairly little notice of a struggle. Yeah. A lot of our guys didn't even draw their swords before they went down. It was rather hard for her to see so many of them like that, but it wasn't like she hadn't expected to see something like it eventually as the war had begun. Yugito. Hearing her name called out, Yugito turned and breathed a sigh of relief at the sight of a rather haggard-looking Kumo Kunoichi limping her way toward them. Oh, so there are survivors, she said, sounding absolutely relieved. What happened? I don't know. The female Kumo ninja said as she walked closer. 1 minute everything was calm and the next, bam. I've never seen anything like it. Yugito frowned despite the vague explanation. Maybe if she had been there something could have been done to prevent such a thing from happening. The bodies that she had counted numbered far past 100 and she hadn't even been all the way through the camp yet. Naruto was still checking out bodies for any sign of what happened to them in the mystery attack. But if there was one survivor there could have been more. That was Yugito's mindset as she pasted a smile on her face to stay stronger for her injured comrade. Well, I'm just glad that Mabui was able to get a message through from Kumo to Konoha so I could come back home. Now at least I can fight too. The Kumo Kunoichi looked stunned at what she had just heard. She got a message through to Konoha? Wow. That's impressive to get correspondence through this hell of a mess. Yugito raised an eyebrow at the strange response. Everyone in Kumo knew about Mabui's impressive jutsu that allowed her to send messages and materials at the speed of light. Something like that shouldn't have been surprising at all to anyone other than a Jinan, and the flak jacket that the girl in front of her wore showed that she was at least a Chunin. She had seen that girl around Kumo before though, so she knew of her. Still though, something didn't feel right. Yugito turned around to get Naruto's attention. Naruto-kun, I think we should keep move. Only to find that Naruto was no longer there. And once her back was turned, her comrade had drawn a weapon, intent on stabbing it into her back. Only to have her arm cut off by Naruto's descending heirloom sword before it could be accomplished. A stunned Yugito jumped away as blood sprayed from the stump that used to be the kunoichi's arm, and she let out a shriek of a pained cry. What? She had been attacked like that by her own village member? At that point she could only see red until the kunoichi fell to her knees on the ground, clutching the part of her arm that used to have something attached. At that point she turned into one of those weird, white plant humans that she and Naruto had fought the previous night. These things again? That was not a normal henge. When you got close enough to someone you could feel the disruption of their physical transformation as they bent physics and reality to execute it, depending on how drastic a transformation the henge created. Not in the mood for any more games, Yugito's nails elongated into claws that she was prepared to use to slash the white plant man's head off, had Naruto not snatched up the strange being by the throat with one hand. I know where I remember your description from now, Naruto said as he choked the unfortunate creature. It took months, but Konoha and I pulled a description like yours out of the memories in Hidan's head, and 2 of my friends saw you with someone else in Akatsuki some time back. You had a black half though, Zetsu. What are you talking about? Yugito asked, letting her nails retract. At least until Naruto let that ugly fucker go. Then he was all hers to carve up like a scratching post. You're in Akatsuki, Naruto concluded with a stone-cold glare before turning to Yugito and pointing at the white Zetsu in his grip. These things are from Akatsuki. They even talked about capturing us. But not for pain. Who is Tobi? Yugito asked, narrowing her eyes at the artificial soldier in Naruto's hand. I remember them using that name that this person told them not to kill us. I don't think the god of Amigakure would let himself be called something like that. She shot an amused glance Naruto's way at his snort towards Pain's epithet. The white Zetsu in Naruto's grasp looked fearful before grinning at him despite being strangled. I'm not Zetsu. I'm just a clone. A body double. And where there's one of me. He tried to say, lifting his remaining arm up threateningly before Naruto's grip broke his neck. Naruto tossed the dead white Zetsu to the ground in a heap just as many more of them started coming up from the ground as if they were spirits of the earth. Both Naruto and Yugito stood back to back to keep the enemy from getting behind either of them as Yugito wasted no time and started generating a chakra cloak around her body. I think he was going to say something about how where there's one of him there's a bunch more. And there were a bunch more. Hundreds more. Without saying a word to each other internally, Naruto and the Kyuubi cinched up and started collecting and controlling nature chakra for Sage Mode to make this as painlessly destructive as possible. Stop. All of the white Zetsus froze at the order and backed away as a space was cleared, and through them walked Tobi in all of his masked glory, accompanied by the original Zetsu with black and white sides. He stopped intelligently a safe distance within his hordes of white Zetsus and looked over the Jinchuriki pair. Hello Yugito ni. Naruto Uzumaki. Behind his mask his eyes passed over Naruto last. I believe you have some things that should be my property. Chapter 62, The World is Mine. Surrounded by more than 100 people. Or white Zetsus? That was fine? Facing off with original Zetsu himself as well? Bring it on. Throw in the man that stated that he was Madara Uchiha, and that was something of a problem. There were still people afraid of that name. And with good reason as well. There were the boogeymen of the ninja world that comprised most of Akatsuki, and then there were men like Madara Uchiha. Legends of others were based off of merely surviving being within seeing distance of a Madara Uchiha battle. Still, this man did not exude the kind of raw presence. He felt like nothing at all. Not nothing like he was weak, but nothing as if he had no idea just what his name meant. Your property, Naruto said carefully, glad that he was in Sage Mode just in case they needed some fast action. Are you talking about the Kyuubi? Among other things, Tobi said casually, and within the eye holes of the mask he could see the twin Sharingan eyes inside. I'll be collecting everything in the end though, don't you worry. So Zetsu's intel about the location of Naruto and Yugito was correct? That was beautiful. What the hell are you going to do even if you catch us? Naruto asked carefully. I don't think you're with Pain. He accused suddenly, much to Yugito's surprise. Why would he call out the head honcho that had them surrounded? Unless both of you are the boss. But I don't think a god would work with anyone like that. Pain is just a petulant child that has forgotten just who gave him his grandiose ideas and those godly eyes to begin with, Tobi said with a bit of a bite to his tone. He is too much of a loose cannon for me to control any longer, thus I cut him loose. He will of course fail in his endeavor to change the world, but he won't quit. And perhaps he'll do enough damage to make my plans go smoother. What exactly was his endgame? Yugito still didn't understand. This person simply could not be Madara Uchiha, and if he wasn't with Pain who had already declared his intentions with the bijou, what was this man's plan? Just what exactly do you want? Peace, of course. Same as any great man. Tobi admitted openly, a world where everything will be as it should. Where all of the tailed beasts are one once again, the way that they were intended to be before the Rikadu Sennin took it apart. No. Naruto heard the Kyuubi rumble inside of his head, this man is not Madara. His chakra is dark. His Sharingan is strong. But there is still no comparison. It would never forget the real man, and this one was not him. Tobi continued though, and much like the Rikadu Sennin, I will become the Jinchuriki for the reformed Juubi and use its immeasurable power to project my Sharingan onto the moon and cover the world in an eternal Tsukiyomi, so that every living being on the planet will be under my control. No war, no crime. A world of infinite truth. That was his idea of peace? Peace without free will once again, only cranked up past 11, man, you came straight out of a comic strip with that one, didn't you? Naruto said. And he could see how this man's whole peace spiel got to Pain if what he said about the man's ideas were true, you just want to rule the world. He then chuckled a bit, it's okay if you do. I just don't like the fact that everyone acts like they have to bullshit about it and church it up. Domination was domination. Pain wanted to be a god, this Madara person wanted everyone enslaved under his genjutsu. Either way everyone would listen to them without question ideally, so the path taken was meaningless since the end result would be roughly the same. Tobi narrowed his eyes at Naruto behind his mask and even a few of the white zetsus backed away a little bit more, excuse me? You want the world? Naruto repeated, and that's okay. But I just hate the fact that everyone thinks they have to justify themselves with everything they do so that they don't look like a villain. Who cares? You could have just said, I want to be able to keep the world in a Sharingan to run it like a big puppet show. Say what you want about Orochimaru, but at least he never made any excuses about himself. He did what he wanted to do because he thought that he could, and that was all the justification he needed to others. There's no such thing as a hero or a villain, so why waste your time trying to act like one or the other? Surprisingly, Tobi nodded in agreement, you're right, but you're also wrong. I don't care what you or anyone else thinks of me. Nagato is like a petulant child, getting caught up in his own whimsy with his status as God. Don't compare us because I don't want to be God. I don't want to be anyone or anything. All I care about is completing the moons I plan. The moons I plan? Tobi began walking amongst his white Zetsu soldiers. You see, my plans have been mucked up so many times, by your father and by you as well Naruto, that I've got contingency plan after contingency plan set in place in case another one fails. You were the straw that broke the camel's back and made Nagato go off the reservation. You killed Sasuke and sent Itachi into a downward spiral, effectively ruining my plan to sink a user of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with the statue that will contain all of the bijou. You've stopped us from capturing the Nibi and you've killed the majority of Akatsuki in battle even at the cost of your eye. Not a hero, huh? Yugito thought glibly to herself, shooting a quick look at Naruto's back before all of Tobi's words settled in with her. Wait, Naruto's got both eyes. One isn't his. One belongs to Shisui Uchiha, Tobi said, taking glee in exposing something that Naruto had clearly been keeping as close to the vest as possible while glaring heatedly at Naruto. Disguise it all you want to. Like I said, you have more of my property than just the Kyuubi. I want the power of that Sharingan eye. A bit of a rage built up in Naruto at this nameless, faceless interloper exposing something secret. You want my Sharingan power, right? He said before making hand seals and moving one hand up to the seal tattoo on his other arm. Fukahuin, Kai, fire sealing method, release. He grabbed Yugito with his arm that wasn't drenched in cold, dark flames and began to spin around rapidly, creating a storm around himself. Senpu, Ankoku Senpu, Sage Art, Dark Whirlwind. The storm became a firestorm, heated with the flames of Amaterasu from within Naruto's left arm. Tobi and Zetsu evaded with their respective techniques meant to protect them, but the majority of the Zetsu clones were sprayed with unquenchable black flames that spread as they panicked and started running. causing those that hadn't been set on fire to suffer from the Amaterasu burns as well. Who knew that men based on cells of plants were extremely flammable? Naruto settled down from his self-created storm and let go of Yugito, who was rather dizzy in her bijou-fueled state. Quite a sight watching her regain her bearings actually, but quickly enough she did just that, seemingly prepared to fight again, albeit with a slight glare sent Naruto's way. "You think taking down a battalion means anything to me?" Tobi asked as he appeared from an apparent swirl in reality. "Despite the fact that I don't have the power needed to create the maximum amount that I can of the white Zetsu clones, I have more than enough to accomplish any objective I see fit." "Bring as many as you want then," Naruto said, dropping the seal that disguised his implanted Sharingan from view. Yugito let out a gasp at the sight of it. "Even in its slightly mutated form due to Sage Mode, you aren't taking another Jinchuriki, you aren't sealing away another damn bijou. I don't care if you and Pain are having a little lover spat, you're both dead men all the same." With that, he lunged at Tobi and actually kept pace with him, but when he poised a Rasengan in one hand to punch into his foe, he simply passed straight through Tobi as if he were a ghost. What the hell was that? He became intangible. His senses in Sage Mode allowed him to dodge a swing of Tobi's war fan that he then placed on his back when Naruto smartly got out of range so that he could figure out what the hell that had been. Tobi just glared at Naruto. He had sent the real Zetsu away as he couldn't risk losing his eyes around the world and his greatest spy due to a violent outburst from a Jinchuriki. He had lost enough valuable commodities in the members of Akatsuki due to missteps and various misfortunes all across the board. That sword. The hilt of that sword had knocked against his body and the fan on his back when Naruto passed through him. Did he notice? Damn his bothersome clan. The Uzumaki clan that had such close marital ties to Hashirama Senju, the Shodai Hokage of Konoha. It always came back to Konoha. 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 Ever right from the beginning of his plans, who was it that cut off his first strong attempt to take the things that he wanted? The Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. Who was it that circumvented his getting revenge on Konoha and the Uchiha clan by plunging them into bloody civil war? The elite Anbu Captain Itachi Uchiha and his selfless act of patriotism. Who tore apart Akatsuki and killed the most easy to manipulate path of obtaining a sacrifice with eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and Sasuke Uchiha? Naruto Uzumaki. And to add salt into the wound, it simultaneously drove Itachi past the brink, making him impossible to rein in any longer. Even with that, there had been an opportunity to turn Itachi into his finest apprentice, but before Tobi could even begin the manipulation to set that in motion, what happened? Danzo Shimura of Konoha's root wound up doing battle with Itachi and taking him with him in death. And Kisame died as well. It was always Konoha. Tobi had been patient. He had waited, schemed, planned, made backup plans, took his defeats and licked his wounds to come back another day. But no matter how large his successes elsewhere, when it came back to that damnable village and their will of fire, they always somehow threw a wrench in anything he had set forth. "Enough was enough, Uzumaki," he said with a cold calm tone that promised nothing good. "I will tell you now that there is absolutely nothing you can do to stop me. You very well may kill Pain off the way you've said, but I am a different breed. Mark my words, boy, and mark them well. I have survived your predecessors, your parents, your masters, and no matter what I will survive you as well. I'm not afraid to die, even if you did have the balls to fight me yourself," Naruto stated firmly. "If you think being a rat and hiding in the dark for decades is going to work this time, you obviously don't know what makes Root who we are." No. Tobi was hiding from the world no longer. Now, when he was closer than ever before to achieving everything he desired, he was not going to go back to square one and start from scratch yet again. "I am smarter than you," Tobi began to say, his fists tightening brutally at his sides. "I am more prepared for any and all occurrences that you and yours are capable of. I'll break your spirit, I'll destroy everything you believe that your little bubble of protection has encircled, and when you've hit rock bottom, I've taken everything from you and made you watch it all. When I've stripped the bijou from every last Jinchuriki and you've been saved for last, I'll make sure your spirit is broken, I'll make sure you know that it was me. And then I will drain your bijou and your very soul from your body through your mouth." Activating the seal on his arm, Naruto absorbed the Amaterasu flames littering the field safely back into his left arm and flexed it out as he glared at Tobi. "If you're so confident, why run away? Fight me now." At that, Tobi just started laughing deeply. Laughing as if it was all just one big joke. "No. No, 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 no. I don't think you heard me, Naruto. You do not dictate any of this. You do not get to decide when or if this ever ends. This is all up to me. So have your little war. Gain your personal glory. Take what you believe will be your steps toward becoming the Hokage of Danzo's dreams. I just hope that when everything is over and you tally up the score, if you're alive to do it that is, that you can say that you gained more than you lost. Kaden, Raizao Hari, fire release, laser beam. A thin red high-speed laser pierced straight through Tobi's body, right through the heart, as he let out a cry of pain and stumbled back. Naruto turned to Yugito, who had her mouth open from firing the shot. I was sick of hearing him talk. It's a good thing he had tunnel vision on you so I could shut him up. Tobi continued to gasp in pain until he lowered his hands from where Yugito shot him to reveal that he had no wound on his person at all. Once again he started laughing at the fact that he had managed to make Yugito believe that she had harmed him. Not a mark on me, Tobi said, you'll have to work a bit harder than that if you want to even scratch my masked pussycat. He taunted before getting caught in a swirl vortex that teleported him away, his laughter echoing out all the while. So that teleporting thing was the real deal after all. Naruto thought to himself with a frown. Turning to his side he saw Yugito calming down and reverting back to normal from her drawing upon Matatabi's chakra. You okay, Yugi-chan? I'm fine. Yugito grumbled. How did her jutsu pass right through him? It was like he was a ghost, but he was right there. She knew he was. He had never substituted himself of any cop-out kind of crap like that. She hit him dead on with her fastest and most focused attack and it did nothing. Who was that guy? The coward. He was all set to come out and run his mouth like he had them in check when he had them surrounded, but the second it seemed like there was going to be an actual fight, and his little army was as effective as dry tinder against opponents that could actually stand up to them face to face, he left with the greatest of haste, even if they couldn't hit him. Tobi didn't seem like the type to stand and fight if he didn't need to though. He was nobody, Naruto said lowly. He spared one glance at the now quiet battlefield that was littered with the ash from dead white Zetsu clones and let out a sigh. Come on. We need to keep going to get you home. Who knows how many more of those stupid things are raising hell in other Kumo camps. Naruto never made promises to himself or to anyone else. Promises made you and others die in the end. But this time before he killed that bastard, whoever he was, Naruto promised himself that he was going to rip that mask clean off of his face even if he had to pull his head off with it. Still, his sword had hit Tobi when his hands and chakra had not. Due to his sensitivity to everything around him in Sage mode, Naruto was able to clearly feel when his sword had hit even in the state that his enemy had been in. Did I imagine that or was it the real deal? The great chakra beast within him that drew the chakra from nature needed for Sage mode grinned with its big white teeth from the mental landscape inside. Senju. You magnificent bastard. I understand what that sword is really meant to do. What? I'll tell you later, boy. Now look alive. Matatabi's host is waiting on you. Touching at the hilt that still had some residual vibration, Naruto looked over at Yugito, who seemed to be amazed and confused at the fact that there was a Sharingan sitting in his right eye socket. Activating the lens back now wasn't going to make that conversation go away. Oh man. What was he going to say about this one? XXX. Amigakure no Sato, Pain's Tower. The war was going poorly, all things considered. Though Suna wasn't an offensive factor in the battles, they hadn't been conquered or defeated either. They were crippled, but not out of it. Konoha was stretched thin, fighting a war on two fronts as well as reinforcing Suna just in case they were attacked again, but they were rolling the enemy back and closing in on Kusagakure, and they had smashed through the defenses of the CNF in Shimo no Kuni. The western portion of the Federation, his portion, they were staying strong despite the failed march on Suna because of Pain's presence as the overall leader. Not to mention the fact that other than the one battle they were not losing the war decisively the way it seemed to be everywhere else. The only positive for certain that could be taken as something going their way was the fact that Kiri was still unable to make a landing on the mainland for whatever reason. That and Iwagakure saw fit to stay out of absolutely everything for the time being, avoiding supporting one side or the other and remaining neutral. So Suna could not attack due to their situation. Kiri had not entered into the war in earnest due to whatever maritime purposes prevented them from doing so. Kumo was muddled in a quagmire of a conflict dealing with a focus of all the smaller villages they had bullied over the past few decades in their region while building up their military power, and Konoha was stretched too thin to focus an attack at heavily fortified Amigakure despite the fact that they were doing serviceably well in the field. All alone again. The emaciated and red-haired Nagato said from his chair inside of his room, "I'm all alone again, Konan," he said as the rain poured down outside. This time it wasn't Ame's climate doing so. It was Nagato, or Pain, doing it himself to make sure no outsiders were inside of his village. There would be no spies in this wartime, I amassed the strongest group of shinobi in the entire land to help me bring about my world of peace, and now what? Due to Tobi's treachery it's down to you and I again, while he flitters about setting fires who knows where. In all honesty, the two had been in the silence of each other's presence for hours before Nagato had spoken up. There wasn't any need to say anything, Nagato. Konan uttered quietly. I'm at war with the world, Nagato continued pitifully, turning his head to look outside at the high view of the village. The reconstruction being done was being done for war. Buildings were being, if Yahiko were here he started to say before trailing off, it doesn't matter anymore. You are the only person that I can count on. Nodding in the dimly lit room, Konan's face gave a small and almost unnoticeable smile in return, of course. No matter how she felt about the war in general, Nagato was literally the only thing that she had. She had been hoping that she possessed the ability to talk him down, to put an end to this before it got too big to stop. That all changed dramatically when he actually committed Amigakure to moving on Suna, officially marking that moment as the point of no return. For the majority of her life she had learned how to exploit weakness. Weakness of all sorts, including things like fear, greed, pride, all of these things and more to get people to do what she needed them to do for her friends and loved ones. And as she watched those dwindle down to just one, she found that nothing she had learned to help in this action would work out in this regard, and the reason for that was simple. Nagato truly believed everything that he told the people around him. He was not lying when he considered himself a deity due to his Rinnegan, that was how he felt. He was not lying when he assured everyone in Amigakure that they would be the chosen that showed the world the way when his plans finally came to fruition. These were the things that he believed in from the second he woke up in the morning until the very moment that his eyes closed at night. The reason that there had never been anything Konan could do to dissuade Nagato was because when you were dealing with true believers, none of those previously mentioned weaknesses are there. All you can do is either help or get out of the way. And Konan had made her decision that even if it went against what she felt her original morals were, even if they were in the wrong, even if they eventually brought the world to ruin in trying to save it, she would stand by Nagato. For the simple reason that he was all that she had left, and she would take her own life 1,000 times over before she ever let him die alone. She would stay by his side and they would win, even if they were wrong. And even if they were in the wrong, did it really matter when they were the ones that were the victors? No. Because right and wrong were determined by who was left to tell the story afterwards. What do you need of me, Nagato? Konan asked resolutely. For the first time in quite a long while, Nagato actually smiled. It was a smile that would never be seen by anyone other than the closest of the people to him, which narrowed down the number of people that would see it to Konan and no one else. The woman really was an angel. His angel at least. And since he was God, it made him the same thing. At any and all costs he could not lose Konan. This was why he kept her from participating in active battles during the war. This was also why he had never dispatched her beyond the limits of his view to collect a Jinchuriki, because if Konan had been lost in any way he himself would have no inkling of what he would do. I need you to scout out Hai no Kuni. Nagato told Konan, who was listening intently. Defensive capabilities have been underestimated in the past during the invasion of Suna, thus when I plan the attack on Konoha this time I need the entire story. I need to know how complete their defenses are down to the last detail. It is of the utmost importance. Meanwhile I will send out the next orders to other villages. Kuzo must hold out for as long as possible. Konan nodded with a serious look on her face. Whatever you need of me, Nagato. Things were too far along to stop now. It was time to bring things back to basics, just a bit larger in scale. She would protect Amigakure and bring it peace by first waging war. The man was not God. Not to Konan. But that was what made it more important than ever that she stuck by him. XXX. Some time later, Konohagakure no Sato. Tsunade couldn't help the smile that pulled at her lips as she read the message from Takigakure. Negotiations. That was one heavy hitter down. They had already pulled their forces away from the defense of Kuza's territories and left a big gaping hole in the defense strategies of the Western CNF. They didn't have the will or the resources to fight Konoha any longer. Because even though they didn't list it, they were missing their secret weapon of the hero water, and even though they hadn't written it, their village had been torn asunder from within before their mystery attackers withdrew. Without the ace in the hole of their water or their Jinchuriki, they felt naked. Any confidence they had in their defenses got spat on when their village was set ablaze. Several high-ranking shinobi were killed, and their village leader was killed along with them right in the most sacred place in the entire village. If a small unidentified squad could do that, what would the actual army do once they finished up in Kuza and turned their attentions back to them? Damn it, She hated to say it because of what Danzo had stood for throughout most of her dealings with him prior to her return to Konoha, but Root was incredible. She still had most of the regular Anbu committed to important duties running select missions out on the battlefront behind enemy lines to assist the main army. But Root did things dirty. They went for the throat. Along with that, and their apparent fearlessness to do any mission they saw fit to benefit Konoha, they were willing, as had already been shown, to strike at the heart of the enemy in the most dangerous places. Doing it themselves so that Tsunade didn't have to utilize any vital Anbu squads and risk losing them over something so insane. It was a load off of her mind, but she still had to be wary. They had done their work so that they would never have to report on a thing. The only reason Tsunade knew that they had gone at all was because the results of their work had been blatant. She had given them the go-ahead to do as they pleased, and they wasted no time whatsoever. Perhaps now she could see why her sensei Hiruzen kept Danzo around when it was clear that he still had Root after he had ordered it to be disbanded? He did it because things still got done and he had plausible deniability. Not that it mattered while they were at war. Almost anything was justifiable these days. But that would be something supremely useful in times of peace. Tsunade thought to herself as she set Takigakure's message aside to think. She'd strong-arm them using her grandfather's name to guilt-trip the hell out of them and scare them as well, and then she'd let them sweat it out on the vine a bit while they sacked Kusa. That would merely take days at this point. Was it possible to underestimate the strongest villages in the world? It seemed like it was. Too bad for them, there were certain portions of Konoha's system that didn't come off as weak on the surface as the rest of the village did with their overall philosophy. Because the thing about their whole will of fire concept that most people abroad didn't seem to grasp until it was too late was the fact that the most important aspect of fire was that it burned. XXX. With Naruto, Kumagakure no Sato. What? From the office of the Raikage, an entire desk was hurled and smashed right through the wall, flying through the air over the heads of many of the villagers into the distance. A was in a rather foul mood when Yugito reported back and she and Naruto told him what they needed to. At first he was in a fantastic mood, and had preparations immediately made for his assistant Mabui to send word to the army getting cut apart with the tunnel guerrilla tactics in Shimo-no-Kuni, but then he received word of an entire company being taken down in battle, that went along with another report of something similar from the week prior, marking it as the second company to be destroyed in 2 weeks. White Zetsus? A growled to himself, sitting in his chair that no longer had a desk in front of it, clones that can perform perfect transformations right down to the chakra. An artificial army. Where was the pride? It was simply a sign that the end was near, it seemed, the days that one can rely on an army of ninjas that one can merely spawn ready to do battle. Then we're all obsolete and useless. Damn Madara Uchiha. He isn't a part of the war, so what is his game? It was time to get the word out to his forces, to find some sort of system to routinely identify who was truly a Kumo ninja. A squad of the White Zetsus must have somehow gotten the chakra signatures of his troops on a mission and slipped back into the camps in their places. This could never be allowed to happen again. Naruto, Yugito, and Mabui stood in front of the Raikage while behind them at the far wall the hole from where A's desk had been thrown was prevalent. They were all ignoring it though. Sorry that you had to see that, Mabui said quietly to Naruto, it doesn't happen that often. That was code for, it happens all the time, don't think too badly of us. Someone had to save face for the Raikage, why not his assistant? He just waved off the concern and attempt to save face. If seeing someone destroy furniture and office infrastructure made him uneasy about someone's right to be a cage, he'd probably have been questioning Tsunade's aptitude based on that from the jump of her reign due to the amount of money that had been spent on replacement desks, chairs, etc. Yugito's focus was on her village leader though. Madatabi and Naruto-kun's Kyubi say that this man doesn't feel like the real Madara Uchiha. They feel something, but if it was the real deal I truly doubt he would have run away from us, Raikage-sama. Madara Uchiha was infamous for his enjoyment of battle and showing his skills. He was also not the type to dally. If that man knew that he could beat both Naruto and Yugito, which the real one could have, without a doubt, he wouldn't have wasted a moment. The name in of itself was a sort of weapon. And for someone that claimed that they didn't want to be anyone, why not take the name of one of the most famous ninjas in history to achieve his own ends? I'll commit a force to searching for and hunting this man. The Raikage declared, moving to pound his fist on his desk that was no longer there. Mabui gave him a deadpan look when he got up and ran over to a punching bag that he destroyed with one hit instead. For now we move through Shimo-no-Kuni and stamp out the fighting there. Mabui turned back to Naruto to give a bit more detail into what was expected, With Konoha having broken through and with the information you've given us that will allow us to do the same, we can finish up the battle southwest of here together. From there we can commit forces to help you fight on the western side of your country against Amigakure's led forces in Pain. First Sanshao no Hanzo and now this Pain character, said as he walked back to his desk and retook his seat. Amigakure seems to have a habit of producing troublingly powerful shinobi, don't they? I think I liked Hanzo more though. I can't say I'm much of a fan of mass murder. Despite taking a vicious beatdown the first time around, Naruto was not afraid of Pain in the least, Rinnegan or not. His entire demeanor simply rubbed him the wrong way. He seemed like too much woe is me. More so than anyone else Naruto had ever met. So much so that he had to teach the world his pain? Teach them all true pain? Give him a break. Strong or not, he's weak somewhere else, Naruto said with his arms crossed and a scowl on his face as he thought back to his one meeting with the man, his village, and the actions that had been taken since then. What kind of man goes and calls himself a god and feels secure in starting a world war? Usually it's someone who feels so sorry for himself that they'll feel justified doing anything. Megalomaniacs are basically just big, whiny losers. It didn't make them any less dangerous though. I gave Naruto a look of interest while Mabui and Yugito looked surprised at the scathing statement. That kid really didn't like Pain at all. Either he was still sore from the ass-kicking that the Ame leader gave him, or it was something deeper. The aforementioned ass-kicking probably didn't help though. Be that as it may, Naruto's mission was done. The job done getting Yugito home safely is much appreciated. Uzumaki said gruffly as some of the Kumo ninjas stationed at home for duties there came in and set down a new desk in place of the one that A had sent flying. The Raikage merely acted as if it was business as usual. The problem now lies with how to get you back to your village safely in return. You are free to stay here much in the same capacity that Yugito did in Konoha. Now that sounded good to Yugito. To have Naruto stay with her and indulge in her hospitality until she was slated to go out into the field and join the battle. That hospitality probably wouldn't wind up with them leaving her home until that point, but it would have been just alright with her. She'd have made it be just alright with him too. Naruto's mind quickly fell to a similar state of thinking for a moment. Tsunade Bakken did say that I needed to take some kind of downtime. But still, no. He couldn't do that, even if it would have been quite a vacation to have. His godfather, his comrades en route, and the friends that he had fought with for years were all working without rest. Hell, he was supposed to be some kind of stamina freak super soldier. Well, with great expectations. That sounds great. But still, I've got to go home. Kumo needed Yugi-chan here, and I can't just sit up here while everyone from home is fighting. Still, getting back through Shimo no Kuni now that the war had undoubtedly opened up wide in that theater of operations was going to be a problem in of itself. A's powerful hand slammed down on the desk with a resounding crash. Those things had to be built sturdy for the imposing powerhouse of a Raikage, so they had to at least be able to stand up to outbursts as weak as that. It's decided then. We'll have an escort take you back. Naruto raised an eyebrow, as did Yugito, while Mabui sheepishly scratched her cheek. That's okay, I can just skywalk back. I insist on it, I said in a tone that left no room for argument. The Raikage was a stubborn, headstrong man with the power to back it up. Head south and we can sail you around the islands that block the mainland. We won't be attacked from shore that way, and we can drop you in Kuni, far closer to your home in Konoha-held territory. It would be easier now that the chunk of land that separated the two powerful hidden villages was now being overrun by both of them. The northeastern CNF wasn't going to be able to stop ships from shore if they were too busy worrying about getting their heads lopped off on the ground. Actually, that sounded pretty sweet. All of that running got old. Even if he used his perfected burst limit in Sage mode to just run on the skies to get home, he'd be exhausted upon doing so. In no condition to take another S-rank mission once he returned without some rest. At least this way he could rest on the boat ride and run back to Konoha normally when it landed, leaving him in good enough condition to set out again immediately right after. Alright Raikage-sama, Naruto said with a good-natured smile on his face, I accept. XXX. Kuni, near the border of Ta no Kuni. Jiraiya hoped that Naruto had gotten past the difficulties of the country and had stayed far ahead enough of the battle to safely travel to Kamagakure, but since he had heard no word from any advance team still driving deeper into the heart of the territory, he figured that his godson was fine. Within the week Konoha would reach Shimogakure itself and hope to knock them right out of the war. Hey, he still had it. In the west, Konoha had broken out across the Tenchi Bridge days before he had, and they were still fighting through that weird land setup. He'd wind up doing mop-up duty in this region before they managed to force Taki or Kusa to surrender first. Yet another reason why Jiraiya was the self-professed greatest and most shining example of manhood in the entire world. He needed to teach a damn special course in the academy meant only for the young men. He'd call it something like, Being Awesome 101, aka Remedial Badass, or something like that. Delusions of grandeur aside, Jiraiya actually had a problem at hand. Not with the advance because that was going smoothly. When the tunnels were rendered useless, no one could retreat fast enough to cause a delay in Konoha's assault with a defensive stand. None of Konoha's forces were getting bogged down anywhere, and the CNF couldn't run away fast enough to defend. With Kumo slowly advancing as well with their large war machine, the plan was simple. Kumo would take down Hoshigakure and focus their attention back to the northern section of Kaminari no Kuni, where they were being pestered by some of the smaller sections of ninja society that saw the war as a chance to take their shots at the lumbering military juggernaut that was Kumo. On the other hand, with Kumo stopping the powerhouse Hoshi ninja, Konoha would continue to clean up the rest of the country after finishing off Shimogakure, which was the major conspirator of this region. The problem wasn't in the plan itself or how they were going about getting to work on it. The problem was that the rear line for Konoha was being arbitrarily pestered. This had been a problem even when they had been locked in a stalemate at the border of Shimo. But it was still happening. Otogakure wasn't in the war, but they wanted to get their pound of flesh, it seemed, and they were taking it guerrilla style. He handed off control of the division to Shikaku Nara temporarily in order to take a select few with him and backtrack. Further back than the rear line. Back beyond where they had initially been stopped and into Ta no Kuni, the notorious main stomping grounds of Oto. It was probably for the best anyway. He really wasn't any kind of Jounin commander. He was simply perceived as being the man that headed the division up due to his experience and his name notoriety. While he wasn't bad at it, Shikaku was better equipped for directing large forces than him. Just leave the direct battlefield action and coordination from there to him. He was best in the field taking things into his own hands. Of course he had brought help as well. A young man with a nose that belonged to the best tracking clan in Konoha, another stoic young man with a shrewd analytical mind and versatile insects at his command, and a young woman with all-seeing eyes. And a figure that was quite pleasant for Jiraiya. At least if the trip was a red herring, he'd have that little cutie to look at on the way back. Team 8 seemed completely stunned when Jiraiya asked for them by name and pulled them from the front lines to work with them. They didn't know he was even aware of who they were. Needless to say, Kiba's ego swelled greatly. So whose ass do you need us specifically to kick? Kiba asked, and Akamaru barked in agreement as they moved through the trees in Oto country. The boisterous exuberance from the Ninken controlling ninja didn't put Jiraiya off at all. He liked that kind of thing. I'm sure you've heard about the attacks coming from behind the front lines. About how supply lines are being hit by attacks from Oto. Well, let's just say we're going to be scouting out exactly where they're coming from. We're going to be fighting a war against Otogakure as well? Hinata asked uneasily. She was just starting to feel a bit better since the war in Shimo no Kuni had finally started going well. Now there were even more enemies to fight? Well, they seem to want to pick a fight, Jiraiya said, turning to wink reassuringly at the young teen girl. I can't just let them keep picking away at the people that I'm responsible for and let them get away with it. Don't worry, honey, I wouldn't have selected you for this if I didn't think you were capable of handling it. That was enough to settle Hinata's nerves. This man was the sensei of the Yondaime Hokage and of Naruto. If he felt secure in bringing them along to assist him, it was fine, and she had to believe in such. Now was not the time to be tentative. One had to be decisive in such times of turmoil. Kunai wasn't there. She was back in Konoha with the child that she and Asuma had brought into the world. That meant that Hinata had to be doubly strong and show that she could be relied upon just like her other two teammates. The people that kept being ambushed needed her to be at her best as well. Of course we can handle it, Kiba continued to spout off at the mouth. Just make sure you get a good look in case something happens. You're going to want to train me as your next apprentice, I guarantee it. It'd be fitting too, since I'm gonna be Hokage one day. A bark of laughter came from Jiraiya in return. Nice spirit, kid, but I'm officially retired from training future Hokage. One was enough. The second one I trained that's going to be Hokage took a few years off of my life and wound up with me losing my arm. I don't think I'll even live long enough to finish training the next one. That is highly unlikely, Jiraiya-sama, Shino said in his usual stoic way. Why? It is of course because your age is not as advanced as your speech would imply. Missing arm or not, you are still on the level of the Hokage in terms of combat capability. And don't you kids forget it. Jiraiya finished for Shino before launching into a tangent. I know how you young guns are, looking for the big break to shoot yourselves into legend. I ain't a notch in anyone's belt. If you brats are ever feeling salty, the almighty Jiraiya-sama will be your tequila. Just go ahead and sprinkle some salt on your hand, take a lick, and take a shot of Jiraiya, but don't get drunk or else you'll wind up with my foot in your ass and my fist in your mouth. All of Team 8 just looked at Jiraiya strangely before Shino spoke up again. I'm not sure what you just said, but I'm quite sure that you meant it. Whatever, Kiba said before sniffing at the air again. I've still got Genai's scent. One of the people taken in one of the raids on the supply lines, Kiba already knew of him quite well, having worked with him some in the past, and had gotten his scent from the belongings he had left at camp for what was supposed to be a short mission. Like more than a few others, he never returned due to his capture. With a nod, Jiraiya motioned forward for Kiba to lead the team along with Akamaru. They'd find the current location of the Oto interlopers and then he'd commit a strike force to take the bastards down. XXX. Hidden Otogakure Base, Ta no Kuni. Just about ready, Kabuto said to himself in a gleeful voice as he walked through the dark halls of his underground facility. It was a voice filled with self-satisfying sentiment, of hard work well done, of something worth the effort being put into it. In his opinion it was of course well deserved. He had taken the most forbidden of secret techniques to its absolute pinnacle. And he still wasn't done with it yet. He still had one more grand move left to make. It was said that the meek would inherit the earth. That was wholly inaccurate. The earth would always be passed down to who was left, simple as that. So in order to have the world, one only needed the ambition and intelligence to take it, keep it, and control it to your liking. Most importantly, in order to truly have the world, one required a body that ensured that you would never have to give it up. Orochimaru was ahead of the curve when it came to that mindset, though his desire for wishing to be immortal was much smaller. I think I should give this a final test run. To see just how complete the jutsu is before I begin my final plan, Kabuto said as he entered a block of the base that contained tightly bound and sedated prisoners. Due to his medical expertise, he was able to keep them in a state that was very easy for him to do what he needed. It was a good thing too, because the vast majority of these prisoners had been Konoha ninjas snatched right off of the roads on their way to the front lines. That tended to make for rather testy and disagreeable prisoners, and Kabuto was not a fan of that. Besides, he needed copious amounts of bodies for his experimentation. In the middle of the floor in the facility sat a completely immobile Konoha ninja, showing that he had recently been captured in a struggle due to the scrapes and wounds on his person. That was meaningless now though. He was just supposed to be a medium. Blood of some sort was smeared on a special scroll that Kabuto set down on the floor, and a large seal array spread out underneath the captured ninja. Though he couldn't move, his eyes were filled with fear as to his fate, and it only increased further when he heard Kabuto utter the name of the jutsu he planned on using, as if it was some cruel way to get his kicks off of reading the expressions on his dulled victims. Kushios, Edo Tensei, Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Ash began to cover the poor hapless ninja's body, and enough awareness returned to allow him to scream in outright pain and horror as the life of another was brought back to the realm of the living at the cost of his own. All of the prisoners bore witness to this for the first time, as Kabuto usually had a prisoner moved to his personal lab before testing the jutsu on them. Kabuto just chuckled smugly to himself as the assimilation took place and the yells died down. He allowed the newly restored ninja of his choice's body time to settle down. As he walked forward and planted the control talisman in the summoned soul's head, he felt as if something of a score had been settled. The gray and cracked skin of the decayed body's appearance began to gain life again, and the person seemed to awaken from a slumber. What am I? Kabuto? Stand up. Kabuto ordered, and his eyes twinkled in dark mirth as the soul under his control did just that. It felt almost ironic. You should have killed me instead of thinking I was too pathetic to waste the effort on after you ended Orochimaru-sama's life. And to think, with all of that effort you put out to kill him, you still wound up under the control of someone beneath you. Standing in front of Kabuto, with a hateful glare on his face despite the fact that he could do nothing about his situation, was Sasuke Uchiha, you bottom feeder. He seethed in anger as his Sharingan subconsciously turned on. Ooh, and your Sharingan is still in perfect condition, Kabuto said. That's just perfect for what I plan on doing with this jutsu. Now I believe some curious folks from your home are on the way to try and discover the fate of their comrades that I captured. Greet them accordingly, would you? XXX. Waterway south of Kaminari no Kuni. Ever a Raikage, true to his word, provided a small transport ship to get Naruto to the peninsula tip of Yuno Kuni, where he could get himself home to Konoha at a quicker pace. And he had a crew doing all of the work, allowing Naruto to simply get to the crux of something he needed to approach. Sitting on the deck of the ship in the sunlight and the sea air, Naruto held up his heirloom sword that he had been using for over 2 years. He had still yet to crack the secrets of the sealing arrays inscribed on it, and even Hamako had trouble with most of it. He knew some things, like how it was created under Hashirama's orders as a gift to Uzushigakure, a weapon that could somehow use yin-yang chakra due to having Madara Uchiha's chakra sealed within it. It could even cut into time and space, but Naruto had no idea how to do that yet. Okay QB. Naruto thought instead of speaking aloud so that he didn't seem crazed. He didn't take into account that the people there were used to Nutso Jinchuriki like Kirabai, but he didn't live in Kumo either. Time to give me some food for thought here. What do you figure about the sword? Your sword cuts time and space when you channel chakra into it, you just can't see the tears. You've been trying to find out how to jump through the tears, but that is impossible. It closes far too quickly. Even if you could see them, you would be unable to get through them. You aren't fast enough, and the only reason you can see them is because of your Sharingan eye. I was thinking more along the lines of you telling me stuff that I didn't know instead of you cutting me down verbally. Naruto thought with a dry expression on his face, I know you get your kicks off of that kind of thing, but save that for our downtime. You don't take downtime. Kyubi pointed out with a perturbed gruff. It liked being just as lazy as many humans seem to enjoy, but since the war started Naruto had been working his ass off, either in training to be ready or since his missions started in life and death battles on set assignments. Now shut your lips and learn. Instead of focusing on what you can do, focus on what you see with that detestable eye of yours when you swing the blade. He saw a distortion in the air. Now what did you see when the Madara impersonator used his jutsu for space and time? Kyubi already knew. Since learning Senjutsu through Naruto, it got an even wider range of senses for the things that Naruto did. It could even see through Naruto's eyes and feel what he felt whenever he was in sage mode. It could tell Naruto flat out, but it was more fun to watch he squirm and figure it out. You saw it when you passed right through his body as well. I know, because you saw it in slow motion and got an eyeful. It wasn't like there was much figuring to do when Naruto knew full well what the Kyubi was alluding to, the air warped like when I swing the sword. Just bigger because it had to work for the size of an entire human body. His outburst got some attention, but not too much, are you telling me? And he gets it. And your prize for deducing the clues will be cutting that fuck down to size when I see him again. He screwed your family by making them sacrifice themselves for your village. He screwed you on the day you were born by setting me with you and marking you as a target for the rest of your life. Most importantly, he screwed me as well by using me for his plot and continuing to try and do so. You had better kill him painfully. I'm sure getting cut to shreds with the Senenki no Ken's transformed state is going to be painful enough. Naruto thought, pulling enough of the sword free from the sheath to look at some of the seals engraved on the steel of the weapon. Why was this thing made the way it is? I don't understand what the Shodai forged this to do. It couldn't have just been a gift. Gifts looked nice. Gifts didn't distort time and space with every swing. Damn ancestors and their damn secrets. Hamako was good when it came to Fuuinjutsu, but she didn't know much else about secret Uzushigakure things. Could a few of them be alive so that he could pick someone's brain for all of this stuff? XXX. Elsewhere at sea. Karin sharply turned in a direction after a chakra signature came to her immediate attention. Thinking of the person behind it made her seethe in rage at the thought of what they had done to her beloved Sasuke, Uzumaki. Without wasting any time, she stomped toward the pirate captain Gataro, who was manning the helm, and turned him around before pointing in the direction that she felt her most hated enemy in. Go that way. Right now. That's not even the direction of Kiri woman. Gataro responded saltily, you want to break the blockade? Your heavy-hitting buddies are the main reason it's held so easily. I don't care, Karin said. While Madara, Tobi, had given them the orders and had granted Suigetsu with Kubikiribushu in return for their cooperation, she cared nothing for it in the end. That dusty old fart could say and do what he wanted, this superseded everything else to her, do it. Gataro was just a hair away from backhanding that miserable bitch the way he had been planning on doing for a month, but the same thing that always stopped him from doing so stopped him again. Is there a problem? It was a kid that could turn himself into water and apparently had a thing for cutting off the limbs of his enemies in battle. Suigetsu was very unpleasant to say the least. And they were pirates. What's up now, Gataro? He asked from directly behind Gataro, alarmingly close. He had never felt him get close. He had never admitted to being afraid of anyone before, but he had seen Suigetsu devastate everything that had come their way at sea for a month, and he seemed to relish in every bit of it. This young man terrified him to the core. Nothing, Gataro said, trying to defuse the situation. The girl wants to break the blockade to head northwest. That was all? The look on Suigetsu's face said that he was fine with that. He didn't care a bit where they went. The training he was getting with his swords was absolutely incredible, so let's go. Why do you give a crap about this blockade? You're pirates, and you already got paid by that masked douche, so who cares what you do? He cared because Madara scared the hell out of him and killed a large amount of his underlings when he visited his island to employ them to raise havoc at sea. The last thing he wanted was a man that could teleport anywhere wishing to take his life, especially since he had already proven how easy it was. He'll kill us. I'll kill you too. Suigetsu pointed out with a threatening grin as he put his finger to Gataro's head in the form of a gun. I'll just enjoy it better. He then turned his gaze toward Karin and saw how angry she seemed. What do you got? Karin turned towards him and narrowed her eyes. Do you feel like killing Naruto now? I'm sick of waiting. Madara is never going to let us go after him. He's doing this to get us out of the way. An opponent that he knew was strong? And he was also the one that had coincidentally disrupted their happy little family among other things that he had done. Suigetsu was all raring to go. Anytime, let's roll. I'm sure Juugo's getting sick of staying on this tub. If we don't find him someone to vent on soon, he might stop being such a tree hugger and kill some of these poor bastards. Besides, he didn't listen to that jackass in the mask anyway. He only went along with it to get Seimata, and now that he had that, Hiramkare, and Kubikirabushu, he didn't need to listen to that man any longer. To hell with him and his damn blockade of Mizu no Kuni. What did they care if Kiri managed to reach the mainland? As a matter of fact, what did Madara care? With a war it would be far easier for him to find the rest of the 7 swords. Hearsay of the swords being used somewhere somehow would reach him easier even though they were lost, and he would be right on whoever had it like a bloodhound. A rather devious smirk took form on Karin's face as she addressed the ship's captain Gataro again. There. You heard him. So go where I tell you to, and head that way, she said, pointing in the direction of where she could sense Naruto's absurd amounts of chakra. It was like the damn North Star to her. She could find it anywhere if she just looked up into the sky at night. It was one star that was about to burn out though, because they were going to put it out. Figuring that it was best to listen to the guy with the massive swords that could sink entire ships all by himself, or at least the girl that could have him killed by that same person despite the fact that they seemed to hate each other most of the time, Gataro changed course of his ship at Karin's behest. He really wished the ninja world would have left him alone in his stronghold on Battleship Island. There he was the man. But now he was stuck in the middle of a world war on a ship with 2 homicidal figures and a bossy chick with a fluctuating personality. And now they were going to chase down the ship of some poor bastard. Kami have mercy on his soul. XXX. Naruto blocked a sneeze to keep from spraying nastiness everywhere as he had been in the middle of a conversation with Hamako via the seal that connected the two of them. Gross, Naruto said, sniffing as he returned to his conversation. Okay. So I guess I'll ask Hamako-chan to ask Tsunade Bakken what missions she'll have ready for me when I come back. What's up, Mr. 9? What's up, B? Naruto said offhandedly before blinking in confusion. That wasn't right. Kirabai couldn't leave Kumo because he was the village's guardian or some other crap like that. So why did Naruto turn around to see a very muscular black man with sunglasses and a huge grin on his face? Why are you here? He asked, trying his hardest to keep things straight and to not freak out. The other amassed Kumo shinobi on board had plenty of reason to do so, and the only thing that kept them from doing it was the fact that at least they were sailing away from Kumo at this point. My big bro A is harshing my vibe. So I figured vacation time, Kirabai said, picking Naruto up off of the ground and throwing an arm around his fellow Jinchuriki. What better way to spend a vacation than chillin' with my homie from another nation? There's a war going on right now. Naruto deadpanned. He liked Kirabai because he was a generally good guy, but seriously. He himself wasn't that headstrong, he listened to orders. Kirabai was a serious maverick and had issues with authority. More than Naruto did by far. B, go home. Kirabai basically ignored him and walked around the ship, still keeping a powerful grip on Naruto. Hell no, he said firmly, when I go home A's gonna have my head. I might as well have fun before I end up dead. This was going to be a long-ass ship ride. Ye tilde ah. Gonna write some vacation lyrics. Some ship ride rhymes. Chapter 63, A Stroke of Absurdity. The middle of the goddamn ocean, miles and miles away from Kamagakure. And Kirabai was there. What the hell? Wasn't he in that huge valley outside of the village that he called his home? How did he even know that Naruto was in Kumo, let alone that he was taking a ship out of Kaminari no Kuni back home to Hai no Kuni? He was only there long enough to drop off Yugito and tell the Raikage about their little episode with the enemy. Talk about having an ear to the ground. B. Why are you following me home? In his head, Naruto was well aware of just how much hot water all of the Kumo sailors on board were. For Kami's sake, the strongest ninja in Kamagakure managed to sneak away from his village at a time of war under their watch for a vacation of sorts. Your brother is gonna kill him? Kill everybody on the ship that let it happen? Kill Naruto for even being loosely involved with it? And after all of that time trying to get in good with the Kumo high brass too. Naruto didn't want to eat a lariat. Not a chance. He liked his head on his shoulders and his spine lined up the way that they were already. Thank you very much. I ain't gonna do a thing, Kirabai stated, waving off his fellow Jinchuriki's concern. I got that fool played like a puppet on a string. He'd get his face nearly crushed in an iron claw for punishment, but after a few minutes of that and a few hours of getting chewed out later it would all blow over for him. No problem. And everyone else there happened to be stationed at the coast of the country on wait for the Kiri forces in case they ever managed to reach the mainland. They'd all be way too far away from A's eventual wrath when it came down. He'd destroy his office, get it rebuilt, and that would be the worst of it. Once again, Naruto looked around at the would-be unfortunate Kumo sailors and turned back to Kirabai. I want to kick you over the side and make you swim home. But damn it, that would probably start a fight that he didn't feel like seeing through on a ship in the middle of the ocean. Still though, Kirabai held a ridiculously strong grip on Naruto that the younger bijou container simply couldn't seem to pry off without using his sword as a lever first. Oh come on kid, you know this trip'll be a thriller, cause you're sharing a ship ride with the killer. Killer bee that is. Yeah. I'd rather share a ship ride with Yugito. Naruto thought to himself, pushing on Kiribai's face to try and get the man's bro hug off of him, for multiple reasons, but he sure doesn't need to hear that part. When he heard Kirabai say something about helping him write some new lyrics, Naruto started looking around rapidly like a trapped coyote that was one step short of trying to gnaw off its own leg to escape. The Kumo sailors pitied him, but they had their own problems to worry about. Apparently Naruto Uzumaki was supposed to be absurdly tough, both physically and mentally. He could take a few days of dealing with that. But Naruto would have rather taken 2 days of periodic root conditioning in their boot camp to being stuck next to the rapping shinobi of Kamagakure. At least that was supposed to have made him stronger. XXX. Hai no Kuni countryside. There was simply too much land for Konoha to cover all over the place. The enemy intelligence had constantly wondered just how thinly spread Konoha's military might happen to be due to how they seemed to currently be doing well on all fronts that the war had presented to them, but now that she had managed to get behind the border of the country that housed Konohagakure and the country that housed Amigakure, she had to say that the Continental Ninja Federation had made a tactical mistake at the outset of the war. Instead of digging in on most fronts while trying to finish off Suna, they should have tried to wage a stiff two-front attack instead on both of the sides that Konoha had to keep covered. Had even one side been able to break through in the slightest and get squads into the defending Konoha's turf, they would have been reeling to fall back to the village itself to keep it from being razed to the ground. It wasn't the largest country of the elemental nations, but when their entire army was split into two with some of their forces in Suna trying to keep it safe until they had sufficiently recovered, the miles and miles of Hai no Kuni seemed arduous to try and cover. The reason for Konoha's all-out attack approach wasn't just fearlessness in the face of their apparent enemies joining together to face them. They wanted to finish off one or more of the countries to alleviate some potential pressure off of their backs so that they could commit more shinobi to a more conventional style of defense without having to worry about an emergency in case something got through the cracks. How would they react to such a thing without the upper echelon of their powerhouses there? No Jiraiya, one-armed as he was, no Jinchuriki defender, so who would do the heavy hitting? The Hokage? She wondered this as she observed it all and came up with a path mapped out to travel untouched with pain. As long as they could get past the border, they could make it to the outskirts of Konoha, where there would definitely be a stern mass of ninjas there to defend their home, but against pain it would not matter. Once he got within sight of Konoha, there wouldn't be anything that could stop him. He wouldn't let the village that had been responsible for several of the greater tragedies in his life take anything else from him. It was the epitome of everything he stood against, a place that profited from the tragedies of others around the world. Compared to Konoha, Suna was wholly undeserving of his wrath, a softer target though it was. Konoha would continue trying to case as much of the countryside as she could until her predetermined time ran out and pain summoned her back. Then they would begin to bring this war to an end by bringing it to Konoha's doorstep and taking out the cornerstone of the entire Grand Shinobi Alliance. She would do this for him, for pain. No, she would do it for Nagato. XXX. With Jiraiya and Team 8, Tano Kuni. The tracking squad sent to discover the fates of the troops that had been repeatedly attacked at the rear of the battlefront line were still on the hunt for the origins of the Otogakure force that had done so. With an Inuzuka and a Hyuga on the very same squad, there wasn't much of a chance that they could fail. That had been Jiraiya's exact thinking when he grabbed a squad from the roving division that was currently dropping its full force onto the enemy in the forests of Shimo no Kuni. They didn't need him there any longer. He was more useful in the field for a situation like this, just in case. As they continued to travel, Akamaru let out a slight whine and a bark that Kiba readily understood and interpreted for everyone else's benefit. Akamaru says that there's a strange smell in the air. Like ash and graveyard dirt. What an oddly specific odor. It's getting stronger fast. Kiba warned in an urging voice, gritting his teeth and peering in the direction he could smell the strange scent from. There's a hell of a lot of power behind it too. This is serious. How many? Jiraiya asked, knowing that a stronger Inuzuka Ninken could size up an opponent from the odor of their chakra alone. Let's break down and set an ambush. We've got to make this quick. It's only one. One person? Hinata turned her Byakugan on to confirm Kiba and Akamaru's assessment and gasped at what her powerful eyes picked up in the near distance of the forest. Her face looked as though she had seen a ghost. No, that's impossible. I thought he was supposed to be dead. Who? She didn't know exactly how to say it. How could she? Just coming out and saying that she could see Sasuke Uchiha as clear as day, the same way that Sakura and Tuya described him in their reports? Her team would think that she was a crazy person. According to reports from the mission several months ago, when a decently large squad had to try and rendezvous with a misplaced Naruto and ended up in battle against a team Sasuke had formed an Akatsuki, it was said in the aftermath upon his eventual return that Naruto had ended Sasuke's life during that very same incident. This was not a person that could easily mistake if he had killed someone or not. If he said he killed Sasuke, he knew for certain one way or another that his life had ended. Thus when she shared the information of who she could see with everyone else, needless to say it ground the procession to a halt in the trees. Are you kidding me? Kiba of course was the first to voice his thoughts on the matter. How is that possible? Naruto wouldn't lie. He's pretty shifty and flighty when there are things he doesn't want to talk about, but he's still our bud. And I trust him when he says that Sasuke died that day. Naruto was a straight shooter, and he never directly lied, he merely dodged giving concrete answers. He hadn't done so about his encounter with the Uchiha brothers. He told them that Sasuke had died on the battlefield before his body had been taken away by the masked man. Well, that was what happened. A lie benefited absolutely no one. I don't know. Hinata's melodious voice chimed out with a touch of serious concern evident in it. All I know is what I see. I see Sasuke Uchiha. It's unmistakable. No henge. It's truly him. Ever the analyst, Shino held his own skeptical thoughts, but Hinata knew what she was looking at better than any of them would. And there was only one thing to do. In times of confusion, it was best to look to the squad leader for advice. Jiraiya-sama? There was no one else there that might know what to do better than him. What do you propose we do? How should we attack him? All of this didn't jibe with Jiraiya. None of it seemed on the straight and narrow. When he had instincts, they were usually right, and the last time he ignored them he wound up losing an arm for all of his stubbornness. No, this didn't seem right at all. This stank of a kinjutsu in the worst way, and if that were the case he was the one best equipped to deal with it, both literally and figuratively. Kiba, can you and Akamaru still smell your friend that we're tracking? We still have his trail. Then go after it, Jiraiya said, landing to a stop on a branch. Team 8 jumped one more bound ahead before they realized that Jiraiya had stopped. Don't get in over your heads. If you find the place, don't go any farther until I catch up. The way he was speaking, it sounded like catching up was the last thing he was thinking of. Shino caught on to this quickly. What are we to do if you do not catch up? How are we even to know? You'll know if I'm not going to catch up. Trust me. Jiraiya assured him grimly, before turning and shooing them all away with a nasty glare. Get going already or I'll make you. I don't know enough about you all to work with you properly, it's better this way. Without another word of dispute or reasoning, the three Chunin and Soul Ninken left the temporary head of the team alone to stare off in the direction that he was informed Sasuke would be coming from. I haven't had to deal with an Uchiha in a long time. Let alone an undead one. This'll be a first. Trying to humor himself to lower the tension didn't keep his fingers on his one remaining arm from twitching in anticipation of the coming conflict, however. And in the next moment, the form of Sasuke Uchiha stopped on the branch directly in front of him, staring him down. Kami, that kid was so young. He wasn't any older than Naruto was. A part of him was reluctant to strike down someone so young, but he had already been stricken down in the past and he dismissed this sentiment as irrelevant. Jiraiya, I presume? Sasuke asked in a voice that Jiraiya couldn't distinguish as being concerned one way or the other with what was happening. Apparently such a detached tone had been normal for him in life. I didn't think I'd ever end up fighting another Sannin in my lifetime. That was right. He ended up being the one that killed Orochimaru. Jiraiya supposed he owed him some semblance of thanks for that. Well, technically, Jiraiya said to break the ice, you're not fighting another Sannin in your lifetime per se. You know, because you're dead? Speaking of which, how are you reanimated? I've seen jutsu do this before to corpses, but most ways don't let you keep your personality. Kushios, Edo Tensei, summoning, impure world reincarnation. Jiraiya's eyes widened in shock. That was the jutsu that Orochimaru used to bring back the Shodai Hokage and Nidaime Hokage to fight against his sensei the Sandaime during the invasion years ago. Oh, this was not good, but you killed Orochimaru. I didn't kill Kabuto though. Apparently he learned it. Damn it. And apparently that was enough talking, because Sasuke's body sprang forward while suddenly unsheathing his sword for a quick draw attack. Despite Sasuke's speed, Jiraiya hadn't gotten any slower from his disability and he was able to dodge the first stroke of the blade. Oh yeah, Orochimaru definitely trained this one. He thought. Though the style Sasuke used kenjutsu-wise was different from his dearly departed former teammate, his movements had a noticeably wiry touch of the snake Sannin to them. Jiraiya quickly formed a hand seal to harden his hair follicles before shooting an uncountable number of the quills Sasuke's way, Hari Jigoku, Needle Hell. The trunks of trees quickly wound up being littered with Jiraiya's sharpened hairs, but none of them managed to wound Sasuke, who Kawarimi'd his way out of the initial line of fire before using his quickness to avoid the rest of them. Looks like it's my turn, Sasuke said as he formed electricity in his right hand, Chidori Senbone, 1000 bird Senbone. Needles of chakra and lightning happened to be the response of Sasuke to Jiraiya's attack, and Jiraiya managed to dodge in his own way. The man seemed to swan dive backwards off of his branch, but in actuality had dropped ninja wire across his branch prior to doing so, allowing him to balance out safely before reaching the ground, where he landed in a flipping crouch after Sasuke had spent the payload of his attack. Quickly forming a snake seal as he stood up straight, Jiraiya slammed his heel against the ground, forcing a trench to split forth that felled the tree that Sasuke had been attacking from, Doten, Chikuo Mizo, Earth Release, Groove of Earth. As Jiraiya expected, the moment the tree started leaning and falling, Sasuke jumped off, taking care not to land in the channel that Jiraiya had created and wind up trapped. In preparation for this, Jiraiya had managed to create 2 cage bunshine at his sides that had taken that entire time to gather oil in their mouths, just waiting for the cue to attack. And they wound up receiving it when Sasuke chose his intended direction of evasion in the air, Kaden, Enden, Fire Release, Flame Bullet. Both Jiraiya clones sprayed out oil-driven fire from their mouths as if it were napalm into the air, taking care to aim around the airborne Sasuke to ensure that they had reached him before bringing their precise jutsu inward, burning the deceased young shinobi out of the sky. The real Jiraiya didn't hang around for long, because his stratagem wound up engulfing much of the forest canopy in flames, and he felt a self-preservational need to vacate the scene lest he find himself caught in a forest fire of his own creation. Still, something didn't sit right with him. It shouldn't be that surprising that someone like you managed to pull that off with only one arm. You can never count out a legendary ninja no matter what it looks like, I guess. Gritting his teeth, Jiraiya turned around and saw Sasuke striding out of the blaze, with dust and ash regenerating the parts of his body that had been devastated by the fire that had engulfed him. Even his clothing wound up being restored by the properties of the Edo Tensei Jutsu. So this is what Sarutobi-sensei had to face. And instead of a single highly talented ninja, he had to take on 2 of the most powerful men ever produced by Konoha. The old man had truly been amazing to somehow take that battle to a stalemate in a fight where his enemies were immortal, but I can't do that here. I can't seal him away the way that Sensei did to the other 2. He was still the leader of a squad. Hell, he was technically the head of an entire division of shinobi. Besides, giving his life to seal someone away wasn't in the cards anyway. There were always other options. If he had known in advance that he'd have been fighting a resurrected ninja, he'd have prepared some countermeasures in advance for just such an occasion. XXX. Meanwhile, Konahagakure no Sato. A pronounced frown simply could not worm its way off of Tsunade's lips, no matter what she did. The war was going well. It was going extremely well. In the northeast the enemy was being rolled up between the combined sandwiching efforts of Konoha and Kumo alike. In the northwest Takigakure had been sacked and their leadership destroyed by the clandestine assault from Root, and it was only a matter of time before the brutal jungle fighting led them to Kusagakure's front step if they weren't wise enough to surrender unconditionally before then. Tsuno was being left alone to regroup after the last failed attack by the combined Western CNF forces led by Pain, and while Kiri still hadn't mustered a mainland landing it didn't seem like they would be needed. Iwagakure was oddly being silent, but they wouldn't throw their hat into the ring unless it seemed as if they could take it all in one fell swoop. Aniki was really earning his nickname by sitting this one out. If he tried something on the softest target in Suna, without a doubt he'd draw the ire of the other villages in the GSA, and unless they all wound up destroyed they'd turn Iwa into a gravel pit if he tried something so treacherous and opportunistic. Out in front of her sat a massive map, illustrating the gains that Konoha had garnered in the field as of the last reports sent via messenger hawk from the battlefronts, with compounded statistics in each theater of combat for her benefit by Konoha's intelligence department. A knock came at her office door. A thankful temporary distraction from all of this dreary much ado about war. Tsunade never had much of a stomach for it back when she was an active battlefield medic despite her equal skill as a combatant, and even far behind the lines she could only imagine what it was like out there from the reports. "Come in." The door cracked open to reveal a white head of hair from outside and the pleasant demeanor to go along with it. "Hokage-sama. How goes the war?" Naruto's longtime attendant Hamako entered the office with a demure bow and a warm smile. "It goes. And goes, and goes, and goes." Tsunade replied aloofly, "Has anything changed with the village's defenses?" Either the Konoha barrier team or the defense division sent her. Poor girl kept herself busy when Naruto was away by trying to configure what she could from older Uzushiogakure defense designs into Konoha's program. She'd been doing it for years actually, even though they'd never had to use it. "Or do you need me to sign off on something?" "Nothing like that," Hamako assured the powerful village leader. "I'm just going around checking up on people I know, people away from the front resting here in the village. Things like that. An active body keeps the mind from wandering after all." She finished with a bit of a nervous laugh. "Worried about the brat? Trust me when I say I know the feeling of just sitting back and waiting. I guess. I know Naruto-sama can take care of himself, and we've already received word that he is on the way home, but I never like it when he leaves, and this whole war just makes it worse." He was one of 4 similar objective targets of the enemy after all. A target of opportunity as it were. If he was spotted and identified in the field, his recovery by the enemy was to take initiative over whatever objective the enemy would have on his mission. The same went for Yugito, the same went for Kiribai, and the same went for Gaara. To a significantly lesser extent. If any enemy somehow came across the Kazekage in the desert they were meant to flee on sight. For all the good that would do them. Tsunade knew the feeling though. Between Jiraiya, Naruto, her apprentices in Sakura and Shizune, and many of her high-level shinobi in the field such as Shikaku or Kakashi just to name a few, she had no absence of people she knew on various personal levels to worry about, and apparently it showed on her face as clear as day. "Is there something the matter?" No. There wasn't anything wrong. And that was the problem. There was absolutely nothing going wrong on any of the fronts. All was quiet in Kaze no Kuni, and the stalemates in the northeast and northwest had been broken, allowing the GSA to advance. Across the elemental nations there wasn't any catastrophe victimizing any of Konoha's wartime operations. It was officially the greatest start to a shinobi world war that Konoha had ever managed. For once they weren't in a situation where things were about to go from bad to worse. "I'm just wondering what the hell is about to go wrong." XXX. With Naruto, at sea. It had taken a few hours, but Kiribai had managed to chill out enough to notice that Naruto was busy trying to figure with something. Let no one say that the man was not astute despite all of his eccentricities. The topic of the day was Naruto's funky heirloom of a sword. And when it came to swords, there probably wasn't anyone better than him to talk to them about. At least someone that wouldn't try to kill Naruto on sight. Whoa. Hearing that info might make me just crash. Finding out your sword does more than cut, stab, and slash. Well, that's technically still all it's meant for, Naruto said, holding up the sheathed Senenki no Ken to observe the make of it, something he had done time after time over the years, you know. It just turns into a form that lets me cut stuff better and can apparently cut through the fabric of reality. That sounded a lot better in his head. It probably didn't matter how dumb it sounded though, Since Kirabai would probably say something that would trump it within 5 minutes anyway. Kirabai would have reached out and touched the sword by now, but according to Naruto there were security measures on it that prevented anyone outside of his lineage from laying their hands on the blade without suffering the consequences. Yo, Mr. 9. What's wrong, B? Your face is all twisted up like you're thinking about something. That's 'cause I am fool. Well, spit it out already. Both Naruto and Kirabai headbutted each other one time, the metal of their headbands clanking momentarily before they both backed off. Kirabai scoffed a bit before getting to his point. Well, you said the yin-yang release makes the sword change, but what if one variation ain't the range? At first Naruto just stared at him before running a hand through his hair. I must have been out in this sun for too long, because that actually made sense to me. As long as he'd had the sword, Naruto had been using the only transformation of the weapon that he'd known of. But there had never been any set jutsu to make it change. For Kami's sake he used it mere hours after unearthing it, and there had never been a scroll or any other source of information on it. How would he have learned any real techniques? Honestly, the first time that Naruto used the materialization properties it was based solely off of advice from Hamako, whom he had met a day earlier. All the message from her during the battle with Sasori said was to assert his will and lineage over the sword and make it his. He had nothing in mind, other than something that would help him cut Sasori down to size, and they took the form of the Senenkugake bladed gauntlets and greaves. Apparently in the history of the sword, no user had ever repeated forms that the weapon could take. There had to be a reason for that. Right? Kirabai said with a grin, thumping Naruto on the shoulder. Yin-yang let the sage make anything real, so why not use it to keep changing your steel? He jumped up from his seated position on the deck and started dancing oddly. Pick up the pace, don't let that power go to waste. Caught up in the rhymes coming his way for once, when the rapping Kirabai extended his fist for a bump, Naruto hit it spiritedly with his own before he realized what he'd done. And when he did, he had to admit that damn it, the fist bump felt right. Hell yes, due to his lineage he'd been passed down one hell of a tool of destruction, and he'd be damned if he didn't exploit it to its fullest extent in combat. Crushing chakra drain for every transformation use or not, he was an Uzumaki, damn it, and they had been known for serious vitality. He could take it. A still grinning Kirabai gestured wordlessly, confusing Naruto until the rapping shinobi vocalized his actions. Well? Go on and show me what it looks like, motherfucker. Naruto held up the sword within its sheath before slowly pulling the steel free from its confines with a sharp sound. Here it is, Naruto said before holding it out, blade toward Kirabai. You want me to do the Senenkugake, Millennium Gauntlets, transformation? Fuck no. I already heard about that from the kitty cat and big bro A. Show me something new. Something new? What kind of new? True, they had just been talking about the idea, but now Kirabai was kind of putting him on the spot and he was drawing a blank. What if his first idea was something dumb that he couldn't use in an actual fight? Well, his first idea hadn't been anything other than that he wanted something that would have helped him shred Sasori's Hiruko puppet to tatters during the battle in the ruins of Uzushigakure. But there wasn't anything he particularly wanted from the weapon. He was a bit of a do-it-yourselfer almost to a fault at times, and he liked fighting in close. That was probably why the sword changed forms to a taijutsu-suitable state and did what it did for his speed. Unmarked vessel's starboard side. Every able-bodied person on the ship crowded to the left side of the ship to see and caught sight of the larger battle-ready ship that had been bearing down on their broadside. They weren't a warship, they were a regular transport. Outside of Mizu no Kuni, where they were ultra-useful, warships didn't particularly exist. At least good ones didn't. But after a few minutes or so the ship wasn't moving any closer. It was just sitting out on the edge, seemingly observing them. Eventually Kirabai muscled his way to the front to catch a look-see, with Naruto following close behind. Placing a hand just above his sunglasses-clad eyes, Kirabai's mouth and mustache wrinkled up in a frown. One ship ain't very scary, even if we are a ferry. Stop rhyming, Naruto said, but once again the man had a point. Maybe that was why they weren't approaching? They had the drop on them, and of course they had to have a scope of some sort. Maybe after seeing that the ship belonged to Kamagakure, the would-be buccaneers backed off from trying to attack? Pirates were usually way smarter than people gave them credit for. Cutthroats most of them may have been, but leading lives like that gave them ridiculous survival instincts. Besides, labeling pirates as simple honor-devoid cutthroats without giving them any credit was the rough equivalent of the pot calling the kettle black as a ninja. There's one leaving the ship. Just one? On a lifeboat or something? What, were they in trouble? They had to know that they weren't getting a damn thing without surrendering, and even then they'd probably just wind up being imprisoned for life or executed. Squinting and focusing his eyes, actually cheating a bit with his Sharingan since no one was paying attention to him at the moment, Naruto was able to get a better look and saw that the one person wasn't in any kind of boat, he was walking on the water. A ninja. A single man with white hair and purple garb as well as a large sword on his back. Wait, was that Kubikirabushu? Maki and Sai stole that from some guy on Sasuke's old Amass team and they all gave it back to Kiri months ago. What the hell was some guy doing with it again on a pirate ship? XXX. This is close enough, right? Suigetsu said to himself as he stood along the waves of the ocean, walking steadily toward the Kumo ship in front of him. Karin said that was the ship that Uzumaki was on. She also said that there was another Jinchuriki there due to the garish amounts of chakra she could sense as they got closer to bearing down on them. Okay, let's get this show on the road. A grin crossed his face as he took Kubikirabushu from his back and sealed it inside of a scroll on his person while unsealing another of his 3 swords of choice. That Kujuru kid had no idea how to really use this sword. My brother was the true master with it, and I wasn't that bad myself. The large twin-handled sword with the funky fish-shaped blade just felt right in his hands. Hiramkare, let's make a mess of this place. Hiramkare Kaihu, Hiramkare unleashing. In the blink of an eye, chakra fully engulfed the blade to the size of the ship in front of him and soon absorbed the very waters of the ocean that covered it entirely, like a grand blade of Poseidon. Suigetsu held it over his head as if he wasn't swinging a sword the size of a transport ship and brought it forward to slam down onto the hapless vessel. It wasn't the most productive way that he had destroyed a ship out of the near 24 that he had taken out throughout the duration of Tobi's blockade, but it was certainly more fun than just destroying it with a wave to overturn it. He had managed to hit it so hard he had to have split the hull, and it went under so quickly that it probably wouldn't be resurfacing either. Chuckling to himself, he let Hiramkare return to its normal shape and size as he wanted to observe his handiwork. But much to his displeasure, the ship emerged from the water and bobbed in the water like a bath toy, tch. How'd they reinforce it enough to protect the ship? Suigetsu, look out below. Upon hearing Karin call out to him from their pirate vessel, Suigetsu allowed his body to liquefy and avoid 8 large octopus tentacles that tried to smash and grab him. Not too long after that, Kirabai emerged from the drink, looking around for his would-be target. The fuck? Suigetsu reformed a good distance away, seemingly not very impressed by his enemy's first move. Yuha? What, did Uzumaki drown? Because he's the one we really want to kill here. We don't give a crap about fighting you really. Unless you want to fight. Kirabai's first inclination was to reach for the 7 swords that he carried on his back so that he could take on this opponent, but he wound up stopping himself from doing so as he started thinking, so you came here to fight with Mr. 9? Hey, be my guest, that'd be just fine. If he's the one you want, go and move on past, but don't start crying when he whoops your ass. Awesome, Suigetsu said, grinning with his shark-like teeth. So where's he hiding? He's not hiding, fool. So what the hell was he doing? After a second of thought, Suigetsu didn't have to think twice before palming his forehead hard and making himself one with the water as he rushed speedily back to the pirate ship. Juugo, Gataro, get ready to defend the ship. Gataro quickly pulled his cutlass from its sheath as a blur passed over the side of the ship and began cutting down large amounts of his crewmen that moved to intercept it. Dozens fell within seconds. Sack up and stop dying, you pack of weaklings. It's one ninja. Being forced to back up his actual talk with action, when the blur rushed at him, Gataro actually managed to block the blade meant to cut through him, putting him face to face with Naruto. Uzumaki-san, I presume. Instead of answering, Naruto headbutted Gataro in the face and nailed him with a quickly formed Rasengan that propelled him into the mast of the ship hard enough to break it in half. If he survived even one of those things, there was no way he lived through the other. Yeah. It's me. Naruto answered posthumously. Waves cascaded over the side of the ship and formed into Suigetsu, who blitzed in Naruto's direction with Hiramkare, missing when he swung 3 times with the blade itself as Naruto dodged out of the way. I've been waiting for this ever since your flunky stole Kubikirabushu from me. I can't find them, but unfortunately for you, Karin can pick out your chakra signature from 2 countries away. This guy was from that team that Sasuke had managed to stitch together while he had been hunting down Itachi, which meant he wasn't alone if he was talking about another person that could find him anywhere. From his blind spot, a partially transformed Juugo launched himself at Naruto, his gnarled fist ready to punch him into pulp if Suigetsu's sword didn't remove his head from his shoulders first. Naruto managed to optimize the space he had between the 2 killer blows and swayed out of the way of them both before spinning low and cutting Suigetsu's legs off with the Senenki no Ken. Unfortunately for Naruto, he didn't get to see the graphic and morbid sight of blood spilling from the severed limbs. Instead, they turned to water where they were cut and quickly reformed to solid form. Still low from his sweeping slash, Naruto dove forward and avoided a swing of Juugo's arm that had now transformed into an axe. Instead of hitting a blonde ninja, he cut through the deck of the ship, splitting a large crack all the way to the edge of it. He's fast. Suigetsu noted, a bit pleased at that facet of his enemy's ability, though if he killed Sasuke he'd have to be pretty quick. His eyes then went wide when he looked into Naruto's own and noted that they didn't match. What do we have here? You've got a Sharingan, bud? Where'd you get that? Had it before I fought your boss, Naruto said cryptically. They didn't need to know where he had gotten it, as long as they didn't jump to the conclusion that he had taken it from Sasuke's body. Misinformation that bad and politically crippling wasn't welcome with him. Your turn. Where'd you get the sword from? I thought I took the one you had. I took Haramkare off of its last user who had Kubikirabushu on him too, Suigetsu recalled, bringing up the incident that netted him 2 of his desired 7 swords in one fell swoop. He wasn't as good as he thought he was with either of them. Kiri really has a problem with holding onto these things, don't they? Picking better swordsmen would probably help. Like you? A little late for that, don't you think? Juugo got sick of waiting for the banner to subside and made to attack Naruto again before the entire ship was rocked by some outside force. Along with more than a few chakra-less pirates, the berserk Juugo didn't have the mindset to channel chakra to his feet to keep his balance and fell over into the water from whatever had occurred. One-on-one bitch. Good old Kirabai. He might have his own reasons for making him fight Suigetsu by himself, but at least he wasn't sadistic enough to sit back and let the enemy play the numbers game. Although maybe that would be more because sitting back and doing nothing would bore him. He'd probably fight Juugo just so he could come up with some rhymes out of the stimulation of battle. The Hachibi Jinchuriki would probably wind up tormenting that poor outmatched psycho for kicks while waiting for Naruto to finish up. Juugo seemed like an absurdly powerful monster, but he seemed to lack the intellect to use that power as effectively as he could on command. Berserkers were like that. Meanwhile, both Naruto and Suigetsu stared at each other as the ship shook violently. So you've got your sword again and more to go with it, and as much as that pisses me off after what we had to do to get it back to Kiri, it's not really any business of mine. Why do you want to kill me? He couldn't remember directly screwing over Suigetsu with his own 2 hands, or even getting within the necessary distance to do such a thing. The answer didn't come from Suigetsu, but from a girl with bright red hair that was observing the battle from the head of the ship. It's because of what you did. Because of who you killed. The girl shouted, glaring at him with her red eyes from behind her glasses. Did you think that you could just kill Sasuke-kun and nothing would happen afterwards? She seemed to be far angrier at him than Suigetsu happened to be. He seemed to only hold a small grudge against Naruto, but he was bloodthirsty enough and loved battle enough to go through with taking a shot at getting revenge since the opportunity was presenting itself. On the other hand, were it not for the fact that she knew she didn't stand a chance against him, she would have tried to seek him out and destroy him within days of Sasuke's death. Even with the blatant disadvantage she held, it didn't seem to matter a bit to her. Naruto could see it in her eyes, and he knew exactly what it was from years of fighting and even before. Hate, the kind of hate that she was sending his way with her eyes. He hadn't seen anything like that in over 10 years. The hatred from loss, and the need to find something as a scapegoat, something to blame for it, either rightfully or not. Granted, she had more of a reason to outright blame Naruto for killing Sasuke than the people of Konoha had to see him as a loose cannon for having the Kyuubi within him as a child. Mostly because he actually directly contributed to Sasuke's death instead of being a bystander and then a container without getting the choice. That's why she wants you dead, Suigetsu said, jerking his thumb over in his female teammate's direction. I want you dead because I can't think of a better way to test all of my training with the swords than taking down the guy that put Sasuke away. You had to use strong people as a measuring stick. Kisame was dead, and the current generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist were jokes. Suigetsu didn't just want to possess the 7 swords, he wanted to be the most powerful swordsman shinobi in the world. The only way you could prove that you were powerful was by defeating powerful people. He was at least twice as powerful as he had been back when Kubikirabushu had been ripped from his grasp, and he needed something to prove it. Karin's grudge was a practical reason to do such a thing. Stop chatting and make him suffer already, Suigetsu. It wasn't mere impatience in her desire to bear witness to Naruto's demise that prompted such a venomous request. Karin could sense chakra better than anyone in the entire world, and as she was standing that close to Naruto was like placing a microphone right in front of a tower of active concert speakers. There was something about his chakra. Something familiar. A roll of purple eyes came from Suigetsu before he held up Haramkare, prepared to fight again. You see, she's incredible at sensing things, but she can't fight. She's good at healing, but that's kind of useless on a team with me and Juugo. If she could fight, she'd probably be over here trying to claw your eyes out herself. Well, wasn't that just wonderful? Why not? Add one more to the ever-growing list of people that had reasons to wish his head removed from his shoulders. Let's see if you can make her happy then. Quickly sheathing his sword, Naruto started rushing through hand seals before lightning chakra engulfed his hand and he snapped his fingers, sending large sparks flying at his water elemental adversary, Raiten, Q Uzuseka, lightning release, surge flash. With a grit to his teeth at watching Naruto try to take advantage of the clear elemental weakness that came with his clan techniques, Suigetsu manipulated Haramkare's form into a square wall exuding raw chakra that neutralized Naruto's forceful sparks. Through a small hole in the front that he deliberately created, he saw Naruto move to flank to his side, tch. The moment Naruto passed the side of Suigetsu's transformed sword, Sharingan awareness allowed him to limbo his way underneath a nasty wave of water sent his way that had stretched from Suigetsu's arm. With his other arm, he bulked it up to allow him to handle his legendary weapon with one hand as it turned back to its normal sword form. Naruto quickly redrew his own sword and blocked Suigetsu, slamming Haramkare down onto him with it, though it did press him flat down onto the deck of the ship. Trading sword moves with a guy that can kill one of the 7 swordsmen and take his weapons? Not smart. Suigetsu's watery arm returned to normal and grabbed onto his sword's second handle to let him lift it easier in order to slice Naruto in half. Taking advantage of the sword being lifted off of him, Naruto stabbed his sword forward through Suigetsu only to see that he had turned the area of the wound into water. A smirk crossed Suigetsu's face at Naruto's seemingly desperate attempt to impale him. Rookie mistake, sorry, but you can't injure me like Ta. His boast turned into a cry of pain when he felt electricity course through his body centering from where he had been stabbed. On his back, Naruto rolled away from Suigetsu and rushed past him, snatching his sword back and cutting him in half, rendering both parts to water that fell onto the deck. Only people in my bloodline can hold onto the sword, or that'll happen. Naruto let go of it while it had been stuck inside of Suigetsu's body, thus the sword perceived Suigetsu as trying to wield it. A strange void feeling, something of a sense of blankness, crossed Naruto's sense of awareness, and instinct told him to do something evasive, which manifested itself in the way of jumping to the left. On his right arm he suffered a rather deep and long gash from a near miss that could have been far worse, as Karin had attempted to stab into him from behind with a kunai. Was she insane to think that she could really pull that off? Maybe so, because wasn't she having Suigetsu fight him because she couldn't? But then again, how did she get that close to begin with? She wasn't that fast to reach him so quickly from a dead stop, and Naruto had remained aware of her positioning even though the more present threat had been Suigetsu. Around her, Naruto couldn't feel any sense of a life signature, which should not have been right. When she had first revealed herself, she had one of the most prominent auras on the ship. She'd been able to hide it all, even the early warning of her incoming killing intent. If she'd been faster, she would have gotten him. It was probably some sensor nin trick to hide her presence. It was something that Kuza Shinobi were apparently quite good at, even thought it made them unable to use ninjutsu for its duration, and she apparently really did want him dead if she put herself at risk the way that she did to use it. But due to retaliatory reflexes, she was destined to pay for it. The moment Naruto saw his own blood fly from the open wound on his person, he lashed out with a swing of the Senenki no Ken in return, and his attack hit home. Karin knew she was dead from the moment that she didn't feel her kunai stab into something solid. Her ability to suppress and hide her chakra would only let her get one strike on such a high-level opponent, and she thought she had picked her spot wisely. That had not been the case. She whiffed on the strike, and Naruto managed to procure a free strike at her back that he took freely with a downward slash of his deadly-looking weapon. The razor-sharp instrument of destruction cut cleanly through the back of Karin's clothing, from shoulder to opposite hip, and hard blue and red eyes stared at her as her body dropped on the wooden surface of the deck with a thud. But there was no blood. That was impossible. He could see her skin underneath where he cut her. There wasn't any way that she had reinforced herself somehow. She didn't have any armor on underneath. There wasn't anything that would have saved her from being gravely wounded. Even she seemed completely surprised as she quickly popped up and rolled over onto her butt, staring at her hands in shock as if trying to reason with herself that something had saved her. Naruto hoped that he didn't have just as stunned of a look on his face as he looked down at the petite redhead, but the chuckling in his head set him off to something being wrong. Well, isn't this a fine situation? And here I thought there were only 2 people aside from you that could touch the damn thing and not suffer for it. What? Tsunade Bakken and Hamako-chan? That's because they're distantly related to your bloodline? Yes, I'm aware. The sword won't harm the servant girl, which is how she could study the seals on it. It can't harm you either, aside from the chakra drain when you transform it. Even that Tsunade woman can touch the weapon safely due to her lineage, and now you can't cut this girl with the blade of it. What does that tell you? The Senenki no Ken would not harm a member of the Uzumaki bloodline in the slightest. And that had to have meant. Don't tell me. She's a descendant too. Kyuubi's deep laughter in his head was all the confirmation from an outside observer that he needed. If my life were any more retarded, it'd be a book or something, Naruto said out loud as Karin started to come down from her near-death experience, returning her glare to him. Who are you? Probably your fucking cousin, or don't you listen? Shut up. I want to hear it from her. Karin. She replied venomously, what, you like getting names with the faces that you kill? Naruto ignored the biting remark since it wasn't as if they were friends or anything. His team had stolen a priceless weapon from her team, her boy toy of a squad leader almost killed a girl that he was quite close to, and he wound up killing said boy toy of a squad leader in completely unrelated cataclysmic combat. He and she were still just about to murder each other for all he knew. What's your surname? Your clan name? I don't have one. Yeah, you do. It's Uzumaki. Your jokes suck. My jokes rule, but this isn't a joke. My sword can't cut you. That means your family. That managed to throw Karin off quite a considerable bit. She could sense his chakra with her Kagura Shingon, mind's eye of the Kagura, to a perfect degree, and he was telling the absolute truth. No fluctuation of his sizable chakra levels at all. That doesn't mean anything to me. I'm still killing you. I didn't think it would. Whatever. He did his duty of informing her of such. If she still wanted to fight him to the death, that was all right with him. Other than a name that she didn't know she had and clan ties that had vanished decades before they were born, they didn't have a lick of attachment to each other. Takai umi no oneri, high seas swell. The ship began to rock violently before anything more could be made of this. Both Naruto and Karin stuck themselves to the surface of the vessel with chakra, but one of them had a smirk on their features while the other one did not. The reason being that the ship had been lifted clear out of the water by a titanic version of Suigetsu that was looking down onto the diminutive form of Naruto in return. Sup? Naruto just stared up at him, dwarf like an action figure on a playset in comparison to a little boy, Kyuubi? He felt the Senjutsu chakra filling his system and felt the shift in his body from entering sage mode. Thanks. Without saying a word to Suigetsu, he blazed a trail toward the edge of the ship and jumped over the side. What am I doing? He turns into water and I'm jumping down into the ocean. You do have your fair share of window licker moments. Kyuubi pointed out, still an internal observer to the battle as Naruto took to saving himself. Suigetsu just laughed as he set the ship and Karin back down and stepped over it as his body continued to grow in size. You don't get it, do you? I don't just use the ocean as my weapon. With my clan's jutsu I am the ocean. There's no one more dangerous in the open water than a member of the Hozuki clan. There was a reason that the larger Shinobi World War conflicts never took place on the soil of Mizu no Kuni, because getting there back in those days had been something nearly insurmountable due to who was running the show in Takigakure back in those days. The ultra-dangerous Hozuki clan, fronted by the leader of the village and the then Mizukage. The only reason the Nidaime Mizukage was killed in battle against the Nidaime Tsuchikage was because their final battle was fought on dry land, and even then both men wound up dying, still ending it in a stalemate. XXX. Kirabai managed to maneuver Juugo a ways away from the ship, but even he had to stop for a moment when he saw Suigetsu grow to over 10 stories high. He wasn't close to being as big as a bijou, but it didn't stop him from wondering if he should bust out the transformation anyway. No B. Hachibi warned his container from inside of his head, the technique is imposing, but didn't you want to watch the boy fight his own battle? Isn't that why you didn't defeat the enemy after protecting our ship? That was true. He was kind of jealous really. A had seen Naruto fight a real battle against an Akatsuki member. Yugito had seen him fight a bunch of times. He'd only seen Naruto fight once and he'd been a brat when that encounter occurred. Thus Kirabai really wanted to see what kind of absurd crap Naruto had to his name, and he wasn't long for waiting when he saw Naruto literally standing on the air before he could fall onto the ocean and into an awaiting trap that Suigetsu had been preparing once he touched the water. Damn. I didn't know Mr. Nine could fly. He had to come up with a few rhymes for that. But first. Chill out, alright? Kirabai shouted, dodging a spiky body barrage by a fully transformed Juugo, his entire body gray and his eyes black and horrid. I'm watching a fight. Triple X. You can fly. Suigetsu's voice boomed even though he was speaking normally. That's so lame. I had all kinds of fun stuff planned to tear you apart with once you touched foot on the water. You don't look like you're that broken up about it. With his airborne position high above the surface of the sea due to his Sage Mode refined burst limit abilities, Naruto could swear that Suigetsu was still getting even bigger. What the hell kind of jutsu was this? In his right hand, Suigetsu held onto the Hiramkare's sword that was reflective of his own ever-increasing size. You're not going to be able to stop me now, he said with a shark-like grin. I might wish I had all of the swords to myself, but a combination of 2 of the swords that I have along with my clan's jutsu. Hey, it's pretty awesome if I do say so myself. If he could get Naruto onto the water, the battle would be over. It was as simple as that. Entire ships of water elemental ninjas from Kiri had fallen to the slaughter like cattle, thinking that they could defeat him just because they had high-level Suiten ninjutsu en masse. It only made things worse. Way worse. 2 swords? He has 1 sword on him. And even if he didn't, how would Kubikirabushu help him in this situation? Since Maki and Sai had taken Kubikirabushu from Suigetsu already and he said that he had gotten it back from Kiri, it was obvious that 2 of the swords he spoke of happened to be Hiramkare and Kubikirabushu. He didn't know which third one he had. Be that as it may, Naruto scrutinized giant Suigetsu's form heavily, but he couldn't see anything. Still, that was fine. Water was still water, and Naruto still had the electricity to shock him back into a goddamn puddle. He'd done it once already. Unsealing a pair of large Fuma shuriken from his seal tattoos, Naruto opened them and hurled them both around Suigetsu's head from opposite sides, not getting anywhere close to hitting him. Kaminari shuriken, lightning shuriken. Due to the size of the shuriken generating the electricity, and the potency of ninjutsu while in Sage Mode, the forceful jutsu looked like lightning shooting from the clouds during an electrical storm. And with such a sizable target in Suigetsu, there was no way it could possibly miss, nor did it. But that was where the good news ended. Naruto watched in complete shock and horror as the lightning struck Suigetsu's body with no visible effect presented despite the fact that he had been shocked by one of Naruto's most reliable ninjutsu. Suigetsu's body seemed to course slightly with electricity before it all subsided and he chuckled. You really thought that I'd let you work such an obvious advantage after what I already saw you do earlier? I've got your number, and I'm not taking any more chances against you, ninjutsu specialist. I'm going all out. As he spoke, he continued to grow even more. I'm taking the legend of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist to the next level. With the heft of the titanic Hiramkare blade, Suigetsu gave it a mighty swing, not lacking a hint of his previous speed despite his deftly increased size. It was a thankful point that Naruto had full availability of all 3 dimensions of movement and all of the physical advantages that Sage Mode presented him, because he definitely needed it now. Naruto's hair blew wildly with the wind shear that came from Suigetsu's blade missing its strike against him. Seriously, someone that big shouldn't have stayed so fast. Luckily he'd been faster to begin with and that had only been magnified by Sage Mode. He was about to prepare another jutsu when a voice in his head chewed him out. No. No more chakra attacks. Electric or not, it doesn't matter right now. He literally absorbed your lightning. I felt it. Kyuubi coached from within Naruto's mind. It didn't feel like dying along with its container in the middle of the ocean. Figure out what he's doing. Okay, just keep the Senjutsu chakra coming and keep those senses open. Naruto thought to Kyuubi before thinking to himself as he ascended higher into the skies with jump after jump to avoid Suigetsu's ever-increasing reach. I will never swat flies with the same hatred ever again. Triple X. Mountain's Graveyard. Damn that boy. He had the heirloom blade of Uzushiogakure that the original Madara Uchiha had clandestinely instigated strife against them just to bring about the village's downfall and take that dangerous element out of his plans. Damn that sword. He was hoping against hope that in their small skirmish Naruto had failed to notice that the end of the sword had been the only thing that had actually made contact with him when he dodged the rest of his deadly attacks. Did he even know what he had? The short conflict was still fresh in his mind even days later and it kept playing through his head. The only thing keeping Tobi from pacing around in thought was that he currently had company, and he needed to keep a level head for the sake of his underlings. Right now was the time to get things of importance, such as a weakness to the thing that could serve to be a liability for him. While the world was shrouded in confusion and its own mayhem, he could do what he needed easier than ever. What's the plan now, Tobi? The white half of Zetsu asked as the plant-like man followed his masked leader through the caves of their base. I still say we could have and should have taken the Nibi and the Kyuubi when we had the chance. The dark half said thereafter. And then what? There are only the two of us with the rings to extract the bijou, Tobi snapped in return. With only the two of them to run the ritual to extract the bijou, it would take so long that they would be found and attacked by both Konoha and Kumo before they finished. Pain is too busy playing his little war game, and even if he weren't and we were still on the same side, it would still take several days. Yes, he had an army to defend himself in such an instance, but compromising his favored base of operations and many of his thousands of forces did not sit well with him. He would rather put that army to use in another way. Right now we need to turn everything else back into our favor by eliminating the most dangerous advantage that our enemy does or does not know that they possess against us. There was more to that damned weapon. There had to be more. Hashirama and Tobirama were bastards, and what that thing was really meant to do wouldn't be as evident as negating space-time techniques. It wasn't created during the Senju Uchiha clan wars, it was created decades afterwards. There was a real reason for it. That sword? Aren't you overreacting? White Zetsu asked before being rebuked angrily by the black half. Didn't you see that thing? How many arrays comprise the designs engraved in it? In the sheath? In the hilt? On the blade? It was made by Senju and left in the hands of their clan's most trusted allies. I would show you real overreacting, but I still need your help, Tobi stated coldly to Zetsu as they wound up standing out on a ledge overlooking a vast cave chamber filled with white Zetsu clones. Pain has neglected surveying the Jedu Mazu due to his wartime concerns. With the window given to me, I've been able to use enough of the chakra stored within it by the bijou captured to form 4,000 clones. You will use them and raid Konoha from within. Zetsu didn't need to hear any more than that. He knew what his weaker clone brethren were capable of and knew what abilities he could count on to get the job done. You can count on me, he said with a chuckle. What are you going to be doing? Getting some much needed information, Tobi said, creating a dimensional rift to transport himself through, from what will prove to be a very reluctant source. Chapter 64, Rose-Colored Glasses. Jiraiya was fighting with Sasuke. A reanimated Sasuke. What the hell was this world coming to? What happened to the days when wars between ninjas were fought between living beings? The thought of the undead being foot soldiers for someone's army, and that army being in the hands of Takigakure apparently. The thought was terrifying. Team 8 had been given the opening to advance on with their mission to find the source of the Oto raids and the purpose behind them, and they weren't going to waste the chance to keep going that Jiraiya had given them. It had taken a while, but eventually they managed to reach the entrance to the hideout they had been looking for. They knew it as such because Kiba and Akamaru could smell the original scent that they had been tracking along with a particularly powerful scent of snakes. A dead giveaway for any Inuzuka tracker that a place had something to do with Orochimaru or had been Orochimaru affiliated at some point in time. We've got to get in there, Kiba said, standing at the entrance with Hinata, Shino, and Akamaru. Jiraiya's back there fighting a zombie Sasuke. That's wrong on 5 different levels, so we've got to figure out what's down there and get back before something really fucked up happens and Konoha's down a legend. Jiraiya-sama can take care of himself. Shino assured his teammate as he pushed his glasses up on his face. If there is anyone that is equipped to deal with the supernatural, it is him. Hinata, do you have the layout of the base mapped out? Yes, Hinata said, her Byakugan letting her see through most of what was inside of the cave that served as a base. It's not booby-trapped. And there are no sentries inside. What? That was odd, it seems like a temporary location. The only chakra signatures I can see are apparently prisoners. Kiba didn't need to hear any more, deciding to lead the way and head on inside. There were people inside that needed help. These were Konoha ninjas that had been captured by Takigakure raiding parties, and while he'd hoped that some of them would be inside so he could show them just what he thought of taking prisoners behind the front lines, he was willing to settle for taking out the place that they brought the prisoners to. That would make his day, and put a cherry on top of the sundae that was the Konoha Northeast campaign. He'd worked his ass off, so maybe he'd get a field promotion from his actions? As cool as that would be, there was nothing more important at that moment than stopping the threat that existed away from the front lines for Konoha's forces. The seemingly endless tunnels eventually opened up into a large room with bars on the walls, cells behind them filled with trapped masses of humanity. Everyone being held prisoner was shackled, usually in trios, and seemed to have been heavily injured in their captures due to the lack of treatment that many had seemed to have gotten. Some parts of the trios chained together were dead. Chain gangs sometimes had 1 or 2 of the 3 members chained together no longer amongst the living. No one there seemed to have been interrogated though, tortured, but every last one of them seemed completely terrified of being in their current position for some reason. Kiba reached for the bars but got a nasty shock for his trouble. Ow! Damn it! He complained as he shook his jolted hand out, How do we get these guys out? It's not a seal doing this. I think it's a generator. We need to find it, even if it will take some time, Shino said, analyzing the prisons. Even though he was very level-headed on the surface, his hive of insects were buzzing internally along with his temper at seeing living beings subjected intentionally to such conditions. He sorely wished for the dark soul that had masterminded this to pay dearly for it. For one of them, there was something else wrong with the situation. While there were plenty of people there, numbering past the 50s, there had been more reported as taken. Many more. Kiba hadn't smelled enough blood while they had been going through it for all of those people to have been executed, and capturing all of those people just to kill them seemed like a complete waste. Hinata couldn't see any other place in the entire base that held prisoners. What they were seeing before them was it. So what the hell had happened to the others? Apparently being dead wasn't important enough for the cells to be cleared of people, so what was going on? Ah, more ninjas from Konoha. So you've just decided to come be a part of my experiments instead of me having to send out underlings to capture you? How thoughtful. I don't know if my jutsu will work on a dog, however. The voice was so smooth. So confident, so smarmy and sure of himself, mocking content of the words aside. And he was the origin of the snake smell from the perspective of Kiba and Akamaru. Just upon hearing his voice, many of the prisoners backed away as close to the wall as they could to keep away, even though they were behind bars. It was a pale white man underneath a dark red cloak that concealed his entire body from view. His head was covered in a hood with snake's eyes on it, but underneath his skin seemed to have a scaly sort of consistency to it. "What are you?" Hinata asked, taking a step back after she got a good look at him with her all-seeing eyes. Underneath the robe there were two snakes wrapped around his waist that were apparently a part of his body, and there were so many different sources of DNA spliced into his physical makeup that it was hard to tell what was an actual part of him. What kind of person would do that to their body, and why? "Aw. I'm so upset that someone as beautiful as yourself doesn't remember me, Hyuga-san, even though we only met a handful of times years ago," the grotesque young man said, feigning despair, although I guess that was the point. "I never really wanted to leave an impression until I was on my way out of that village of yours." Shino stared closely at the man until he got a great glimpse underneath the hood of the cloak and saw a very particular set of glasses on his face. While glasses by themselves weren't very particular, something about this man made them stand out as if they were a trademark. As a matter of fact, in the bingo book that was something to look out for when searching for this person in particular, Kabuto Yakashi. Kiba turned to Shino and then back to Kabuto out of surprise when he started chuckling. "The guy that spied on our village for Otogakure before the invasion during the Chunin exam? What the hell? He's the boss?" With a grandiose bow, Kabuto postulated in front of the trio and Ninken. "The word boss is such an underwhelming word for what I'd call myself. Welcome to my working laboratory." Standing up straight, his smirk seemed to be splitting his face, it was so wide. "I see you've found my supply of trusty test subjects. If you want to hop into the cells along with the others, that would be fine, but it's a little more complicated than it looks. You probably knew that by now, though." Shino just pointed one accusing finger at Kabuto, glaring at him from behind his sunglasses. "You're the man controlling Sasuke Uchiha through the Edo Tensei, aren't you?" Kabuto's laughing was the only answer he needed. "What are you doing? Is Takigakure an affiliate of the CNF?" No. Nothing of the sort." Kabuto assured him laughingly with a wave of the hand. "The leader of the CNF is not someone that I would see eye to eye with. And all of his talk of being God gets so tiresome. Honestly, the only reason he has as many villages with him to fight as he does is because they all know the legends of the Rinnegan, and when he smote Tsunade it scared them all into line." Tobi was much more interesting as far as Kabuto was concerned. And while they weren't allies either, he wanted to see just what that man would do, what depths he would delve to in order to get what he wanted out of the clusterfuck that the war had made out of his original plans. He was not going to interfere, though. He found it much more entertaining to watch things like this transpire from afar. But first he had to kill these intruders, and then watch Sasuke finish off Jiraiya. "If you kill me, the Edo Tensei Jutsu will never be released," Kabuto told them as a diversion to disarm them before honing in on the weak link of the team from his viewpoint. From underneath his cloak, the long white snake that was connected to his body shot out at Hinata with his fangs bared to bite down on her with incredible speed. It dawned upon him that Team 8 probably had a very high level of teamwork between them, but he didn't think they'd retaliate without missing a beat the way that they did. Mushi Kame no Jutsu, Insect Jar Jutsu. A swarming dome of bugs covered Hinata and blocked Kabuto's snake from harming her, something Kabuto wasn't going to risk touching lest he wind up getting insects on him that would drain his chakra. Before Kabuto could even get it back close to him, Both Akamaru and Kiba were on both sides of him poised to attack. Claws and fangs were poised to shred Kabuto to shreds before he managed to pull off one hell of a kawarimi, involving him literally shedding his skin to avoid being cut to ribbons by Kiba and Akamaru. Disgusting? Yes. Effective? Absolutely. Kabuto cackled as he slipped away scot-free and quickly vacated the room, leaving the prisoner's chamber behind and the 3 hostile Konoha ninjas within. You have 2 choices. You can either leave and die with Jiraiya at the hand of Sasuke Uchiha, or you can venture farther inside and die by my hand directly. Either way is just fine with me. Both ways just test my new power in different ways. XXX. Jiraiya vs Sasuke. Not too far away, Jiraiya was thinking on just how simple it would or would not be to seal away Sasuke Uchiha. He was completely indestructible as he would instantly regenerate any injury that occurred. For goodness sake, Jiraiya had made him the center of the most catastrophic forest fire that he'd ever been a part of, and he came walking right out. And he was still locked in mortal combat against an immortal foe. "You're Naruto-sensei, aren't you?" Sasuke asked, his body involuntarily moving as he lashed out with strike after strike to injure Jiraiya, missing each time, though he was getting closer and closer to landing with his taijutsu. "Yeah, you are. I remember you. Though you had 2 arms back then." Jiraiya blocked a kick with his forearm only to duck when Sasuke flipped upside down and aimed a second kick with his second leg at his head, guilty as charged. "And what can I say?" Jiraiya said as he stepped forward with a kick using his wooden sandals. "You don't need 2 arms to kick a little ass." The kick missed and Sasuke quick drew his sword, almost spilling Jiraiya's guts had it not been for the man's hardened battle instincts. As he jumped back to gain some distance, he was startled by Sasuke following him closely. Sasuke stayed on him, constantly trying to stab at and cut him, somehow able to keep track of Jiraiya's movements well enough to keep in step with him. Jiraiya was able to stay just outside of the reach of the tip of Sasuke's sword. Despite the fact that he knew what he was doing with that thing, Sasuke's chokudo did not have the reach of a katana. But what did Orochimaru do to him before he wound up killing the old snake off? This was ridiculous that he was this advanced, that he could match his every step. His timing was killer. Every time Jiraiya's foot touched the ground, Sasuke's touched along with it less than 3 feet away. He couldn't advance any closer, but that wasn't due to any sort of fear of reprisal from Jiraiya. He had already learned that there was no jutsu Jiraiya could use on him that would kill him, so he could be as tactically reckless as he wanted to be in order to land a blow that would debilitate the legend. They had to have moved a complete 2 miles through the woods, consisting entirely of the movements Jiraiya dodging Sasuke's sword attacks entirely. Eventually the 2 of them moved outside of the forest and into a terrace of rice paddies that had been recently abandoned due to the war just in case. It was here that Jiraiya managed to gain the distance that he so desired. Despite what he had said earlier, a one-armed man in an ass-kicking contest was at a disadvantage, and it wasn't like his opponent was unarmed or bad at taijutsu in the least. "So I'm assuming that you're a bit sore at me for being the guy that trained the guy that killed you," Jiraiya commented, eyes directed on Sasuke's torso and legs instead of his eyes. "Well, let me just say that I didn't train him for that. That being said, you ran away from the village and joined Orochimaru." "I did that for one reason," Sasuke replied. "I did it to get enough strength to kill Itachi, and Naruto's interference took that away from me. So while this isn't really the kind of circumstance I'd like, it still gives me the chance to take something important away from Naruto the way he took my own purpose away from me right in front of my eyes by killing Itachi." "He killed you, and you're more pissed off about him killing Itachi? That doesn't make any sense." "He killed me, but that doesn't matter since I'm here now, aren't I?" "Yeah, as a zombie soldier slave. But semantics probably didn't matter as long as you got what you wanted out of the situation. And killing Jiraiya to piss off or break Naruto's spirit was probably pretty high up there in the list of things that an undead Sasuke could want with his current station." And that smirk on his face really didn't sit well with Jiraiya. "You know, being dead gives me a lot of advantages, even over someone such as yourself." "Oh? Do go on. I'm listening." "Honest. Any injury I suffer heals immediately. I'm basically immortal. I can see why Kabuto wants to try what he's planning with the Edo Tensei Jutsu. It's really not a bad idea at all. I wonder why Orochimaru never tried it. It would have solved his immortality problem." "Wait, what? Kabuto Yakashi was the one summoned Sasuke's soul back? Orochimaru's spy master of an assistant? Okay, that actually made sense. He had been Orochimaru's right-hand man, and he was a medic, so reanimating dead bodies would probably have been something he was interested in. But Sasuke didn't let him dwell on that as he continued to speak. I can survive and reform from absolutely anything that happens to me. I don't feel any pain. I don't run out of chakra. So I can do anything I want to without having to worry about the consequences. Jiraiya didn't like the sound of that. He liked the sight of his own blood on Sasuke's sword even less once he held it up. Looking at his elbow, Jiraiya saw that it had been nicked in the extended swordplay that he had been dodging. The resulting hand seals from Sasuke got Jiraiya to curse aloud. He knew them well as if it were like walking or breathing, thus he quickly bit his thumb and made the move to match it. He's actually going to summon him? Why in the world? Jiraiya thought before slamming his palm on the ground just as Sasuke did. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. Massive plumes of smoke erupted, covering nearly a mile of landscape before they vanished, giving way to the gargantuan creatures that they signified the appearance of. Even standing atop the head of his closest summon in Gamabunta, Jiraiya couldn't help but sweat at the fact that Sasuke had summoned his purple-colored serpentine equal, Manda. Summoning Manda was dangerous even for someone at Akage's level. What the hell? Manda's voice boomed imposingly. I explicitly remember telling every fool under contract to never summon me again no matter what. Not unless they were willing to offer up their own lives as payment for my service. From his own place on Manda's head, Sasuke slid down to stand right in the middle of his face to shoot him a challenging look. I would. But I'm already dead, you see. If you feel like fighting with the Shinigami for my soul after I'm released, feel free to do that. I just need you to kill him. Manda would have devoured the insolent boy had he not already known that he only would have tasted ash and dirt all the way down. Eto Tensei. That accursed jutsu. By then he had looked at Sasuke for long enough that ample eye contact was made to sway his opinion on fighting a battle. Assure me that this time I'll have the opportunity to finish off that wart-covered giant toadstool. I can't stop until I kill Jiraiya anyway, Sasuke said, and apparently that was all Manda needed to lunge quickly at Gamabunta and Jiraiya. That and a little genjutsu-based influence never hurt either. Gamabunta quickly drew his tanto and stabbed it into the ground as Manda came swiftly, fangs looking to take a chunk out of him. Manda quickly slithered around it and went for his bite, but Gamabunta pushed his entire body off of the ground via the solid hold his tanto had in the ground and attempted to drop down in a crushing body press on Manda. He missed and the ground shook frightfully at Gamabunta slamming his tons of bulk on top of it. With a grunt, Gamabunta watched Manda move away in preparation for another attack and addressed Jiraiya on his head. Eto Tensei? You're fighting someone you can't kill? I can still beat him. Jiraiya assured Gamabunta as both of them watched closely for another incoming rush. I just have to do two things first. Neither of them would be easy, and first of all they needed to deal with Manda. Manda isn't immortal though, so let's go ahead and kill him first. I love how you made that sound like it would be easy. It will be, Jiraiya said with a determined look on his face. I need to get back to those kids. I can't let them deal with a monster like Kabuto alone. Naruto's told me about what he did with Orochimaru's remains. If he's bold enough to pull off what he's doing now, he's got to have something up his sleeve. He couldn't help but think about what Sasuke had alluded to. Kabuto had come up with something involving Eto Tensei that was impressive enough for him to acknowledge it. Was Team 8 walking into a nest of reincarnated, invulnerable ninjas, or was it something worse? No. Unkillable or not, he had what it took to end this. All he had to do was get Gamabunta to finish Manda first. He'd never get to Sasuke to end this if he couldn't. There wasn't any time to save the tough stuff for dire straits. He had to make this as fast as possible. Which meant that they'd be getting some more help. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. In the form of two elderly toads of opposite gender on each shoulder. So you finally got around to summoning us again, Jiraiya-chan? Took you long enough. You youngins just don't fight wars like you used to. As was said before, he didn't have the time to screw around. Whether it was necessary or not was irrelevant. The toads were on his shoulders, his features began to change to a somewhat amphibious form, his fingers and toes became webbed, and warts formed on his face. Hate this form. Jiraiya complained to himself, hate it so much. Not important. There was a battle going on, Bunta's taking on Manda. We're going for the kid on his head. He's an Eto Tensei revival. Fukasaku glared out across at Manda and the small speck on his face. Orochimaru's dead. Who's fool enough to use that accursed jutsu? Orochimaru's right-hand man, but that's another story after we finish this. It's still important though. They couldn't kill him, so they had to get creative with how they stopped him. We've got to subdue him. I've got a plan, but I need him immobilized first. We can do that, right? Who do you think you're talking to? Shima said with a smirk. You think we're so old we need Tobi told Ta. Get serious? You don't ever summon us unless the gloves are off. Well, the gloves are definitely off now, Jiraiya said in return before addressing Gamabunta. Get me close enough for long enough to get that kid. I don't care how you do it. All Gamabunta did was chuckle darkly. He knew enough about the old snake across from him to know what he needed to do in order to get and stay close. It wasn't really advisable, but it was a request from a trusted friend who was dead serious about what was happening. Manda stormed forth, slithering across the ground in an unreadable manner before using his incredible speed for a serpent his size to circle Gamabunta repeatedly. Gamabunta slammed his tanto down to cut through a portion of the snake's body, but that was what Manda wanted as he appeared at Gamabunta's rear, fangs poised to take a chunk out of him. Jiraiya. I know. Jiraiya had been watching Gamabunta's back as the easiest way to get Manda to stay close for long enough to reach the summoner on his head was to sucker him into lethally attacking, though this was dangerous because Manda was fully capable of killing anything in one move. Suck on the combined awesome of my two pupils, taken to the next level by Jiraiya. Senpu, Cho Odama Rasengan, Sage Art, Ultra Great Ball Rasengan. A normal Rasengan 3 times the size of his entire body hit Manda right in the face once Jiraiya leapt at him with the jutsu in hand. A violently pained hiss erupted from Manda's mouth as the snake was felled. That snake had some seriously tough skin. If that compressed chakra exploded, it could have hollowed out a mountain. As Manda's head fell like a towering tree, Sasuke turned back and proceeded to run down. The back end of his body fell while it fell in segments to hit flat on the ground. The titanic summon's body coiled back up and burrowed underground to escape Gamabunta before his toad adversary could finally make good on his threat to skin him and make a wallet out of him. However, he wasn't as safe as he figured. He was in his tactical retreat. Now Manda had a determined Jiraiya on his body underground, as well as Sasuke, who probably couldn't have cared any more about Manda's safety even though he was his summon. All of the chunked up earth flying in Jiraiya's face while Manda continued to dig around underneath the battlefield didn't deter him a bit as he continued to run down the length of Manda's body in search of Sasuke. Quickly locating him, Jiraiya didn't waste a second in launching another attack. Sasuke tried to lash out at him with his sword, but Jiraiya instead kicked him in the face and neck with his wooden sandal hard enough to obliterate his face and everything above his shoulders. As he expected though, the mishmash of dust and ash reformed flawlessly in the appearance of Sasuke's face. The kick hadn't been to try and injure Sasuke though. It was all meant to get him away from Manda so that he could initiate the next phase of his plan. And this was the picture-perfect location for it. Seriously. Jiraiya couldn't have manufactured a better setting for what he needed to get done. Landing on his feet, Sasuke stared impassively at Jiraiya as if it didn't matter that the theater of the battle had changed from the fresh outdoors to the interior of a hastily made tunnel created by a giant snake. I guess I've solved the mystery people have been the answer to for years. A one-armed, handicapped Jiraiya is stronger than a bedridden, sickly Orochimaru. Congratulations. Well, thank you. Some dead brat sarcasm wasn't going to get to Jiraiya. He'd lived through the times where half of the trash talk that ninjas these days used was invented. He was in control whether Sasuke knew it or not, invulnerable to fatal injury or not. He'd heard about Sasuke's techniques from Naruto when he talked about the three-way battle he'd fought against the Uchiha brothers, and he knew full well that he'd managed to cut off Sasuke's coup de grace that had blown up an entire fortress in a flash. He would not be forming the clouds for Kirin underground. Sasuke would not let Jiraiya even begin to make more hand seals, however. Not before he did anyway. Kaden, Guryuka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Jutsu. Sasuke fired a massive dragon's head of fire from his mouth right at Jiraiya, who had no room to dodge inside of the tunnel. Never fight an Uchiha without countermeasures for fire. Jiraiya thought to himself as he opened a prepared scroll and hurled it forward at the fire while he made one-handed hand seals, Fukahuin, fire sealing method. Now that was something that irritated Sasuke, seeing his jutsu get absorbed into a scroll. It reminded him of how Naruto managed to overpower his brother's jutsu. A jutsu that he himself didn't know if he could have overcome, even with all of his preparation. But he'd never get to prove it. Naruto had taken that from him by sticking his nose in their business and killing them both. I'm going to kill you, just to make him feel it. Just to make Naruto feel a bit of my hatred, Sasuke shouted, raising his voice for the first time since he'd been brought back to life. What business did he have killing Itachi? Naruto didn't kill Itachi, Jiraiya said as the flames finished being sucked into his scroll. He only killed you. Itachi survived that battle and died later in a battle in the desert. That was where they found his partner, so they assumed he had somehow died there too. They found his blood. That whole mess with Danzo disappearing was something else. It was the Bermuda Triangle of battles, because no one that walked in wound up walking out. Sasuke's eyes widened at that bit of news. When you were dead, you weren't exactly up to date on current events. They didn't put out newspapers or bingo books in oblivion. But that bit of information hit Sasuke like the coldest chill. In his mind, Itachi still walked the planet as the real final Uchiha, strange masked man notwithstanding. And if he had a real internal constitution, he probably would have been physically ill at the thought. Jiraiya did not hesitate to make his move. The hand seals couldn't have flown fast enough before he slammed his palm on the ground, Kushios, Gamaguchi Shibari, summoning, toad mouth binding. The tunnel transformed into a fleshy esophagus-like area. The flesh began to grow over Sasuke's feet and ankles to try and hold him in place. He managed to rip the limb free, but it held him in place long enough for a move to be made. On Jiraiya's shoulder, Shima formed the ram seal and her tongue began to grow larger, expanding from her mouth with a carnivorous face on it complete with sharp teeth. It flew forward and ensnared Sasuke around his body, pinning his arms to his sides. Jiraiya himself closed the distance between himself and Sasuke before smashing him into the wall and holding him there as the wall engulfed him and pulled him in. To Sasuke it reminded him of what happened when Orochimaru tried to take over his body. Only there was no countering this one with his Sharingan. As soon as he was engulfed to a satisfactory extent, Fukasaku pulled out a sealing tag in Jiraiya's stead, since the man himself had been using his only hand to hold Sasuke in place, and slapped it on Sasuke's chest before it was fully covered up by the fleshy wall. "I can't kill you," Jiraiya said, as the only thing left even slightly uncovered was Sasuke's face, "so until I find an actual way to release you, you're going to sit pretty in another dimension in this toad's stomach." The only way he was getting away was if someone could get that tag off of him, and the only way to do that was to get inside of the nearly indestructible stomach of the toad that Jiraiya had summoned. On top of that, only toad summoners had control of the wall, and there were only two of them, thus only Naruto or Jiraiya could get him out. All Sasuke did was stare dead at Jiraiya as the rest of his face was covered up by the wall. His mouth was covered up as well, and that was that. Jiraiya couldn't have dismissed the toad mouth binding and started running out of that tunnel fast enough. Dealing with Sasuke was one thing for someone like him. Team 8 dealing with Kabuto Yakashi on their own, souped up on Orochimaru's cells and who knows what else, with the power of the undead at his command, was something else entirely. And they were playing on his field. XXX. At sea, off the coast of Hai no Kuni. The ship manned by the Kumo shinobi transporting Naruto back to his home country so that he could return to Konoha didn't have a single person that could keep themselves from staring in awe and nigh horror at the sight of Suigetsu, the size of a damned bijou and getting bigger, albeit slowly. It became abundantly clear and equally forgivable just why Takigakure hadn't been able to get any ships to the mainland to assist with the war effort with this man patrolling the waters. Poor bastards probably never had a chance. We're so dead. Chakra attacks weren't going to work on him. That much had already been proven. Not only had Naruto already tried it himself, a few intrepid allies from the ship had tried their best shot and had failed. "If we stay around here, our ship's a target for collateral damage," another ninja said, "even if that guy never tries to target us on purpose at all. How much space can his jutsu cover if he's that big? What do we do? And what about Kirabai?" Their attention turned to the other side of the ship and found him contesting with Juugo. "I really don't think we have to worry about him." And that indeed seemed to be the case. As intimidating as a murderous Juugo seemed to be and as intense as his chakra was, it was still a matter of just who he was fighting and trying to kill. Someone that no one else really needed to worry about. Honestly, for a crazy person he couldn't have picked a worse target to zero in on. A blast from the water signified another attempt of Juugo to turn Kirabai into paste that had failed. "Shouldn't you be more worried about the water kid that's still getting better, B?" The Hachibi chided as its Jinchuriki moved backwards across the water, muttering to himself. "Oh, just chill, we've got time to kill," Kirabai said as he wished he could have out his notepad to write some lyrics. That wasn't really a good idea in the water where waves were constantly moving around. Crazy ass guy. No fan of my rhymes. He muttered to himself before shaking his head. "No, that ain't any good." "Die." Juugo shrieked as he attacked with his full body, skin turned dark gray with multiple extensions from his special technique. Figuring that this was enough of that since he was getting absolutely no worthwhile musical inspiration out of the fight, Kirabai tapped into his Bijuu's chakra cloak, engulfing himself in dark red energy with 4 tails of chakra forming that caught Juugo's limbs and held him prostrate for an attack. All that power and no real skill? Kirabai said as his tails pulled Juugo in while he rushed forward, horns of chakra forming on his right arm, against Hachibi-sama that'll get you killed. Rariato, lariat. A fully transformed Juugo took a nasty full-armed hit to the neck and chest that blew away part of his back on impact. The power of the lariat sent his body flying and skipping across the water until it slammed into the hull of the ship just underneath the water like a torpedo. Who? The veteran Jinchuriki cheered for his own battle efforts. Blood was already beginning to show in the water where Juugo had hit the vessel. If the lariat itself didn't completely wreck his body, being stuck in the side of a metal transport certainly wouldn't help. Lord and master of all I survey. Now maybe he could sit back and watch what kind of ninja Naruto really was. It was his first time seeing his Konoha counterpart in a real battle. And while he probably should have jumped in to do something about the opponent that he was facing, in all honesty he found it way more interesting to see what Naruto would do about it. That didn't make him a bad friend, did it? Of course not. He was just making sure that his comrade was capable of living up to the lofty expectations he had established for himself. Yes. The fact that he was going to get to see a pretty good fight to boot was just a consolation to his good intentions. In a show of grand speed, Kirabai quickly boarded the Kumo ship once more and sat down facing the gargantuan Suigetsu and the diminutive Naruto currently locked in combat. He was not pleased though. Hey! That's the wrong way. Go back. The ship was trying to get its distance from the battle. For obvious reasons. The strongest Kumo ninja amongst them was not having any of that though. We can't stay too close to that or he'll sink our ship just like all of the others that came from Kiri. One of the sailors said as to their reasoning for moving away from the fight. I don't care, Kirabai stated firmly, smacking his palm on the deck repeatedly, circle around the edge and we'll be fine. We've got to watch out for Mr. 9. Why don't you just help him then? Turning around where he was sitting to look over at the exasperated Kumo nin that had asked him that question and realized that a bunch of others on the ship wanted an answer too, and were quite serious about it, 'cause I want the best seat for the show. Fuck it. The captain ninja of the ship said, palming his face as he headed back for the helm, turn the ship around. If we die out here at least A will kill B for letting it happen. XXX. While he was cursing the fact that he was fighting in such a predicament, Naruto supposed it had been a while since he'd been presented with a puzzle of a battle, and he was well overdue for one. He knew his luck wouldn't hold out forever. He hadn't been in a situation this dire in quite a while. There was at least one mystery solved though. The mystery of why Takigakure hadn't mobilized and gotten a landing force to reach the mainland of the elemental nations yet. A lot of good water-based ninjutsu would do when you were fighting someone that could merge with it. So I can't hurt him by hitting him or cutting him, and I can't shock him to death or hit him with any ninjutsu because he can absorb my chakra. Naruto thought to himself in the QB as he darted out of the way of Suigetsu's Hiramkare sword. Sage mode and Sharingan was a killer combination for evasiveness. I can't seal him, and Genjutsu? Ha! Any ideas? Other than what I already said about finding out what the fuck is happening, you idiot. I have no input to give you at the moment. Don't bitch at me, you nine-tailed jackass, because after this I will never swat flies with the same intensity ever again. What good are you doing right now? I'm the reason you're in sage mode and can still move around at the same time. Other than that and backseat driving, what good are you doing right now? You know, Suigetsu said in a booming voice fitting of his size that disrupted Naruto and Kyuubi's conversation, I actually don't hate you at all. That's Karin's thing. And Juugo's too, since he felt that Sasuke was the only person that could keep him from losing control. But me, I was interested in all of this because you beat Sasuke and Itachi, at the same time you badass you. It was really more of a draw between me and Itachi, Naruto said as Hiramkare almost instantly transformed its shape into something else other than a giant sword, and oh my kami, what the hell is that? A giant flyswatter. Huh? Are you getting a sense of irony here too, or is that just me? There wasn't any time to yell at his chakra creature as he had to maneuver himself through one of the holes of the Hiramkare flyswatter. Once again, he had to love that evasiveness. Naruto reached into his on-hand supplies and slapped a special tag on the Hiramkare blade before making a ram hand seal to bind the chakra to the blade until someone took it off. So he could affect the chakra of Suigetsu's weaponry, but not Suigetsu directly. Good to know. Not that it mattered now that Hamako was far too small for him to hold. It was like a normal person trying to wield a toothpick as a sword, and it fell from his hands into the water. Naruto then proceeded to make like an angry bee and fly directly at Suigetsu's head. More specifically his right eye. If he couldn't get him from the outside, why not try the inside? Everything was weak on the inside. Much to Suigetsu's annoyance and displeasure, Naruto punched right into his head through the eye and stopped at the middle of his head. He wanted to go all the way through to burst his head like a watermelon, but his momentum stopped there. That water was dense, okay. He's pure water on the inside. I was hoping for something a bit more vulnerable, but whatever. Maybe I can shock him or blow his head apart from the inside? Not particularly. You couldn't blow your nose in here from what I can feel. An attempt to build chakra for a jutsu, any jutsu, failed. Extending his hand for a Rasengan failed equally as hard. Chakra couldn't touch him at all or it'd be drained? He was stealing the chakra right out of his body. Hey. Suigetsu grinned toothily at feeling Naruto's chakra revitalize his system. This chakra is really unstable. If I didn't have something that could neutralize and filter transformed chakra, you might have hurt me with your pure stuff going right into me. Damn it. He could steal Shinjutsu chakra? Bullshit. What jutsu could do that? And the consistency of that water was thick. It was like trying to swim through oil. So now it was just a matter of how long he could hold his breath for. Okay, the plan had failed. It was time to get some distance and try to come up with something new. Eventually reaching the back of Suigetsu's head, Naruto found that he couldn't free himself. He couldn't generate the same force inside of Suigetsu to punch out the way he had punched in. Oh, you're just flailing away in there, aren't you? Suigetsu taunted as the water that comprised his jutsu and his body sucked Naruto's reserves of chakra dry. I wonder how long the Kyuubi can even keep this up for. Stalemate was always the best weapon someone could use for fighting a Jinchuriki. There's no chakra it can't absorb. Even cutting and stabbing at the edge of the watery prison with his sword did nothing. Naruto had to do something quick or he was going to run out of air. Losing his chakra wasn't an issue. Kyuubi was giving him a direct loan of Shinjutsu chakra so he could stay in sage mode for as long as he needed to, but couldn't hold his breath forever. He had to stay calm. Each second was enough time for two ideas to flitter through his head and enough time to get a better look at everything around him. Wait. What was that down around the core of the body? Didn't Suigetsu say something about Stalemate? It was hard to hear since his ears were clogged with and he was surrounded by water. His hearing had been distorted. But yes, he was sure that Suigetsu had said just that. Looking down at the center right where the middle of the body would be, Naruto could see two somethings down there. As if he had any better plans at the moment. With that, he fought to swim his way down through Suigetsu's body. With a great effort he eventually got close enough to confirm that Stalemate was indeed sitting right in the middle of Suigetsu's body with its spines extended and wiggling about like nerves for the body. So that was what he'd meant earlier about using two swords at the same time despite the fact that only Hamako was visible, and that was how he could absorb chakra just by being touched by it. Sneaky bastard. As he swam closer to the sword, he saw a small blob of a creature that vaguely looked like Suigetsu's normal-sized head, only more blob-like. Well, what do you know? You were sort of right. Everyone is weaker inside out. Kyuubi commented in amusement at the sight of Suigetsu on the inside. Naruto couldn't help but stare as Suigetsu glared at him. So this was basically Control Central? And since he hadn't been attacked yet, there was apparently nothing Suigetsu could do inside of his own body to stop him short of keeping him from leaving. At least without disrupting high seas swell, which would free Naruto anyway. Throwing a punch at Suigetsu, he swam out of the way and Naruto directly swam down to the sword before grabbing onto it. He almost wound up drowning when he opened his mouth, surprised and in pain when the handle formed spikes that stabbed into his hands. To hell with that. I'd rather bleed a bit than drown in this place. With Sage Mode enhanced strength, Naruto ripped Stalemate free from its own nerve extensions in Suigetsu's high seas swell body and it all fell apart back into the ocean like a waterfall. None of the men on board the Kumo ship had ever seen that much water fall from the air at once, and all started yelling fearfully when it caused a massive wave that headed their way. Oh hell no, Kirabai shouted as he jumped off of the ship right at the wave and began linking up with his bijou in the purest way possible. Jinchuriki-sama's got this. The form of Kirabai changed into a massive four-horned bull with arms and a torso as well as 8 gargantuan tentacles that serves as tails. Amazingly enough, He had transformed into the Hachibi itself and had done so to block the entire wave with his body to protect the ship until the surge subsided. The men on the ship cheered at their village's protector coming through, and never one to pass up a moment to soak in the adulation of his comrades. Kirabai bellowed in the beast's voice and held up one arm with the pinky and index fingers extended to the sky to mimic a pair of horns. Yi tilde ah. In the sky above the water, a thoroughly Naruto still held on to Seimata and stared at it angrily as it was still stabbing spikes into his hands. You can stop that any time. You're not going to get deep enough to make me let go as long as I'm fortified in sage mode, and you can't suck enough chakra to make me drop it. If you keep stealing my chakra, I will seal you into the blackest pit I can think of, so don't test me, Scaly. Apparently the monstrous weapon realized that resistance was futile and retracted its spikes. That was a good sentient sword. Kisame probably did something like that to scare it into obedience, and he didn't have any idea what Suigetsu had done to get control over it. He probably earned it by killing so many people over the seas and taking their chakra. Speaking of whom, looking down, Naruto saw Suigetsu reforming his regular-sized body and staring up at him hatefully. This isn't over yet. The second time. This would mark the second time that Naruto had directly or indirectly had contributed to him losing one of his swords. To be quite honest, he was starting to take it personally. I've still got all of my own chakra. Just because you stole Seimata and won't let it go doesn't mean I'm done. I'll take it back after I kill you. Oh, Naruto said, pointing one hand at Seimata, you want this? You know I do. Yeah, I do. Without saying anything else about it, Naruto turned and hurled it as hard as he could, as fast as a missile, right at Kirabai, who smothered it in his tentacles once it got within reaching distance of the rangy extensions. Whoops. I must still have water in my ears. And my lungs, because I could have sworn you just said to hand it over to the gigantic bull octopus thing. That's it, everybody dies, Suigetsu shouted, snarling up at Naruto, you're not safe up there. He started rolling through hand seals before stopping on and holding the bird seal, Suten, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water release, great waterfall jutsu. It's time to send you crying home to your mommy. My mom's dead. I know. The ocean began to churn all around Suigetsu except for a safe and stable portion that he was standing on. With a resounding crash of water, the sea began to fly up at Naruto with the force of a reverse direction waterfall. I'm still in my element. Naruto snarled down at his enemy as the jutsu had been forming and created two clones, holding out his hand with a Rasengan in it while the two others started manipulating it to their liking, forcing yellow and blue electricity to flicker off of it dangerously until it shrank to the size of a stone that Naruto was able to clutch tightly in his fist as more electricity crackled around it. He could feel the muscles in his hand quivering and shaking intensely. If he hadn't been in sage mode, that would have been around the time where he'd lost the feeling in the entire limb, just before losing use of it completely. Yes, he had to thank Jiraiya and the Elder Toads, yeah. About that. I almost drowned and got swatted like a fly today. I wasn't really a fan of that. And for the last month, at least, you've been keeping ships from landing that could help us end this stupid war. So what? One of my elements is better than your element, even if you have it everywhere around you. So it's a good thing you're made of water, because I hear you get really thirsty in hell. Raiten, Razan Raisiki, lightning release, spiraling marble. With that, Naruto let fly with a little pebble of compressed lightning chakra that violently let off uncontrollable snaps of electricity all over the air. It still didn't look that threatening to Suigetsu, who had sent his jutsu up to overpower it. That's not how my clan jutsu works, ass. His shout died in his throat as he watched the little lightning ball dissolve every last drop of water that came into contact with it and the never-ending frantic volts it kept letting off. It looked as if a large spherical path was being cut through his very wave without stopping it a bit. Cutting wasn't even the right word. It was as if the water simply vibrated into inexistence once it got close enough to be touched by the electricity. But there was no way. It didn't even look that strong. It was just a little pebble of chakra. So why could Suigetsu feel a stinging inside of him, even on the inside of his mouth? Get out of the water. Kirabai didn't need to be told twice, as he could feel a sting in the air without being anywhere near whatever jutsu Naruto was using. Bijou or not, the Hachibi form had already lost a horn to a human's jutsu in the past. If he was told to get out, he wasn't going to push his luck for no reason. He transformed back to normal and landed on the deck of the Kumo ship, still holding on to Seimata as he did so. Suigetsu found he had less feeling in his body over the course of the 3 seconds that it took Naruto to shoot the jutsu and for it to reach him. From a slight discomfort, to feeling like his muscles were gelatin, all spongy and impossible to move with the sensation of pinpricks running across every nerve ending he had. He wasn't going to dodge this. And turning to water would only make it all worse. He opened his mouth to yell, but nothing came out before it hit him, and it didn't stop there. From above, Naruto had the view of the Rasen Raiseki's effects. It continued on down deep into the ocean as if it were digging a hole through the water before it instantly cascaded down over it and covered the tracks of his jutsu. It would keep going until it hit something solid and traveled a small bit farther. So that meant the ocean floor. Mr. Ni. Looking down and over at the ship, Naruto could see the dark-skinned, white-clad Kirabai waving at him spiritedly and moved on down over to him as he landed on the deck and was greeted with a fist bump that he actually was fully willing to return with a smile after deactivating Sage Mode. He then proceeded to punch his fellow Jinchuriki in the head, knocking him face first to the deck. "You fucker. You watched that whole thing and transformed, and I had to come up with the most convoluted way to beat someone I've ever used." Gah! Kirabai got back up rubbing his head, but other than that barely showing the effects of the tap that Naruto had given him. "Mr. 9, don't be mad. You showed that watery bitch who's bad. I got a ton of chakra drained and almost drowned," and in his head, Naruto recalled, "That's not really the coolest way to win a fight." He then noticed the bleeding body on the deck stuck with 8 swords. "What is that?" "The crazy guy." Kirabai explained, poking at a lifeless Juugo's body with the foot of his sandal. "I thought I killed him over the side, but he was trying to bide his time. Trying to get a shot when my guard was down, but a real ninja's senses are always abound." "Why are you still holding Seimata?" "The little dude likes me." "Okay, yeah. Let's go with that." It was as if Naruto could still feel eyes on him, and he turned to where the pirate ship from before had been, where the battle had more or less begun as it was sailing away in an opposite direction. He already knew that the Karin girl was staring at them, and more specifically him if she was a sensor of a high enough level to find him on the open seas. One of the Kumonin put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. "Hey, don't worry about them. That Suigetsu guy was their muscle. Without him they can't hold any kind of blockade. Let the Mizukage get a pound of flesh back off of them," he said with a grin, ecstatic at a naval victory like this. Kumo wasn't used to battles on the ocean, and it felt good to win one. "Man, Kiri's going to owe us huge for this one, yeah? Sure, they technically lost 2 of their swords in Haramkare and Kubikirabushu, but hey, they weren't gone forever. They were just lost at sea. Maybe." And then Seimata seemed to like Kirabai, but that wasn't their fault. For all intents and purposes they just saved Takigakure from being blockaded in. They were fucking heroes, and when they got home the Raikage was going to give them all medals and hopefully vacations and a kiss from Mabui. Naruto nodded noncommittally as he couldn't hear the man's thoughts while he had been thinking them. Focusing instead on his own. "They're not going to get that girl though." "Why not? She's not strong at all. She's just a sensor." "Yes, a sensor that could feel anyone moving on her location half a day in advance if she really reached out for it. Karin didn't really need to be strong if she could avoid any potential battle to begin with. But that wasn't the only reason. She didn't have to be strong to know how to live for another day. Because my clan has a really bad habit of surviving things like this. If she hated him after killing Sasuke, what was it like now when he destroyed her entire team mean to kill him, with her teammate at his strongest possible point? Either way, when the war was over, if she wanted to try her hand once again, he'd be waiting. It never ended after all. "Can you guys just take me to High no Kuni already?" Naruto asked, turning away from that direction and moving off to start getting a report together in advance for his return to Konoha. They weren't far from the coast. "I really just want to go home right now." As fast as he could get there. XXX miles away from Kanahagakure no Sato, Konoha Strict Correctional Facility. It was the most amazing thing that any of the prisoners had ever seen. It was also right up there with the most alarming and confusing. One man walked right into the prison, past all of the guards, past everyone. They simply let him in, right through the front, and left him alone as he went through the facility. The Konoha ninjas posted there to protect the place just let him pass until he could unlock all of the cells from the control room. All of this was done by one strange man in an odd mask with a spiral pattern and one eye hole. He asked for nothing in return nor gave any conditions to his releasing of them. He merely let them all go, and there was no one trying to stop them. That went well, Tobi said to himself as he stood around with the prison guards around him in the control room. That went very well. It took 6 hours to replace the guards and take over this place. This should divert enough attention to empty out the rest of the village. It seems that while it's not perfect, the White Zetsu's substitute transformation was good enough to bring this place down. Everyone released would be making their way as far from Konoha as they could, and that would cause a serious stir across the countryside that would not slip notice of the village meant to be responsible for them. These weren't just criminals, missing nin and the like. Due to wartime state, prisoners of war were transported there to be held as well. A complete jailbreak would definitely get Konoha to make some kind of venture to run damage control. And from there he would move his white Zetsus into the village. There was a home guard kept back to protect the village, consisting of a good number of upper-level shinobi and many Shinin that were all ready to defend the village, but this wasn't meant to be a true battle either way. All Tobi wanted was one thing from this endeavor. Well, two things actually. But both of those lay behind the big gates of Takigakure no Sato, and he was not there yet. He still had to be careful. So close, Tobi said as he could feel the presence of the original Zetsu move behind him. When is the soonest that we can move the army into position? I didn't risk keeping them near the village in case this went south. You want a third of them for this, right? The white half of Zetsu asked, enough to give them a scare? Right. Tobi replied, this is only meant for me to get something, and 1,500 is enough to subdue the village's forces long enough for me to do that. White Zetsu nodded in understanding. This was still the same determined man he had known for all those years. Okay. I can have them all the way here from the mountain's graveyard in just over a day, another 3 hours if you want them mobilized to move on your command. That's fine. Tobi looked at the transformed white Zetsus disguised as the prison guard ninjas and figured that he couldn't try to use them to infiltrate the village to soften it up a bit internally. Time is of the essence, but we can't rush this either. It needs to be done right or we could incur too many losses. The people they replaced had been posted out there for an extended mission and weren't scheduled to switch out with another guard set for a few weeks. They needed to remain there for the time being to maintain the facade that everything was fine until it became certain that the game was up. That was the way things were done if things hadn't changed since the last time he had anything to do with Konoha. It would be a big red flag if things started happening once people that shouldn't have returned yet arrived back in the village, and he was not going to allow his element of surprise to be blown because he had tried to get too cute. He was danger close to the heart of the enemy. And he needed to get what he came for by any means necessary. Things were slipping away. After years of tireless work, of moving things in every direction that had been mapped out for him, it was beginning to crumble. The achievement of the Eye of the Moon plan seemed to be out of his reach, as if he had stalled out. He felt like a man that had built a skyscraper intending to touch the stars, but no matter how high he went they were always at the same distance, and any sense that they were getting closer was just the thinning of the air getting to his head as he continued to build and climb. Curse the Uzumaki clan. He could see why Madara had laid things out in the past in order to see Uzushigakure destroyed. A clan full of wild cards with a personal code that you could not manipulate at large, a will that you could not bend or break without ending their lives in the process. Nagato and Naruto. The masked conspirator said to himself and to Zetsu, who would have figured that a pawn and a target would have ruined everything just by being pitted against one another. Nagato should have just been able to capture him during the failed infiltration and that should have been all. Naruto would have been captured and set aside until the Kyuubi could be extracted. Somehow he survived the crushing defeat at the hands of Nagato's 6 paths of pain. Nagato, fueled by that victory over Naruto and Jiraiya, the destruction of a portion of Amigakure, and his own ego swelling at the constantly proven commodity of the Rinnegan and his growing power over it, started a cumbersome world war that made things even more difficult than before. It didn't matter. Nothing mattered to Tobi, as long as he managed to get his plan together in the end. A few detours and a few things destroyed that hadn't originally been slated for punishment could be forgiven. Anything that was broken could be fixed under the influence of the infinite Tsukuyomi. He'd come too far now. He would bring that reality to the world no matter whose toes he had to step on in the process. Or necks. XXX. Outside of the prison, a figure in a porcelain mask and a black cloak had a view of every prisoner that had been within Konoha's correctional facility making a run for it with no one stopping them. The man with the mask seemed familiar. Everyone in his organization had been briefed by Sai and Maki about the appearance of the man in the swirl-patterned mask, Madara Uchiha. Such an enemy was a close blade to the jugular of Konoha. I need to warn Sai-sama about what could be happening, he said to himself as he quickly began moving back toward Konoha. Chapter 65, Scorched Earth Policy. You have to be kidding me, Tsunade said, standing up with her hands planted firmly on her desk. Her normal swiftly beating heart that she had whenever at work going over the needs of the village in these wartime conditions was now beating 10 times as fast. The reason being that she had just been presented with some incredibly startling information in regards to the war effort. Close to the home front actually, an attack on the village? That's impossible. We've got scouts all over High no Kuni's countryside. They should have known full well that if there was anything suspicious they'd have a messenger hawk back in their roost so quickly the enemy wouldn't know that they were compromised before they wound up paying the price. But this came from the more clandestine portion of the Konoha forces. The portion that Tsunade had plausible deniability about the activities of. I'm telling you what our operatives told me, Hokage-sama, Sai said, bowing on one knee to Tsunade, the prison. And there isn't a much more fortified location to make for enemy HQ within strike distance of Konoha. Just over a day's count by his time, which gives us 18 hours left given how long it took for him to get the news to me and for me to get it to you. And then they'd be upon them, hordes of grey beings that seemed to be a hybrid of plant and man if the reports were to be believed. But Rudanbu weren't subject to delusional exaggerations, so if they were telling her that this was what they had to face, this was what they had to face. Thank Kami for a home guard force. The bulk of Konoha's strength was indeed out at war on multiple fronts, but that did not mean that they were simply standing defenseless back behind the gates of the village. Even so, it would be an uphill climb. More time would have been better for them to prepare. I wish there'd have been more warning. Tsunade groused, walking from behind her desk, heels of her sandals clicking on the floor, but 18 hours are better than 3. Or none at all. Good work, Sai. Yes, Hokage-sama, Sai said, taking that as his cue to stand back up. What are we going to do? The prisoners had been freed and allowed to run for it through the countryside, but only as a diversion. A diversion that Konoha would have taken the bait on once they learned of the escapes were it not for Root laying out the new scenario. They would have to take a risk and send out a squad or two of Onbu to feign a search and retrieve/destroy mission, but that could work out for them later behind enemy lines once the fighting began. There were a few options available to them, but every action had a negative to it for every positive it would bring. They could move out a fighting force to meet them in open battle in the space of land between Konoha and the prison, but if they wound up beaten the retreat could turn into a rout and the village would subsequently fall. They could try to directly attack the prison itself with their own element of surprise, but mobilizing what they had in village into a strike force comprised mostly of Jinan and less upper-class ninjas, home on temporary leave, on such short notice was a recipe for disaster. Also, much like had already been touched upon, the Konoha strict correctional facility might as well have been a fortress in of itself. So that left the stalwart defense of the village. Only now, village defenses were souped up and better than any other time before in history when they had been threatened with invasion. Even with the depleted ninja population in the village, they had defenses, contingency plans, and then some, ready to deal with any number of intruders set to attack them. For the possible destruction it would cause, defending the village itself was probably the best option for dealing with this. Buildings could be rebuilt. Civilians could and would be evacuated to safety regardless of whether the attack reached the walls or not. This was not the issue. The issue was of this whole mystery force. Where did they come from and how did they get so far into the country before being found? Did it really matter at this point though? A man with a swirl-patterned mask covering his entire head walked into the prison as if he feared no reprisal. Sai reported with a furrowed brow, I believe it's the same man that we bore witness to retrieving Sasuke Uchiha and Itachi Uchiha's bodies after the fight with Naruto-senpai due to how he appeared. The Madara Uchiha person that Naruto's clone had warned her about back during his period of roving that followed his and Jiraiya's defeat in Amigakure. I don't like any of this, Tsunade said, but I'll tell you what. How many of your root are inside of the village? Most of them. Over 2/3 RDS. He wasn't going to go into detail on just how many that happened to be in numbers because the entire point was for her to know things like this on a need-to-know basis, but it was a direct question nonetheless. We send out squads for particular mission across the fronts. Maki was already getting those of them there prepared for battle as it were. They were more prepared for what was going to happen than anyone else in the village at this point in time. Excellent. They wouldn't be able to call back whole divisions from as far away as they were fast enough in 18 hours to do anything other than arrive to see parts of the village still smoking in the aftermath, so Tsunade had to go with what they had. We're going to need them for this. You're aware of the basic plans for village defense? Yes, ma'am. Of course they were. Someone very important to their de facto leader Naruto had been the one to completely revamp the whole system for the future, so if anything they'd been privy to the changes before any other entire organization in Konoha. We know what to do. XXX. With Naruto, High no Kuni countryside. No need for sleep or rest of any sort. He'd gotten enough of that on the ship the rest of the way to the mainland. After the battle at sea with the remnants of Sasuke's old team, Naruto bid Kirabai farewell and left the poor Kumo crew to the fate of sailing back to Kaminari no Kuni with the wrapping Jinchuriki. Unfortunate bastards. Either way, he had to get back to the village and get enough rest to prepare for his next mission. The front lines probably awaited his return once more when he wound up being dispatched again, but on which battlefront? In the northeast the stalemate had broken with the CNF, with Konoha and Kumo grinding that region up between the two of them steadily. In the northwest, the thick woods in Kusagakure held territory made the battleground for Konoha to constantly drive back the enemy to the village itself. It was only a matter of time ever since Takigakure bowed out of the war inexplicably. The west was quiet, and with the blockade at sea dealt with, Kiri would probably be joining the fray within the next few weeks once word was sent that the ocean was now open for them to sail to the mainland once more. Where would he be sent to next? He didn't know. He just wanted to get back to the most peaceful place within his reach at the moment and return to Konoha. There was a lot that he had to report to Tsunade about, there was a lot he wanted to talk to others about. He wanted to inquire as to the well-being of his friends that were spread out all over the elemental nations at the moment. His legs couldn't carry him home through the skies fast enough for his own tastes, even while utilizing Sage Mode and his burst limit jutsu for skywalking. He'd get home faster than a normal ninja that would have taken 2 days, but even splitting that time in half wasn't good enough. It didn't matter. He'd be back behind those walls in a safe place before he knew it. XXX. Ta no Kuni, hidden Otogakure base. A growl came from Kiba as they pursued Kabuto deeper into the tunnels of the Oto facility. Where is that bastard running to? He complained to his teammates as they continued on. Hinata's Byakugan and Kiba's and Akamaru's noses had them well informed that there were no traps there, so what was the deal? I think he's heading to the control room. Hinata chimed in, he knows we've come for the people he's captured. Are they really that important that he didn't just leave? Kiba asked another question, feeling his ire raise. Treating their comrades from Konoha like this was one thing, but he was only getting angrier and angrier after Kabuto had ran away like the slimeball that he was. Why retreat from one's own lair when he has the advantage of knowing his battlefield? Shino answered in turn, possibly defending why Kabuto remained below ground instead of abandoning the base as many a high-ranking Otogakure ninja was known to do when they found their defenses breached. But for someone that seemed so confident, Kabuto had no booby traps, or any underlings to try and trap or fight them. He'd even freely given them the chance to leave altogether. More guts than brains, I see. Team 8 stopped upon reaching an open chamber with very low lighting and a massive statue of a coiled serpent on one side of the room. Sitting right on top of its head was Kabuto, who was no longer concealing his upper body with his cloak. His form was unsightly, covered in white scales, and the white snake that seemed to be a part of him was indeed that, extending from his navel as it coiled around his body somewhat. This much Hinata had already seen with Byakugan, but even so, it was still rather unnerving. I don't know what all of you think that you're going to do, Kabuto said casually, slowly standing up on the head of the snake statue. Even with all three of you, even with flawless teamwork, you simply don't measure up. You have to know that. Know what? Kiba bellowed at the eerie Kabuto. Yakashi, all you've done since we found you is dodge and then run like a coward. I just didn't want to kill you in front of the audience of your peers in the prison block. Kabuto reasoned happily, I wasn't aware that showing you the common courtesy of allowing you to save face amounted to cowardice. Kiba was about to charge forth and try to attack when Shino prevented his teammate from doing so. Even though it was on the head of a statue, Kabuto had the high ground, and he wouldn't have gone up there if he wasn't entirely prepared to handle them from that position. As intelligent as ever, Kabuto said in regards to Shino preventing Kiba from launching an attack on him, but not fighting isn't going to solve your problem. After all, aren't you here to rescue my captives? And how will you do that if you won't go any farther or confront me to release them? Shino's response was to push his glasses up on his face before a second Shino descended from the dark ceiling on top of Kabuto. He created a clone to attack me with. Before the Shino from above could reach him, Kabuto sped across the entire room at breakneck speed from his perch directly at the trio of Chunin that were caught flat-footed by the sudden approach. With one mighty lunge he seemed to pick his target in the slowest of the three and Shino, seemingly morphing into some snake/human hybrid with jaws wide open to snap into him. Prior to reaching him, however, Kabuto chose to take a straight nosedive into the ground where he seemed to merge with it. Doden, Moguregakure no Jutsu, Earth Release, hiding like a mole jutsu. Ha 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 ha. Did you really think I'd fall for that? A triple feint sending a clone to attack while doing so in a manner to make me believe it was you? Not creative enough. Even with a substitution that was practically flawless. I don't know, Kiba said, merging with Akamaru in a gigantic two-headed wolf form. Seems like it worked just fine to me. Garuga, Fang Wolf Fang. The combined Kiba and Akamaru savagely rotated loud enough for the sound of tearing wind to be heard. Barely touching the ground, chunked up the floor 10 feet down, thus turning his jutsu into the ultimate auger that tore the floor to shreds. It was only a matter of time as every inch of the chamber's floor was pulverized by Kiba and Akamaru. He couldn't stay hidden down there because Kiba and Akamaru would be able to locate him by scent, even underground. Kabuto would be forced to reappear. Unfortunately for him, Hinata had been able to see him the entire time, and the second he surfaced he never had a chance. He's in range. 2 palms, she cried as her hand swiftly struck Kabuto to disable his movements, allowing her to freely follow up with more. 4 palms. 8 palms. 16 palms. 32 palms. Haki Raku Juai Shu, 8 trigrams, 64 palms. 64 rapid-fire blows landed all over Kabuto's body, and his face remained stuck in a twisted form of horror as he swayed and began to fall over. Just kidding, he shouted as he suddenly stopped himself, and the snake from his navel quickly lashed out to wrap around her throat. That was a hell of a try though. Lure me underground, dictate me into a position of your choosing, and then finish with taijutsu. Your generation of graduates really produced the best I've seen come out of Konoha in a long, long time. What the fuck? Wolf transformed Kiba shouted in his warped voice. She hit every strike. How did he get up from that, and so fast? Ingratiating Orochimaru's remains wasn't the only thing that I did to myself, Kabuto said, coils of the snake tightening around Hinata's neck. With the DNA of another shinobi that I know and did extensive experiments on, I was able to replicate his ability to liquefy portions of himself. Her internal attack did nothing. He boasted as she actually coughed up blood from being strangled so hard. Hinata, Kiba cried out, breaking his dual transformation with Akamaru out of sheer horror, let her go. I already gave you all the chance to leave. Kabuto replied casually, despite the fact that he was choking the life out of one of their teammates, I don't need to keep you alive. I already have enough bodies to waste on sacrificing to experiment further with the Edo Tensei, and I don't need your DNA either. There would be no benefit in resurrecting the likes of you. That's what the prisoners are for, Shino said, making his presence known to possibly deter Kabuto from threatening to kill Hinata in case he were attacked, living sacrifices to activate a forbidden jutsu. Just what have you been doing here? Doing what I need to in order to cement my name as the greatest. To perfect myself and to let the world know who I am. What are you talking about? Of course you wouldn't understand, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses on his face as he continued to speak to Kiba and Shino as if they were children. Even if you didn't have your own identities, you have that of your clan. You've never had to question or try to understand who you are. I've had to search for and find myself, through constant self-improvement. It was why he attached himself so readily to someone like Orochimaru, and I've discovered through all of this that I'm the only person in the world with the potential to equal the Rikadu Sennin. I'm one step short of becoming perfect. Are you? Kiba started to say, looking at the increasingly more maniacal Kabuto questioningly, are you losing your mind? Equal to the Rikadu Sennin? Becoming perfect? Start making sense or I'm gonna. You're going to what, Kiba? Kabuto asked mockingly, kick my ass? Don't fool yourself into thinking that the only reason that you're not attacking me is because I have Hinata. He made a show of moving his snake so that he was holding the slowly suffocating Hyuga up in front of his body. Even if I didn't have her, there wouldn't be anything you could do to beat me. Honestly, it's child's play dealing with all of you. Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you. Before Kabuto knew it, his snake had been severed and he'd been punched so hard that he flew across the wide-open chamber into the massive statue of the snake, bringing it crumbling down to the ground. Hinata sat up on her knees on the ground, clutching at her bruised red neck and coughing sweet air back into her lungs after a prolonged period without it. Feeling a shadow standing over her, she looked up and bore witness to her temporary savior, Jiraiya-sama? Shame on you, Jiraiya said, still holding up the hand that he used to cut off Kabuto's snake and subsequently punch him in the face. With Fukasaku and Shima still sitting on his shoulders and his features still possessing some toad-like qualities, it was clear that he was still in sage mode, not only for threatening such a lovely young creature, but for making me have to show off this grotesque form of mine in front of her. He was then thwacked on the head by the female toad sitting on his shoulder. Stop insult in sage mode, Jiraiya-chan. You know better. Holy crap, Kiba whispered under his breath as Akamaru whined at his side. He is how much chakra, boy? That's insane. That's like Naruto level chakra. Well, not really, but still, People aren't supposed to have that much and have it be that intense. Intense enough to actually change the physical appearance of his body. Are you alright? Jiraiya asked the others, no more signs of humor or good nature in his voice as he did, sorry I left you alone for so long. The last little situation was more of a problem than I thought it would have been. So you still have enough fight in you to overcome an Edo Tensei revived Sasuke? Upon hearing Kabuto's voice again, Kiba and Shino moved near Jiraiya and helped Hinata back up as she continued to recover as fast as she could. I guess I really underestimated you after all, Jiraiya, but I didn't want to use the good Uchiha on you. I've got other plans for him. He doesn't sound injured at all. Shino pointed out, staring into the rubble that used to be the prominent snake statue in the room. What will we do now? I'm fighting him, Jiraiya said, holding his only arm and hand up in a half-ram hand seal as if to prepare. You three free the prisoners however you need to do it and leave. That's an order. At this point if they stayed they'd only be in the way, it's not your time for a battle like this yet. Kabuto moved himself out from what had been meant to be the burial ground of his body with nary a scratch on him, much to the surprise of everyone but Jiraiya. He couldn't afford to be stunned by the would-be resilience of his opponents. Kabuto had been rather impressive for an unassuming shinobi even before he'd turned himself into a freak show. Now with the genes of Orochimaru and who knew what else in him, what else could he be capable of? None of Team 8 wanted to leave Jiraiya alone. With the lack of an arm came an air of vulnerability, even if it was one of the most powerful men to ever hail from their village. Especially since Kabuto was waving goodbye, which wasn't making the choice to leave any easier if only because of that smug bastard's outlook on the entire situation. Still, a stern look from Jiraiya marred with killing intent let them know that this was not up for debate. You think I'll just let them leave? Kabuto asked laughingly. I know you will. Jiraiya replied almost casually, outright calling Kabuto's bluff, because if you take your eyes off of me for 1 second you know you won't be getting back up. You regenerated that snake thing, and that's cute. Let's see if you can regenerate your head after I rip it off. And that was their cue to leave. As Jiraiya expected, or coaxed Kabuto into doing with his words alone, the last remaining Otogakure power in the ninja world allowed them to leave. You really do have a real soft spot for the next generation, don't you? So why would you want to go and try to shut down the brightest prospect for the future? Who, you? Jiraiya asked derisively. No, you're not the brightest prospect. There's a difference between learning from the ones that came before you, and what you're doing. You're bastardizing the hard work of people like Orochimaru. As much as he hated his old teammate for what he wound up doing, Jiraiya would openly admit that there wasn't anyone out of the 3 Sannin that worked harder at what he did while in Konoha than Orochimaru. And he doubted that he lost such a thing upon leaving the village. Kabuto had screwed up his own physiology with splicing the DNA of others into his own body to gain their abilities. Why? For what purpose? You don't get it? Kabuto asked with a laugh. It's trial and error. Everything I've done, all of it, has been leading up to what I'm about to do. All of it was necessary for me to take the final step, to achieve what Orochimaru-sama could never do. He wanted a perfect body. Well, with my mastery of the Edo Tensei I've not only discovered the way to obtain that. What is this boy babbling about? Fukasaku questioned before realizing that something was wrong. He could feel something familiar in the room, and it was coming from Kabuto. He didn't. Before Jiraiya's eyes, Kabuto gained dark pigmentation around his eyes and darkened sclera and 4 horns growing out of the back of his head. You didn't think Sage Mode was exclusive to toads alone, did you? Honestly, it was awfully hard to hide his surprise at seeing Kabuto Yakashi of all people having achieved such an ascended state. Had he not been a direct enemy, this would have been something that he would have had to outright praise and laud. Naruto getting Sage Mode in the way that he did was one thing. Kabuto getting it for snakes was something else altogether. I figured Orochimaru would have been the one to discover the way to pull it off first, Jiraiya said, standing more warily in the presence of his foe now. Orochimaru-sama did know Sage Mode, Kabuto said, reveling in the feeling of the Shinjutsu chakra running through him. He just couldn't use it because he didn't have access to a body strong enough to sustain the form. You're lucky to see this. He can gather Shinjutsu chakra and move all on his own? Jiraiya thought to himself, wondering how such a thing was possible. Naruto could do it, but his workaround was a bit unique in that regard. So this is your perfect body? Shima crowed from Jiraiya's other shoulder. Sage Mode ain't perfect. You live longer, but you're not immortal. You can still die of old age and injuries in battle. I never said anything about this being my end-all though, did I? That confident look on Kabuto's face. It was irritating. Like he had a secret that he was just bursting at the seams to spill forth, but knew better than to do such a thing to someone like Jiraiya. Confidence in his abilities or not, he knew that Jiraiya was enough to stop it if he knew about it. Even so, Jiraiya still had to ask out of his own curiosity, then what is it? It's not important, Kabuto said with a satisfied sigh, content with managing to throw off such a renowned shinobi so completely. Maybe if you're lucky though, I'll reanimate you so you can bear witness to my greatest triumph firsthand. Then you'll understand. He wanted to tell him so badly, Jiraiya could see it. Well, either one of two things were about to happen. He would either kill Kabuto somehow, rendering whatever he had planned null and void, or the ensuing battle would excite him to the extent that interrogating him would be simple. For the life of him though, Jiraiya really hoped that things didn't pan down to the latter. Because from the sheer confidence that Kabuto was exuding, he didn't want to know what Kabuto had planned or have to come face to face with it. A chuckle came from Kabuto. Let's see which is superior, snake-style sage mode or toad-style sage mode. His hands took on a blue glow from chakra scalpels and he charged forward at a speed beyond what Jiraiya had been accustomed to when dealing with him in the past. Fukasaku was the fastest to react, having kept a wary eye on Kabuto constantly since the latter had activated sage mode, Zessenzan, fighting tongue slash. From his mouth speedily shot his tongue, which seemed to be unlimited in length, right at the white-scaled enemy, but Kabuto was well enough aware to dodge this, much to Jiraiya's displeasure. Without Shima's own jutsu to first restrain him, it was difficult to hit a skilled opponent, and this one had the reflexes and awareness of sage mode to assist him even with that. Several different lightning quick attacks were made and all missed. You've got to be kidding me. Jiraiya thought to himself as Kabuto got close enough to take several swipes at him with his chakra scalpels. Well, it stands to reason that a snake would be quicker than a toad in sage mode. It didn't mean he had to like it though. When he realized that Jiraiya wasn't going to be hit with any of his strikes, Kabuto exited the close range and stuck out his now serpentine tongue almost mockingly. 3 heads aren't better than 1, I guess. He quipped haughtily. You think? This young man was almost too smarmy to stomach, but Jiraiya had to stay level-headed. Kabuto had been a dangerous enough ninja when he was merely Orochimaru's second, and he had to give him that much respect at least. We'll see. Senpu, Goemon, Sage Art, Goemon. While from his mouth shot a massive jet of oil, on both of his shoulders, Shima and Fukasaku both inhaled before letting go a similar torrent of fire and wind respectively, creating a large wave of burning oil that steamed Kabuto's way. Even in the room they were in, it covered a width of wall to wall as it went his way. The yellow serpent-like eyes of Kabuto gave an eerie glow in the face of the burning oil bath. Turning around almost bonelessly in the motion that he used to do so, Kabuto darted away from the attack that would have marked his painful death only to find himself about to be cornered. Kabuto ran up onto the walls of the chamber to escape being burned and circled the entire room only to find Jiraiya still taking careful aim at him as he rounded the bend. His untamed white hair grew and seemed to become a living thing with a mere hand seal and application of chakra, Ranjishigami no Jutsu, Wild Lion's main jutsu. At the end of his hair it seemed to grow a mouth that snapped out towards Kabuto before actually catching him off of the wall and grabbing him, whipping him all about and slamming him into any surface it could reach. As this occurred, Kabuto's body seemed to turn to liquid and seep through whatever grip Jiraiya's hair follicles had on him, compliments of the Hozuki clan and the DNA of a young man I've had the chance to do experiments on in the past. Hey, Jiraiya chuckled with no actual humor behind it, did you splice a little Uchiha into you too? I can definitely see the power-hungry part and the stealing other people's techniques thing. Your jokes are falling flatter than your attempts to kill me. Kabuto replied from a safe distance away, but it's to be expected after all. Aren't you a proponent of the mindset that the next generation is supposed to outdo the one that came before it? I'm not a believer in that. A smirk came to Jiraiya's face and the faces of his toad counterparts. You hear that, Jiraiya-chan? Fukasaku said right by his summoner's ear but loud enough for Kabuto to hear easily. He's already talking about how you're better than him. Indeed, Jiraiya said, stroking his lightly goateed chin with his webbed fingers. Makes me wonder why he doesn't just give up if he already knows that though. I'll never understand these kids, I guess. Kabuto didn't rise to the bait at all. At least not in the way of showing anger. But he did in another way, absolutely. The generations that came before my own, in the old days, the bad days. The times when wars were just everyday things. Before your time even. Those were the greatest days. I want to match and surpass those legends. But I can't reach the Rikadu Sennin's body. So I had to go for the next best thing to make it my own. What are you babbling about now? A wide grin couldn't be hidden on Kabuto's face. It was the face of a man that thought he had figured out all of the angles. That he had everything right where he wanted it, all in checkmate. A perfect body, immortal and impossible to destroy, with the potential to learn anything and utilize any jutsu, past, present, or future, Kabuto said as if he were speaking to himself. It was so simple, but it took a lot of research, you see. I've gone through all of the necessary steps to ensure that it was possible, and I've found no reason to find that it wouldn't work. I'm going to combine the Edo Tensei with Orochimaru-sama's Fushi Tensei. You're going to take over a reanimated body? Jiraiya visibly took a step back at the thought. Bringing the dead back to walk amongst the living was a perverse enough jutsu, as was taking over the body of another living person and permanently making it one's own. Kabuto was going to do both at the exact same time. What kind of an abomination to nature was this destined to be? Whose? Jiraiya was almost turned off from even venturing to ask the question, whose body are you taking? You want to be Orochimaru so bad, you're going to take his body? That's thinking too small, Kabuto said, pacing around and tapping at his temple. Only the absolute best body will do, nothing less than that is acceptable. Why go small? If that were the case, I could have brought back any run-of-the-mill shinobi and done this with them. But I won't. I want the best. The strongest that history is willing to take note of in any way. But since the Shodai Hokage is stuck firmly in the stomach of the Shinigami, I will take his contemporary, who is even stronger than he was in his prime due to my dutiful enhancements. Jiraiya was speechless. Even his often talky-toed elders were stunned into silence. Kid, you've got to die. It was blunt, but he had no other way to put it. It was as simple as that, because he knew exactly what Kabuto was alluding to. The only person that could be considered the contemporary of the Shodai Hokage would have been either his brother the Nidaime Hokage, or Senju Hashirama's ultimate lifelong rival. The most powerful Uchiha in the history of the clan. He was going to use the body of Madara Uchiha, and he was going to steal it for himself. Why wouldn't it work? The Fushi Tensei was meant to supplant another's soul with your own, and with the Edo Tensei you were able to garner control over a deceased person's body. You're not going to say that's impossible? Kabuto asked condescendingly. You're not going to say something about Madara Uchiha still being alive, thus making it impossible for me to reanimate him? I'm disappointed in your reaction. No panicking? With that power, I'll never be considered beneath anyone again. My legacy will be set before I even begin making my changes to this world. Oh, he was panicking. He was panicking on the inside. He wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of showing that he was fretting about the whole thing in reality, because it was serious. A body with that much power that would never tire, never feel pain, would instantly regenerate from any injury. And with the soul and mind of someone as treacherous as Kabuto, there would be no limit to what he would be capable of. I know Madara Uchiha isn't alive, Jiraiya said, trying to keep a strong face, the masked man that used his name according to Naruto. There's not a chance that he would be the real Madara. We've already been over that in the village. But, thanks for confirming it for us. We'll leave a footnote referencing you for the intel in the next bingo book. Posthumously. Stop me then. Kabuto dared him openly, you have one arm. You're a shell of your former self, and even at your best, as I am now, I could still overcome you. Does that make you angry? Are you upset? Then prove me wrong. His hands snapped together to form another hand seal to prepare to continue the battle. On the other hand, Jiraiya needed it to end. The amount of danger a man like Kabuto posed had been severely underestimated. He'd survived too many scenarios in which he shouldn't have. The fight outside of Tanzaku town, Sasuke's overcoming of Orochimaru, the time he revealed himself to Naruto only to beg off with a Sharingan and information against Akatsuki. It was about to come back to bite everyone. Unlike with what happened against Nagato and his multiple bodies, he was not going to fail. He wasn't going to lose. I hate using this jutsu. Shima complained, before addressing Jiraiya. Jiraiya-chan, we're gonna need you to buy us a bit of time so our voices can sync up. They knew that Kabuto was quicker than Jiraiya, and if it really came down to keeping him away at all costs while they were busy preparing their trump, it could get ugly. He said nothing, only focusing solely on Kabuto. This would only have one chance to work, and he needed to make sure he kept his distance until it was complete. Getting down on all fours, his hair seemed to bristle up and sharpen before flying off at a constant, rapid-fire rate. Senpu, Kabari Senbone, Sage Art, Hair Needle Senbone. As dangerous an attack as it was, Kabuto was still able to dodge. For all of the speed of the hair needles coming his way, the distance between him and the originator of the jutsu was simply too great for it to risk hitting him with the kind of speed boost and reaction ability that Sage Mode presented him. I understand it now. Why the discrepancy between our sage modes are the way that they are. You haven't mastered it, which is why you require your summons, to build the Shinjutsu chakra for you. I was able to overcome that problem, another mark in my favor of being better than you. You gloat way too much, kid. Jiraiya thought to himself as he was focused on driving Kabuto as far back as he could to allow Shima and Fukasaku an opening to do their thing. With Orochimaru being the one that was in command of you, I can't dominate a ninjutsu war with one arm, and with you being quicker than me with those damn chakra scalpels, I can't count on taijutsu to do the job either. Which leaves me with my worst facet of the ninja arts to win with. It was a good thing that it wasn't his jutsu that was going to lead to the finish then, because if it was he'd have screwed it up. Kabuto was driven to the far end of the vast chamber, smirking to himself. Did Jiraiya really think that putting a little distance between the two of them was going to help him come up with a method to defeat him? Kabuto hadn't even come close to exhausting his repertoire of jutsu to battle with. Jiraiya was just an old man that had overstayed his welcome anyway. The only use to the world he had now was after Kabuto killed him he could bring him back as Edo Tensei and use him in battle. From the back end where Jiraiya was, Kabuto could hear disjointed croaking and he let out an involuntary hiss at the sound of the natural prey of the snake crying out as such. What is he up to? Flipping up onto a wall, Kabuto carefully moved in the dark of the chamber, trying to mask his presence by blending his life force in with the residual air in the room. They'd been throwing around so much Shinjutsu chakra that the area was clouded in it. Great. Jiraiya thought to himself as Fukasaku and Shima kept randomly croaking to try and sync up their voices. The fact that it was dark in here didn't matter much until he figured out how to mask his presence while in sage mode from sage mode. Crawling to the domed ceiling overhead in the dark, Kabuto's tongue flicked randomly as he drew closer and closer to standing over top of Jiraiya, but that insufferable croaking. What was the point? Honestly, he had no intention of finding out. Forming the ox seal while upside down, Kabuto decided to turn the battlefield into his weapon, Senpu, Muki Tensei, Sage Art, Inorganic Reincarnation. The ground began to ripple and quiver as if it were breathing. The entire room did. Jiraiya felt the floor shift beneath him, giving way as if it were someone's body, but he wasn't trapped, so this wasn't like one of his own special moves that involved the use of spatially summoning a toad's stomach. No, he actually brought the room to life. The floor actually did begin grabbing for him, but he felt the change and managed to jump out of the way. The entire room began to sway and rumble, making waves of any previously stationary surface. Portions of the floor seemed to roll and fold over itself, trying to catch Jiraiya and sandwich him in to crush him. He felt like a boat on the tumultuous seas, only if these waves took him under there would be no chance of resurfacing. He'd be crushed and kneaded like dough, mixed in with the floor. Above, Kabuto felt victorious. Even if this jutsu didn't work, it would make Jiraiya an easy target for his next attack. The next generation is always supposed to surpass the ones that came before it. And then everything for him went dark. The only thing he could hear was constant croaking, two voices in unison, echoing in his head. He found himself in a different plane of reality altogether, trapped in a cube of water that bound his every movement. Even his navel snake was frozen. 4 gigantic toad samurai all stood guard outside of each corner of the illusionary box. What is this? The end. Jiraiya's disembodied voice said to him as the croaking continued, Megan, Gamma Rinso, demonic illusion, toad confrontation chant. A sharp pain slid itself into Kabuto's heart, and a second one through his neck to remove his head. This wasn't supposed to happen. All of his planning. All of his experiments. He'd come so close to achieving the kind of thing that people dreamed of. Of reaching a level of power that no one in history would ever come close to duplicating. In his own mind he had been just short of reaching what the Rikadu Sennin had been. He would have matched the man that today was thought of as myth. If only he'd had just a little more time. XXX. Hours later, Konoha no Sato. It was like a ghost town. There wasn't a soul wandering the normally bustling village streets that wasn't in the uniform of the wartime Konoha shinobi. There were more patrols and lookouts than were normally posted, even in wartime. Though late in the afternoon was an odd time for an invasion, every able-bodied ninja had been told that it was coming. Plant people. What the hell was going on in the world when an army of plant people existed as an enemy for them to have? Sitting unabashedly on a high tower in the village, Tobi looked down on his target town, just idly observing it all. Why was he to be concerned? It wasn't a real battle. He wasn't taking on the challenge of bringing Konoha down. It was all a means to an end. And it was time to get that end started. In a swirling vortex originating from the eye hole of his mask, he vanished inside of it without a trace. just as the first explosion could be heard in the village streets. From the ground, white Zetsus started breaching the village, only for many of them to be met upon their rise from the earth with fireballs from rooftop ninjas that saw them coming. Those that were able to move past the charred corpses of their unfortunate brethren engaged in battle on the ground with those willing to face them. It was like that in many areas of the village. All over. White Zetsus would destroy any building that they were given free rein to take and would continue onward like a horde of barbarians. They didn't seem to care about Konoha's defense strategies, but their numbers made it difficult to say that their approach wasn't justified. It wasn't that they were attacking without any strategy, it was that it came off as being so simple. It came off as a matter of waves repeatedly crashing into the wall of a building. Eventually the waves would cease with the tide, but until then would the wall endure? Kuji, end of the block. Shikamaru directed, shooting out tendrils of his shadow with Kage Nui no Jutsu to stab at any white Zetsu that he could reach. You got him? Bubun Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size jutsu. Kuji's arm grew in size and length, allowing him to use it in order to literally sweep the street and smash 14 white Zetsus away. Alright, I'm glad we didn't get caught off guard or anything, but where did these things come from? An oncoming rush of even more white Zetsus happened to be cut down by one of their own inexplicably, striking them fatally before they could realize that one of their kindred was the responsible party. In another instant the Zetsu looked around in a haze, holding its head until a shadow tendril stabbed through its chest, bringing its life to an end. You really couldn't have waited until you saw my body move before killing the thing, Shikamaru? Ino complained as she got up from where her body had been laying for the duration of her Shintenshin no Jutsu. What if I hadn't gotten out yet? But you did. Stop being troublesome and keep fighting. He didn't need to be sidetracked with that kind of crap at a time like this. I thought getting stationed away from the front lines would be less dangerous than actually being out there. A loud blast at the other end of the block got him and the rest of the Team 10 tuning to cringe and recoil at the shockwave that took out a building front and a good amount of enemies in the process. Asuma, stop blowing things up. He complained. Their former Jounin sensei walked away from the place of the explosion holding his trench knives in both hands as he looked around for more enemies that would possibly be coming their way. There's no one in there. Asuma reasoned with a shrug. Besides, you and a lot of the others in this sector corralled them together right there. What was I going to do? Not blow them up? Hell no. I've got a child I'm fighting for here. Realistically, they weren't supposed to be resorting to blowing anything up. There wasn't a reason to, not with the village plan for defense, and it was only a matter of time until the crux of it came into play. They just needed to await the signal. Who the hell are those guys? Ino asked in reaction to getting sight of something that she hadn't been prepared to anticipate in their defense. She witnessed a tightly packed squad of black-clad specially uniformed ninjas wearing porcelain masks over their faces and dark cloaks. Upon finding a place with a good gathering of enemies, a few would break off to assist the embattled Konoha forces in combat with them, but most would continue on, steadily breaking off more and more until nothing remained of the original group. What was so familiar about those guys? There was something there that none of them could really put their finger on other than Shikamaru. These guys remind me of Sai. He knew Sai. They all knew Sai. Sai had started hanging around with them right around the time Naruto got promoted to Jounin months and months ago. The fact that they used those same tipless Tanto blades only good for cutting, just like Sai's, really drove the point home. Who the hell were these people? For now either way they were helping out and paying serious dividends. Do you require help? One of the Anbu-looking ninjas addressed Asuma directly while the battle was still taking place. It was a girl with neck-length frayed black hair and two braids descending down her back. She had foregone putting up the hood of her cloak, but her plain white mask still sat over her face. We're stretched rather thin all over the village, but those of us that are here are at your command, Sarutobi-san. She sounded rather young, but completely prepared for the situation nevertheless. Asuma nodded, confused by the sudden arrival of this small mystery platoon that was deferring to him, but he took command of the situation as best he could. Keep the enemy in this general area. Circle around behind them to cut off their attempts to spread out and run away until the signal. You know what that's going to be, don't you? Of course. The oddly blank-masked shinobi said, consider it done. With that she took off for the roofs again with the rest of her comrades slowly breaking off to follow her. Asuma stared after them before shaking his head and getting back to the battle at hand. Root Anbu still exist, huh? Wonder how Dad would feel about that one? They were certainly helping right then and there though. The pounding sound of a drum being slowly stricken brought the battle to a near halt on the Konoha side of things. The sound echoed out to the farthest gate of the village for every man and woman in battle to hear as clear as a bell. Without missing a beat, the streets started to clear with the gradual retreat of the Konoha defenders, much to the confusion of the white Zetsus. What was happening now? The confused hordes of plant men didn't know what to make of it. They went inside of certain buildings and simply kept them away while the drum continued to pound. XXX. Countless walls began to rise up at intersections and in front of important buildings, cutting off squads of Zetsus from their comrades and confusing the lot of them. What kind of defense strategy was this? It wasn't going to stop the white Zetsus from doing anything. They could travel through the ground via the Mayfly Jutsu, so moving through the village to the required locations they were directed to destroy still wouldn't be a problem. What was the play supposed to be here? A squad of white Zetsus managed to get out of the confined city streets, making it out into an empty park. They stopped for a moment to take stock of their situation for a bit before continuing on. What's the deal? Tobi never said anything about something like this happening? He said they'd lure us into the village so they could surround us and crush us, but not like this. They were prepared for the basics of Konoha's anti-invasion tactics, but there wasn't any counterattack coming, at least nothing that they could see. No one had tried to attack since the retreat had occurred. What does it matter? A rather rowdy white Zetsu clone said amongst his brethren, "Screw it, let's just keep going. If Konoha didn't want to fight back, that was their problem. Our division is supposed to move to the Uchiha district and get a foothold there, so let's." He was cut off by the faint sound of thudding on the ground that seemed to get louder with every thump. The ground even began to quiver after a short time, and the reason for it was something that they hadn't been briefed on and most certainly never saw coming. Large 40-foot-high statues, masterfully sculpted in the form of bearded, long-haired men wearing Konoha Hittiates and old-time armor. Dozens of them. Are those statues walking? Yes. Those statues were walking. And punching, kicking, and smashing any enemy that tried to bring them down. And there was one coming their way. XXX. Roof of Takigakure Ninja Academy. The best view for Tsunade to get in the middle of the action was from the top of one of the highest buildings in the village. Surrounded by a squad of Onbu and her personal guard platoon, she was able to observe the tilt of the battle. "They're far enough in," Tsunade said to herself as she stood by a massive, hanging drum. All right then. Step 2, Karakuri Haki no Jin, mechanical 8 trigrams formation. She then began banging on a specialized drum that activated a village-wide jutsu, bringing up tactically relevant walls that cut off the village into segments. By itself this would do nothing but turn the village streets into a confined battlefield that would lead to an extremely specialized kind of fight, close quarters. It would be a bloodbath on both sides judging by what the white Zetsus were capable of, due to their ability to form leafy blades and spikes on their bodies. Unless there was something else up Konoha's sleeve for just this sort of situation. Something like a company of gigantic, sentient statues capable of neutralizing chakra at the touch, patrolling the new maze of the village streets like minotaur guardians in a labyrinth. Right. That helped. And Tsunade could already point out places where they had managed to corner white Zetsus. "I love that girl," she said to herself before initiating step 3, after surprising the enemy with powerhouse ground reinforcements. Reinitiate full-scale battle, repeat until the enemy is destroyed. Simple, but with the elder Nara out in the forests around Kusagakure trying to bring that campaign to a close, simple had to be effective here. Another few bangs of the drum brought the walls back down and brought Konoha's standing home guard back out into the fray once more. At another time when Tsunade found it appropriate or got visual confirmation from the control central point of the village's remote defenses, they'd be coming back up in a different pattern. XXX. Mountain overlooking Konoha, Naruto's house. Ever since moving into the new home that she had procured for her master during his extended time away from the village after the trouble in Amigakure, Hamako had managed to find many ways to stay busy. It had all begun even before that, when Naruto had been on a near year-long campaign of missions meant to procure himself a promotion to Jounin. She'd assisted in shoring up the village's defenses, utilizing specifications that she'd learned back in her Uzushio days years in the past and a few of her own that she had come up with. Tactics had changed due to her own experiences from the fall of Uzushio and from Konoha's experiences in the Tsunade invasion into something entirely different altogether. The only thing that remained the same was evacuating the citizens and succoring the enemy into the heart of the village. A sloped table in the form of a street map of Konoha stood right in front of the grand main window in the living room, the same window that could oversee every little bit of the village. On it there were dozens of figurines in the form of the statues that were currently in the village. They slowly slid across the board, indicating the real-time movement of the full-sized versions actually fighting the battle. Oh my, it actually works. A rather pleased-sounding Hamako said as she was busy at work setting her towering stone soldiers about the battleground of the village. The white-haired seal master's fingertips danced over the board as her amber eyes kept looking up from the board to the window and back down. This is the first time I've ever gotten to try all of these things at once. This was the unofficial control central for the defense effort. Sure, it was a big responsibility, but there wasn't anyone else that could do it, and what else would she be doing otherwise? She'd just be hiding inside of the mountain with the other non-shinobi citizens. And it wasn't as if she was unguarded. Due to the importance of her keeping things going, the house was guarded by a squad of onbu similar to Tsunade's, just in case. Okay, Hamako said, making several hand seals before pressing her index and middle fingertips on a particular point on the map. Clear Sector 7 of the Konoha Shinobi and activate the area trap. Send in Koma Inu-kun number 12, 31, and 36 to keep the enemy in place for the duration of the trap. With that she dragged the fingers of her free hand from the base of 3 statues and stopped in the same area that her first hand pressed on. Looking down at the village she could see the 3 correct statues stomping their way through the streets to the designated place as Konoha ninjas left the area via the rooftops. The trap had obviously sprung in the meantime. This was working better than anyone had probably ever dreamed when this was all put into installation. There was very little lag time between the commands and the actual actions taking place mid-combat. A series of slow claps from behind directed her attention away from the battle at hand. No one was supposed to be in the house. Even the guards dispatched there for her protection weren't supposed to enter or even allow themselves to be seen on the property in order to hide the fact that this was where the defenses were being run from. Sorry, I didn't take my shoes off before coming in. You don't mind though, do you? The arrogance coming off of the man was purely infuriating, but there was nothing that she could do. You, Hamako said, slowly walking away from the table, keeping her eyes locked firmly on her present company, Madara Uchiha I presume. The masked man that every person had been told about already as a wild card in the equation of the war. Even if he wasn't the genuine article, he was still a ninja, and she wasn't. It was as simple as that. She was just a girl that knew how to use seals. This was a direct killer. Impressive, Tobi said, slowly walking through the front room of the rather sizable home with his arms crossed over his chest, looking around. Who would think to seek out the servant girl of a nigh-extinct clan and village for something like this? What an important station. So he wasn't there because he'd already figured that she was important to the battle effort? Then what do you want with this place? Hamako asked, looking around for anything that she could use. She wasn't near the kitchen so she couldn't try to go for a knife or anything. She didn't have enough time to enact any sealing rituals with what she had on her. What about the battle? I don't care about the outcome of the battle one way or another. This wasn't done in order to destroy Konoha, Tobi said with a laugh. The raid of the White Zetsus is only meant to allow me free rein to find this place. He turned his hand around to look at a little blood that had spackled his glove. Those onbu hiding around your master's property were amateurs. I guess the real ones are out in the field. Naruto-sama isn't here. I didn't say I was here for him, did I? Not yet anyway. I've come for you, dear. Freezing in place, Hamako stared wide-eyed at the imposing figure that the masked man struck as he moved closer and closer to her. What would you need with me? The sword, Tobi said, taking another step toward her, getting her to continue backpedaling up the stairs and into the hallway. The sword that he has in his possession. Tell me its purpose. The reason it was crafted and given to Uzushio. Why he has it. Why can it cut into the Kamui? The Senenki no Ken? It's his because it belongs to him. It's his birthright as a member of the Uzumaki clan. Hamako told him, glaring while quivering the entire time. If you want to take it you can't lay a finger on it. There are so many sealing arrays on it, some of which are defensive and won't let anyone touch them outside of the Uzumaki bloodline. It's beyond even me. She had been leveling up her sealing knowledge just studying the damn thing whenever she was able to get it from Naruto, and she still believed that she hadn't broken down everything that made the weapon what it was. I don't want to hear that from you, Tobi said, his Sharingan eye visibly glaring at her from the eye hole in his mask. Fuinjutsu is a lost art in a way. The masters of today couldn't hold a candle to the true masters of yesteryear. You're the last paragon of this breed, so to speak, so I would advise you to tell me what I want, because I can just take it from you. Suffice it to say, you won't survive if I do. What could you say to someone that wouldn't believe you when you told them the truth? But even if she did have the information he wanted, she wouldn't tell him a thing. Hamako's mouth moved, revealing some of her top teeth until a bit of blood started running down from her mouth. Biting out your tongue, are you? Tobi asked. I'd wager that you don't have the determination to go through with it, but even if you did, I don't need you to be able to speak in order to get the information out of you. She stopped and wiped at her mouth, sinking down to the hardwood floor on her knees. Good girl. I wasn't trying to bite out my tongue, Hamako said, hair covering her face. I was just biting my lip. She swiftly rolled through 5 hand seals as easily as breathing before she pressed her hand down onto the floor. Kushios no Jutsu, summoning jutsu. A puff of smoke shot up from the point of contact. Much to Tobi's consternation, the girl has a summoning contract? She can't possibly believe that with her pitiful civilian reserve she has the ability to summon any kind of creature that can actually protect her from me. Damn it, Hamako-chan, I told you not to summon me home. The sound of the rather scratchy young voice actually caused Tobi to panic. He had not been expecting this at all. How could she summon him? That was impossible. You know you don't have enough chakra to use that jutsu. I'm sorry, master, but I swear there's a good reason for it, Hamako said weakly. When the smoke cleared, she was laying out on the floor in a heap, clearly suffering the effects of chakra exhaustion. There's a situation within the village that was being handled, but then this. A second didn't pass after his seeing her in such an exhausted state before he rushed over to her side and checked her vitality as best as he could given the circumstances. The sheer shock of putting herself into a state of chakra exhaustion like that should have ended her life. She wasn't strong enough to safely summon him. She knew that she wasn't already. She smiled up at him before gesturing weakly with her eyes that they were not alone. Naruto knew this, but in his panic at her well-being he'd foregone attending to the enemy. Naruto looked over from where he'd been summoned and quickly narrowed his eyes on the figure of Tobi, dressed for war and seemingly threatening his dear, devoted servant girl. Oh, fake Madara. I wanted to get some sleep and report back to Tsunade Bakken when I got back, but I can spare a few minutes to rip that mask off of your face and shove it up your ass. How did she summon you? Tobi asked, backing away enough to get some ready distance from the Kyubi Jinchuriki. At first he hadn't believed what had happened. The only human I know that can summon another human is Nagato with Konan. She likes to fuck around with seals and things like that, Naruto said as he made a clone to pick up his kimono-clad concubine and carry her chakra-exhausted form off to somewhere markedly safer than the main hallway of their home, preferably somewhere far away. Months ago she wanted to see the toad summoning scroll so she could figure out how it worked, so I let her and she came up with a contract to summon me. I'm surprised she actually pulled it off and didn't kill herself. He actually sounded very proud of her. Hamako wasn't a ninja and had absolutely no training or conditioning as a fighter in any way, shape, or form. Becoming a seal master didn't take much chakra, but utilizing ninjutsu on the level of a summoning did cost an exorbitant amount, especially when she was summoning someone with such a discrepancy of chakra compared to her own. I was planning on getting as much information on you as I could before finally moving to attack you, Tobi said, squaring off with Naruto in his hallway, but I guess it's just as well that I have to do this now. You can't win anyway. You were the one that ran away last time, Naruto said, standing ready to do battle. I don't know who you are, why you call yourself Madara Uchiha, or what your big problem is with the world that you made all of this happen, but I'm stopping it today. You're not ready to face me. Tobi boasted. This wasn't a bluff. He really believed that Naruto wasn't prepared. Sword or not, he still held too many advantages over him to be brought down by the young man. Your servant summoned you to your death. Let's see, Naruto said, standing up straight with his arms wide open. It's just you and me now. No stupid plant man clones. Akatsuki's totally out of control. You're out of people strong enough to manipulate between us. Show me what you've got. He didn't know what he was getting himself into, and it made Tobi smile behind his mask. Certainly. I'll let you make the first move. You'll need the handicap, and I'll teach you exactly why this is something that needs to be done. Whatever floated his boat was just fine with Naruto. Without warning, Naruto reached for the sword on his back and lunged right at Tobi, his quick draw slash being blocked by Tobi's war fan. Why didn't you do your little ghost thing to dodge it? You know why? Not that I need it, Tobi said, shoving his masked forehead against Naruto's hideate before he phased through his body. I can't touch it, but I can still pass through you. Naruto stumbled forward, but safety rolled and turned to face Tobi again. You might have something that would enable you to challenge me, but your girl was telling the truth after all. She didn't discover everything about it, otherwise you would be using what was needed to win right now. I know enough, Naruto said, bringing his Sharingan into play as Tobi quickly made a move to attack him next, choosing to throw a projectile at Naruto that seemed to come from nowhere on his body. The attack narrowly missed, but Naruto's Sharingan bore witness to the projectile moving after it missed and stabbed into his wall. Before anything else happened, Naruto jumped straight up, using his body as a battering ram to smash straight through his ceiling and roof to get outside. The reason for this was purely self-preservation. Tobi's wooden projectile expanded, instantly creating sharp branches that would have impaled him, as they effortlessly stabbed through the floor and the wall on the other side of the corridor. From the roof, Naruto looked down through the hole in his house at the branches that would have run him clean through had he not moved. That's Makuten, isn't it? Naruto asked to himself, that's the Shodai Hokage's Kekkei Genkai, isn't it? Why does he have it? You're surprised, Tobi said, appearing on the rooftop as well in his swirling vortex of teleportation. I guess Danzo never told you about the extent of his techniques, otherwise it probably wouldn't have surprised you that I'm capable of it. Smart of him, because splicing Hashirama Senju's cells into his own body probably would have been frowned upon in your village. What the hell are you? I'm no one. I don't matter, Tobi said before gesturing his hand out for Naruto to look down at his village currently engulfed in battle. This doesn't matter. The smoke and fire in various places had Naruto enraptured. Tobi could have taken a shot at him, but he didn't want to. He wanted him to see it, to drink it all in and realize exactly what kind of situation he was in. The only thing that matters is the moon's eye plan. Only then will all of this end, not just for this generation, but for all others after it. It's the only way peace can occur. Naruto snapped out of his trance at seeing his village being invaded and shook his head. No. No, you want control. And Danzo didn't want to enact his own control in a different way? Danzo wanted world peace by way of Konoha dominating the ninja world and subjugating all of the other hidden villages to your village's whim. He was wrong too. You follow him. You look up to him. That doesn't mean I didn't think he was wrong, Naruto exclaimed at Tobi angrily. Your peace, his peace, Uro Kyofu's peace, there's a flaw in all of it. I'm not following any of them or you. I've got my own ways of thinking. I'm not just a tool the way you think all Jinchuriki are. I'm a ninja, I'm a man. You're a weapon, and a means to an end, Tobi said coldly. Your father stuck the QB inside of you as an absolute last resort, because otherwise I was going to take it from your mother. You think you have a choice? Or your thoughts and actions are your own? You haven't had a thought that was your own in your entire life. You're full of shit, Naruto chuckled with a grin at Tobi's expense. You are absolutely out of your mind. Am I really? Tobi asked before listing off reasons. Your birth took place under the necessity of your survival revolving around the safety of Konoha. Your childhood was dictated to you by Danzo. Your academy years, under the yoke of a seal meant to rid you of Danzo's influence. Your overreaching goal in life was slated for you, you didn't choose it. Even now you're so twisted inside, and you won't admit it. You don't know if you want to be a shadow or a hero. Naruto's blue and red eyes glared intensely at Tobi at the mere inclination. You don't know what you're talking about. I'll say it again. How many people count on you? The Hokage sends you off to break stalemates at two fronts all by yourself. Your little root flunkies need you as a leader, a figure of inspiration to keep the machine moving while you rebuild. Even now, you're back here and you're supposed to solve this. Tobi once again drew Naruto's attention to the village. Tell me, Naruto, how much of that is done out of choice or out of a sense of duty? I chose this duty. But that's the thing. You really didn't. Tobi commented idly, you were going to be a ninja no matter what. There's no chance that a Jinchuriki would be tolerated that wasn't a shinobi. Most Jinchuriki are related to the cage of their village in some way in order to ensure they have a sense of loyalty to it. You never had a chance and you never had a choice. This guy thought he was going to flip Naruto's way of thinking on its head with his snide little speech about how he was always meant and intended to fight this kind of battle for the village. Danzo Jiji gave me the choice. I was too little to understand everything that went into it at the time, but it was still my choice. Just like how I'm choosing to blow your head off right now. Fuuten, Fuujin Seiken, Wind Release, Divine Fist of the Wind God. Naruto linked his fists together at the thumbs and shot them both out in a punch that sent a powerful shockwave of wind flying Tobi's way. So quick to attack when you don't want to face the truth, Tobi said as he allowed the attack to pass right through his intangible body again. You might as well stop and listen until I choose to fight, because you don't have what it takes to hit me otherwise. He had a bit of a point, as loath as Naruto was to admit it. Yugito's laser jutsu had been the single fastest attack ninjutsu Naruto had ever seen, and it didn't do anything to him when they'd come across him in battle in gross northern forests. But he wasn't about to let Tobi dictate the pace of the battle. He couldn't afford that. This was a man that had Sharingan, Makuten, and who knew what else up his sleeve. Between the adjustment to using his Sharingan eye, the Sage Mode training, The mastery of the wind and lightning element types, the training that went into fashioning the Rasen Shuriken and the Rasen Raiseki, the growth of his skills that came with the Amaterasu sealed in his arm, and all of that, he hadn't utilized the Senenki no Ken in the real manner it was meant to be used for in quite some time. And he had just recently discovered that he could bend the sword to whatever reality he wished for it. He looked at the sword in his hand. The Senenki no Ken. It was the key to his victory, but it was dangerous to utilize the way that it was intended to be used. Unless. Yes, that was a possible solution. But he hadn't trained with it in quite some time with all of the other things he'd been learning. If his plan to stabilize the use of the materialization properties of the sword didn't work, he'd be utterly drained. Do not fuck around with this man, Naruto. The Kyuubi warned Naruto amicably. Madara he is not, but he was still powerful enough to bend me to his will and attack the village with me. This man is as dangerous as they come in your pathetic race. Feeling the flow of Shinjutsu chakra through him, activated at the Kyuubi's behest, Naruto instinctually began balancing it and entered Sage mode. Apparently this was as deadly serious and personal as any fight his internal partner was ever going to be by his side for. This is the man responsible for the death of your parents. This man is the entire reason that our fates were bound together. Do whatever you feel you must to win. Take his head, and don't show him a shred of mercy, because I can assure you will receive none if we're defeated. We? You're lumping us in together again? That was a surprise. It had been peeved at him for months now. The Kyuubi was supposed to be a vengeful creature, and even when they'd put their beef on the back burner to work together when it was needed, it was just to preserve their lives. But you've been pissed off at me since the fight with Sasuke and Itachi. Nothing I could say or do really brought us back together, even when we worked out Sage mode together. As much as I hate you and as infuriating as your transgression against me was during that battle, I can't find it in me to stay angry with you any longer. Not with this man staring us in the face. Kill him, let me see the light drain from his eyes, and we'll be entirely square. As Naruto's eyes changed, and the orange pigment around them formed, he thought to himself that this was a proposal that he had no problems with at all. I was gonna do that even if you hadn't asked me to. XXX. In the skies above Konoha, Konan bore witness to the battle raging on in the main village of the enemy Grand Shinobi Alliance. Her time roaming out to scout Hai no Kuni for Nagato was about to come to an end within a matter of hours, and she had so much to tell him. But the blue-haired angel to God so sorely wished that she would be allowed to stick around long enough to see what would come of the battle between the Kyuubi Jinchuriki and the catalyst behind the 10-member version of Akatsuki. To say that the outcome would be intriguing would not do the situation justice.